that's going through my mind is, how has our race leading car lost more than half a minute on that restart? That should not have happened. I really can't get. There is no way. I mean, he's driving at code 60. No one should gain anything. We did see he was sort of driving at code 59 for a tiny little bit of that, but that's not enough to warrant losing that much time.
Not half the time, no.
So. And certainly, having seen his pace on the board at the moment, more than competitive, he is stretching his advantage. But at the end of that first lap, in which most of it was code 60, he was only 24 seconds to the good. It should have still been 59 seconds, if not more than a minute, because he's marginally faster than Bjorn Grossman. So there's one we've got to work out. Oh dear, we talked to the Lexus, and it's back in the pits and having work, maybe just tyre change on it, but don't understand. It clearly was. As soon as we started looking at the weather forecast, it was a gloomy morning here, but it was brightening up, no chance of rain. But I don't understand why people's tyres aren't in the condition. But then again, the cars were in Parc Fermé last night, weren't they?
Yeah.
That is the point. So, okay, I've answered my own question just about. Gabriele Piana's just dived into the pits. So again, we had a lot of the drivers coming in and doing a tyre change pit stop with about 2 laps to go last night, didn't we? Because we were wondering if any of them could have gained an advantage by going all the way to the finish. But of course, that is the very point. So anybody who manages to squeak it to the finish, their tyres don't have much life in them last night. If they did an 8-lap stint and got to the checkered flag, those tyres necessarily needed changing almost immediately. Whereas for most of the front runners, they should have another 5 laps today on their tyres in this race.
Because 2 laps around here is 20 minutes roughly, so it's not a question of you do get those tyres scrubbed in, which gets them ready for today.
No, exactly. So a lot to think about. But your team, whatever category of racing, but particularly in GT racing, you need to be on top of the rule book, and that is precisely what we're looking at today. But I'm still trying to get my head around this loss of 30 seconds for our race leading car, because he didn't have any reason that he wasn't held up by anyone, because he was the car that led the field around under code 60. I'm sure there's an answer. I will try and apply my brain fully to get there. But around the circuit, of course, it's looking very even actually between the first couple of cars, looking to see how much is being gained. Oh yeah, Kuba Gimasiak is really starting to chip away. Just remember this, at the start of this lap, he was just under 14 seconds down on Bjorn Grossman. So that number 16 Team Phoenix Audi, clearly on the move. If he could go under 8 minutes, anything under 8 minutes around the Nürburgring is very, very impressive. And looking at the moment, he could do that.
Its teammate right behind the number 5, for Vincent Kolb, that did an 8:15. 15 seconds quicker. He's also just set the fastest sector 2 time as Kuba Gimasiak. Race so far. The race so far. I say we're only just over half an hour in. 5.5 hours ago. 5 minutes 26 minutes to go.
Looking
Did the 23 car actually leave the pit in the end? Yes, it is. It's out.
Yeah.
Line speed is out. Just going to see how long that car spent in the pit, because it was quite a while.
Then at this point in the race, if you're changing the tyres, it's I think the pit stop seems longer right at the start of the race. When you look at it, everyone else is still racing, but when everyone's coming in, it's going to be pretty equal, because of course there's a minimum pit stop time. Round this lap, he could be going under 8 minutes from Kuba Gimasiak. He set the fastest second sector, the fastest third sector. In the shorter of those sectors, sector 2, he gained 0.6 of a second on our race leader Picariello. In the next one, sector 3, which is longer, it's very nearly 2 minutes. He gained another second. So pressing on. It'd be interesting. Sector 4 of the sector times for me is the longest one. Cars take more than 3 minutes in that. They're not evenly spaced around the circuit, the sectors. But clearly, Gimasiak has got his car where he wants it. And yesterday it looked very nimble when the track was wet, and the Audi always does. But Gimasiak has been the head and shoulders best driver. Well, obviously in that car. The sister car, of course, has got Frank Stippler in, but Gimasiak's had that little bit more pace. Traffic being dispensed with very easily by our race leader, Alessio Picariello. Drivers can afford to touch the curbs yesterday, whereas yesterday, Peter, touching the curbs you did occasionally, but you didn't want to do too often because they were wet, they were dry, They were always slippery, but today you can afford to have a little rub against them. But the Nürburgring curbs are ones you don't want to take too much.
Some of the curbs you can. You've got to know, and this is part of the knowledge of the place. You know, if it's a nice chamfered angled curb, yes, you can ride up it. Some of the exit curbs are actually flat, so you can run wide and over and back. But you've got to remember which ones you can and cannot, because if you get it wrong once and it's a high curb, it can just damage suspension, it can damage the sidewall. More to the point, it can actually fire you off, and all of a sudden, game over, you're in the barriers, and it's literally 0 to 0 in the space of a turn.
And that moment where you feel your car's starting to maybe go a little bit wider than you want, so you've got several choices at that point. Brave it out, brazen it out, or get it wrong and take the consequences. But right now, not having to cut corners, not yet, even though Gimasiak is starting to close in. Beautiful day on the Nordschleife. Always welcome. I think the later you get into the year, once you pass summer, the more and more grateful you are when you see the mountains in the distance, the forest, the Nürburgring Castle, because we've done many a race here, Peter, where Nürburgring Castle, where's that? It's near you, but you can't see it. But now it's full sunny Sunday morning, and again, I totally praise the camera work that you get from the helicam here. It's not a dull circuit to film, is it? I mean, everything just looks so spectacular. Right, latest lap time, an improvement. In fact, that car's fastest lap, 8 minutes 3.492 seconds for Alessio Picariello. So he's stretching his legs. Bjorn Grossman in second place, unfortunately caught with a gaggle of cars as he now turns through the Tiergarten sequence that ends the lap. Little Renault Clio in front of him, having picked off 3 BMWs down the straight, and then not far behind him, just behind that gaggle of 3 cars, is the chasing, flying Kuba Gimasiak. Will he go beneath 8 minutes? 8 minutes, 0.73 seconds was the best lap of the race from the number 16 Audi. Snaking one way, snaking the other. Will he beat that this time? Crossing the start-finish line any second now, just waiting for the timing screen to catch up. Down to the first corner, picks off one of those, 2 of those, 3 of those BMWs. Now he's trying to dive past the Clio. Doesn't quite make that, but certainly flying there from Kuba Gimasiak. Still waiting for the timing screen to tell you, has he improved? It's not letting me know that as yet, but the clear thing is he's catching hand over fist. 8 minutes 3.37. Oh, my timing screen's gone completely berserk. It suddenly moved Vincent Kolb ahead of him. Kolb's in the sister car from Team Phoenix, so I'll just keep a wait to see if it recalibrates. 7 minutes 57. It couldn't believe how fast it was. It lost Kuba Gimasiak for a second. So would he get beneath 8 minutes? Would he heck? Would he get beneath 7:59, 7:58? Yes, he has. He's almost below 7 minutes 57. So he's just 5 seconds in arrears now of the Octane 126 Ferrari, which is all but matched the pace last time around of our race leader. He's 26.8 seconds down on Alessio Picariello. So in the early stages of the second 6, the Sunday 6 as we call it, before the Nürburgring 12 hours, the car that is starring, with the driver who's starring, it's the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi, and it's Kuba Gimasiak. He's picked his way through traffic. Our race leader didn't have to worry about that for the first lap, but Alessio Picariello is now having to do the same. He had the free run, but he did somehow lose 30 seconds of his minute advantage at the start of the race. And I would really like to have some lip reading when he is interviewed after this stint, because really, by all things being equal, when the field finally went out of code 60 to going green, it should have happened uniformly around the circuit, and he should have still had the advantage of a whisker under a minute. That was more than halved, but right now he's edging away from Bjorn Grossman, but Grossman is going to have to look in his mirrors, because another driver with a surname starting with a G, Kuba Gimasiak, is absolutely flying. He's third, and he's closing in, and he's going ever faster on this lap, and his best so far, 7 minutes 57. How low will he go, Peter?
Well, what we really want to see, and I'm always worried when I say this, you highlight 2 drivers in different cars you want to see back then. And whenever I do that, I always feel it's unfair to the other drivers in those cars, and it's not what I mean at all. But I'd love to see Gimasiak in the Phoenix Audi having a real old ding-dong with Luke and Ludwig in the Ferrari. Just because I'd like to see those 2 together on track at the same time, and no disrespect to the Grossman in the car at the moment, or anybody else, any of the drivers in that lineup at all. Not what I mean.
No.
Just the 2 people that have been a bit stellar in each of those cars. You want out on track at the same time. You want to see a battle. You want to see some racing. Say Grossman's doing a fantastic job at the moment. So he's still in second, but he is being kept more than hand over fist, isn't it? At the moment, Maziak just 7:57. It's 6 seconds quicker than anybody else on track.
Yeah, and in Grossman's favour in many ways, the fastest lap his car has done, that Octane 126 Ferrari, is a 8 minutes 3.7. He has just managed to do an 8 minutes 5.7, so he's 2 seconds off the pace that Luca Ludwig set when the conditions were fleetingly uniformly dry around the circuit, or dry-ish. Today it's properly dry around the circuit, and he is just much more comfortable. But also Grossman was out when the track was at its greasiest, which was effectively 3/4 of the way through yesterday's 6 hours, before it was then handed over to Ludwig when conditions improved. But we do know that when the track was at its very wettest, the Octane 126 Ferrari looks a very good tool, because Luca Ludwig was the fastest by far when the conditions were at their worst. So,
well, to the point, it was almost a bit silly, wasn't it? No disrespect
yes.
at all, but it was suddenly, where's that pace come from? But
well, we were looking at a fantastic battle, weren't we? For 3 cars fighting for position, and Ludwig was nowhere to be seen, and suddenly he just joined the picture and then just shot past everyone.
Now, ABBA is the answer in my head. What's the question?
How's Richard Neary this morning?
No, very good. No, I've been stopping myself saying Lloyd Grossman all yesterday, as in the chef. Yes. So I kept, and I can't get away with getting past that. I've realised it's Bjorn Grossman. Obviously, I know it's Bjorn Grossman. ABBA, they say, isn't it? Bjorn again.
Now it's cemented.
Yeah, exactly. It's the strange workings of a commentator's mind. You heard it here first.
Well, okay.
You think it's all just natural and flowing. It's like that swan on the water, isn't it? All serene above, below, peddling like fury.
I like to think, in my own strange way.
That's dangerous. We talked about it before, James. We told you not to do that, go freestyling before.
I'm going to press on with this one. I like to think that you have almost rankings, a bit like the lanes leaving the pit lane here. You've got the prime you thought you're aiming for, you've got some extraneous elements that should be included, and you sometimes don't pay as much respect to the extraneous elements in lane 2 or 3, such as correct names, as I was talking about Spengler for quite a while yesterday, not noticing a BMW wasn't in the race, and the fact it was Florian, not Bruno, but luckily no one noticed.
You'd called him Frank as well, hadn't you, at one point? You'd called him Frank Spencer, I believe.
No, I think in correcting myself, so thank goodness I didn't call him Frank Spencer. He'd have fallen off a ladder by that point, wouldn't he? But now Kuba Gimasiak is right on the tail. Exactly. One car between him and the Golden Ferrari. Now, no cars between him and the Golden Ferrari. So Bjorn Grossman turning left, turning right, working it hard, going through her act, Vipperman, really tricky part of the circuit, and he's got the driver who's fast of all. And then suddenly slowing, must be a code 60 up ahead, well spotted by Bjorn Grossman.
It is, it's at Vipperman. We've got car 286 stationary there.
You can see it now released back to full speed, so over the pass.
286 is one of the car competition, in fact it is the car competition, GT86 Toyota in the SP3 class.
Yes, I think that was one of the cars that started at the back of the packs, 3 lanes of cars filling the pit lane. 101 cars taking the restart today. 115 started yesterday in the first 6 hours of the 12 hours.
I'm guessing somebody else has joined though, because we had 98 cars finish the race yesterday, 101 started today, and the GPS tracker now has 102 on track.
Sometimes you find one out in the woods. Right, all eyes on this battle for second place. Oh no, Grossman has really guessed the wrong way around one of the Porsche Cup cars, and that allows Gimasiak to close in.
No, they've got the Aston. It's a Pro Sport Aston.
Oh, was it the Aston?
Yeah.
Really?
GT4 car.
Okay, now through the Kleiner carousel, bouncing around the outside of a Renault Megane, Renault Clio or something up ahead, but they both dive past it just before they reach the entrance to Galgenkopf. And who's going to get the power down smoothest and cleanest? The Ferrari punches away out of the corner. Oh no, Gimasiak's already into the toe. He's 3 car lengths behind as they exit Galgenkopf. He's got all of Dottinger to use the slipstream. Doesn't need more than about the first 400 metres that he's now pulling alongside. Nose now in front, and it really was a case of trying to stem the unstoppable tide. Gimasiak up into second place. Interesting to see if this will go any quicker than his previous lap. Both the Ferrari in second place, when it was in second place, and the Audi now in second place, slightly obstructed by traffic on that lap. Would that have been any different from the lap before? I don't know, but Gimasiak into second place, got to pick his way around a Porsche Cup car as they dive into the entrance of Tiergarten. Does it very tidily. Bjorn Grossman goes past as well. How quick is this lap going to be? Meanwhile, one should say, leading the race somewhere up the track, Alessio Picariello. Just waiting to see the lap times. Has the gap grown out from 26 seconds? Yes, the race leader nearly 30 seconds to the good, but just 3/4 of a second between Gimasiak and Grossman. But Gimasiak now in front, up into that second place. And yes, his lap pace did drop away, but he still did an 8-minute 5-second lap, and that included overtaking. So Gimasiak absolutely going for it. Now, how much will Gimasiak pull away once he's got into second place? Grossman's going to hang completely off the track. Conditions dry, race restarted. New race format worked out.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll, wird eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen. Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
But then Sector 2, Sector 3, great chunks of time being taken out of that lead. Code 60 at Whipperman, that was within the last minute. So it was a slow zone upgraded to a Code 60.
Yeah, I think that was the 686 car, which I think was the Subaru, top of my head. 636, my apologies.
Okay.
That's the Subaru.
Now, interesting, the pace this morning, yesterday there was a differential. The pace between the Forco Motorsport Porsches, the number 3 seemed to have an advantage. This morning, in the hands of Klaus Beckler, the number 4 is going faster. He just did it at 8 minutes 3.0 second lap, so that's quicker than anything we've quite seen from Alessio Picariello, but just bear in mind, 7 minutes 57 from Kuba Gimasiak. He continues to take chunks out of the race leader until Sector 4, where he's lost 5 seconds. Kuba Gimasiak has just lost everything he's gained. 5 seconds is a lot of time to lose in that sector. Traffic can't explain away 5 seconds in a sector around the lap. I'm beginning to wonder if suddenly there's a bit of a problem. Right, answer the question. Picariello comes into the pit. So as predicted, 43 laps on the board, or will be he's in the pit lane with 42 laps completed, but his pit garage clearly just before the timing beam. Now he's gone past it. It took that, so it's after the timing beam. That was just the time he had to take driving slowly down the pit lane to get there. Bear in mind he was a whisker under. He was 29.5 seconds to the good over Kuba Gimasiak, who clawed back quite a chunk of that time and then lost it all in one timing sector. And we will see his time when he comes into the pits. I presume he will, and so he does. And when he crosses wherever his garage is in the pits, well, Bjorn Grossman's coming to the pits, top 3 as well. So that's really strange. Gimasiak got to 29.5 seconds behind Alessio Picariello on the lap that he passed Bjorn Grossman. The next time he comes into the pits, but he's 35 and a bit seconds, and he seemed to lose it all at the end of the lap in sector 4. I've got different timing sectors to you, but yeah, that's really intriguing as to why he lost so much time.
We've got the same timing sector. I've just removed sector 3 out of the column, so I've got space on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Just do that in settings.
I wouldn't dare be the sort of thing I'd suddenly go, but should my
never get it back again.
Should my screen be entirely blank?
Shouldn't have a timing screen from Fuji. Yes, not very helpful on NLS round.
Right, so into the pits, car number 3 from the lead, car number 16, the Audi from second place, car number 26, the Ferrari from third, and number 5 from Vincent Kolb. That's the second of the Team Phoenix Audis. That's also in the pits. Will Marek Bachmann come in? No, he pitted the lap before.
Already,
Klaus Beckler has not, but he's flying, but he will probably owe us a pit stop as well. He's up into 6th place, started 7th, Julian Apotlos. He served a pit stop as well, so it's really just a question if Klaus Beckler in the number 4 Forco Motorsport Porsche comes in to make a pit stop. Code 60s have been cleared. Yellow flags at X-Müller. Those have been cleared as well. Yellow flags at, well, 2 lots of flags at, yeah, it's funny when you look down the chart. Yellow flag goes out, it gets cleared, and they have another incident at the same corner to be flagged up. So the marshals don't think they just stand there waiting for something, you know, untoward. It's almost always untoward at Nürburgring. We've got a Code 60, and that is out towards, well, still Whipperman, actually.
Yeah, still Whipperman for that Subaru, the 636 car that was removed, is now behind the barriers, but that's, I don't know whether it's an incident or whether it just stopped, technical.
Klaus Beckler on cue has come into the pits. So what we have is first 5 cars covered by 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And again, that just reiterates that we started this race today with the same timing intervals as the gaps were last night. However, still a good 30 seconds went missing from the lead of our race leader. We have yet to put our finger on why that happened, because he crossed the finish line last night 59.9 seconds clear of the Octane 126 Ferrari. But now, despite showing decent pace, Picariello brought it into the pits. Jackson Evans will be taking over as the second driver on the Sunday. That lead has been halved. In the Cup 2 class, furious track action, as you'd expect. Car 123 running alongside 112. 112 this morning is in the hands, that's the class leader. And 112, that's Christopher Brook. It is indeed Christopher Brook at the wheel of that. Next car in class 104, a little bit further back.
So Jackson Evans out in the lead car now.
Yeah, and still waiting. It looks like Gimasiak staying on board the, unless they haven't flicked the switch.
Ludwig in the Ferrari.
And will we suddenly have a change? Well, no, it's still listed as Vincent Kolb. He started the number 5 Audi, but Frank Stippler's being allowed a bit more of a lie-in this morning before he takes over to do the further stint. Just wait to see if Klaus Bechler stays on board, or will it be Ahenchen Gouven, Komi Ledegaard or Martin Ragginger taking over the number 4 Porsche. Just waiting for that to leave the pit lane. Bear in mind it came in 2 minutes behind the sister car. That was the first one of those to pits, and it's Klaus Bechler staying on board. So basically all the SP9 class cars at the front of the field, the top 7 are all SP9 pros. They've all served a pit stop this morning. Track conditions clear, certain, which was something of a luxury. They didn't have that yesterday.
Of course, it was Kuba Gimasiak, was it not, that set our pole time yesterday of
8 minutes, 19.589,
yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, 189, shoot me now.
Yes. I wasn't even trying to test you there, but very impressive, Jones.
So much space to
Take
fill.
2 house points.
So, the flurry of visits to the pits now seems to be abated. I do believe we've got through those. And it all seems to be settling down at the front. But with a new driver in the lead car, Jackson Evans, the driver who's from New Zealand, who's been so strong in the Porsche Super Cup the last few years, enjoying time in GT3 Racer. And with Falcon Motorsports, they really work their lineups very hard. They pride themselves in rotating them through the course of the season. When you have the longer events, they can mix up their pairings a little bit more, so it's all useful experience for all involved, and they really do work it very hard indeed. I think we've still got just having a look at where the Code 60's S-Bash, so very early in the lap, a point on the circuit in which quite frequently we see the flags come out. Now, who's going to settle down best and get a good average pace out of their new rubber, since all the front runners have now got new rubber on board? Bear in mind the fastest lap of not just this morning, but of the entire race so far. So we've got the 6 hours yesterday plus, well, good grief, we've already got an hour into this race. Of course, is certainly Kuba Gimasiak. 7 minutes 57.13 seconds. 113 seconds. That is by far the fastest lap of the race. Bear in mind that some of these are quite hard to come by, simply because we're having these slow zones popping up quite a lot this morning, almost as many as we were having yesterday when the track conditions were far worse. This is one of these unusual things. Yesterday I think they were on super good behaviour.
Well, this is still Wickerman, which is I think that's the 636 Subaru that went off, and that doesn't appear to be on my tracker, so it's been removed. I'm suggesting it's, have we seen some footage? No, it is. I know it's at the side of the track. There it is. And that's the 286 Toyota. Actually, that's another one.
No, I thought you said that was the one.
I thought
at one point, maybe that was a previous incident. You said that number had been mentioned. So various points today. The sun is shining, the Eiffel Forest is looking magnificent, the track is in perfect conditions, but we're having a few fallers. Yesterday when track conditions were super difficult because they were changing the whole time from dry to slightly wet to very wet to not so wet to dry again, and so on and so forth. The drivers did a really, really good job, but you know, sometimes that just happens. You get the dry circuit and people aren't taking as much caution. Maybe today they are doing that thing I was saying you don't dare do in the wet, which is touch the curbs here. Maybe that's what's causing the problem. Who knows? Maybe they didn't get a good night's sleep. What I can tell you is when the cars get to the end of this lap, I'll give you a clear call on the gap between the race leader, now Jackson Evans, who's taken over from Alessio Picariello, and Kuba Gimasiak, who has just been flying this morning. 7 minutes 57. That's absolutely fantastic lap time.
I've been intrigued at the thoughts behind the strategy of Falcon there, and I'm sure they've got reasons for it. But Jackson Evans is no slouch, as he proved at the end of the race yesterday. But Alessio Picariello was, I'm surprised it's such a short stint, is my point.
Yeah, but
I'm surprised why change so early.
Yeah, well, the thing was, Sven Muller finished in that car last night. Well, let's take a look back at the highlights, because today we had an interesting run through the whole, well, it's a new start. Well, it was a new start to the starting style. So the second part of the 6 hours. Oh, sorry, the second 6 hours that form the 12 hours. And the car that finished nearly a minute clear last night, Alessio Picariello, went out first from the pit lane. Everyone else released at timed intervals thereafter, according to how far behind his finishing time they were last night. But somewhere, when the cars were running at code 60 and then released, our race leader lost 30 seconds or thereabouts. Suddenly his lead was down actually to 24 seconds. Since then, he's built it back up. But as the field sorted itself out, running all in the same timing interval as they were behind the race leader last night, certainly some drivers were doing a fantastic job. Bjorn Grossman going very well in the Octane 126 Ferrari, but the driver going best of all, Kuba Gimasiak, on a wonderful sunny Sunday morning, simply doing a fabulous job. Fastest lap of the race to him. He's got himself up into second place, just being shown a replay of a Porsche Cayman
969, yeah,
getting very, very close to someone else and having a massive tank slapper, very nearly collected the back of another driver, and that's just Sunday morning wake-up call. He's somehow managed not to squirt it off to the barriers on either side of the circuit, but
definitely used up all his tokens there, saving that, didn't he? Just going back to that, the Whifferman and the code 60 bit, I had got the right cars, slightly wrong order. It was a 636 Subaru that took itself off track at Exmüller, which caused the short yellow. That then became the code 60, which we've still got at Wipperman for the 286 Toyota GT86.
Okay, that's good. That clears up that little conundrum. Right, looking around this outlap, who's going faster, the race leader or the driver who's chasing? The driver who's chasing. And so while nearly went there, Jackson Evans gets up to speed. Kuba Gimasiak, who has the advantage of being in that car, I think at close of play last night, but he's done the first stint today, so he's really attuned to the track, whereas Jackson Evans not yet fully on top of the conditions this morning. I mean, he's doing a fabulous job, but certainly Gimasiak is charging along. And that interval, as I said, was about 29 seconds before the cars all came in for their pit stops, just waiting to see in the next few seconds what that will have come down to for Kuba Gimasiak, giving chase in that number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. It's actually gone out a bit to 33.6 seconds. And looking at some of those intervals, it must have been a slightly slower pit stop for the Gimasiak car, because his pace around the lap was quicker than Evans. Right, coming across the line in third place, Luca Ludwig now at the wheel of that Octane 126 Ferrari, and he's taken that over from Bjorn Grossman, and yeah, lapping very comfortably as well, but he's now best part of 54 seconds down on the race leader, so that has gone away a little bit. But right, without too much traffic in front of him, let's see what pace Kuba Gimasiak can work his way down to on the first flying lap out of the pits. Of course, he's already had a lot of lapping since leaving the pits, because it's a long lap, but of course, when you try and look at their pace on their out lap, you can't really tell what it was unless you know the time they spent in the pits, because it includes their time in the pits. One of the joys of camera work around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, not just that wonderful backdrop, but the fact that you've got points on the circuit in which the car takes off. And why would you not have a camera there to put on super slow-mo it still is something that you think you can sort of understand it happening in the 60s, possibly the 70s, but having somewhere where you can get all four wheels off terra firma, fabulous. I mean, the engineers must absolutely hate it, but having to build in a bit of scope to accommodate that. But take your mind back, if you will, Peter, to racing here. How much height do you reckon you got in whatever you were racing, and how much did you try to avoid it where possible?
2 questions, 2 answers. You're quite right. Long time ago, it was a great deal of height, and of course they have flattened that part of the circuit out quite a bit. Back in the 60s, 70s, it was totally different than what it was called, Flugplatz. I think it's that iconic image, isn't it, of Niki Lauda in the 312 T2 Ferrari came over there, and it's probably not a foot off the ground, but it's more than 6 inches.
Well,
put it that way.
But it was the photographs of the cars in the 60s, obviously even before they got wings, and they just look ridiculous because you can see the suspension hanging down.
Suspension on full droop, and they've got to land. You've got to get the thing steady there. These days, not so much, and of course, damping has changed a lot these days and progressed over the years. Like everything technology, no surprise that our super slow-mo is sponsored by KW dampers, though, because it's a great place for it there, or super slow-mo. It is quite extraordinary, but the thing will still. If it doesn't land square, you can have a big moment.
Yeah, but thank goodness it's there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just for the camera crews.
The 123 Porsche there, they took the fuel nozzle out, which is it's exactly the same type as you get in your filling station on the motorway, Autobahn, Autostrada, whichever European country you happen to be in. But as they pulled it out, they pulled it out really quickly, and fuel just been not a great deal, but fuel being splashed all over the windscreen. Whatever that costs, I have to get the 123. I have to get this wiper on there to get that cleared.
Right, about to have a place change, one would feel, because Marek Bachmann in the number 11 Schnitzelam racing Mercedes, one of the 2 from that team, is holding 5th place, but only for now, because the Falcon Motorsport number 4, the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, is right on its tail. Intervention vehicle, they both flash their way past that, but Bachmann doing a good job here, getting slightly light in that yellow and black Mercedes, but the body language is that Beckler's on the charge, and going to see where and when he can go. But oh gosh, Marek Bachmann going right to the edge of the circuit, as you have to go past some of the slower cars in the field, cars from the less powerful classes. But today at least, it's dry, the curbs are dry, and it does give you a little bit more scope. But yesterday, so many drivers just must have thought, no, there's just half a car's width isn't enough, because I can't possibly afford putting my wheel on the wet grass on the outside of the circuit. But today you can see they're taking have a little more scope for the passing. But even so, there are still moments where the driver guesses one way, and unfortunately the driver in front in the slower car guesses that same way. And that's the moment where problems start. And just at the moment, the number 4 Porsche with Klaus Beckler worked the traffic a little bit better there. Unfortunate for Marek Bachmann, but it's when, not if, isn't it, this passing manoeuvre?
It is, but it might take longer than you think. Of course, the moment I say that, it'll occur, won't it? So the commentator lives on, alive and well and kicking. Dropping back a little bit now, tiny little bit. Is it the ebb and flow of braking and acceleration? Potentially so, but a couple of car lengths between the Mercedes and the Porsche at the moment, but not through this part. Where are they on track at the moment? Is that going down to the end of the lap?
Yeah, it's towards the end of the lap. Just waiting for a sighter. I think they've been through Brunchen, I think Flanskar.
Now, see, Mercedes held up there completely by the 2 back marks. Just going into a slow zone to the Porsche, tucking up the inside. Now, is it a slow zone or not? Was that just the Mercedes driver keeping behind the Aston from it, the Pro Sport Aston, just keeping it out of the way? And again, in the space of literally a right-hander and a left there flowing, it's gone from the Mercedes having a 2-car advantage to the Porsche being on its boot, having a look down the inside, to dropping out to 2-car advantage again. That's how much it is. When you talk about these levels of concentration, I've just described that over 2 corners. There's nearly 180 corners on 1 lap of this, and we do it for not 1, not 6, but 12 hours.
It's a lot of numbers, but it makes a lot of sense. It makes sense.
A lot of concentration.
In fact, they were actually at Versailles there, ex-Muller, then going towards Bergwerk. And again, sometimes when you get a flash shot from the helicam, brilliant shots, but you don't have enough visual clues, visual markers to work out where precisely they are in that scope. But, right, just looking at the gap between first and second on this lap, who's closing? Yes, it's Gamaziak, still continues to close. It's in each of the 3 timing sectors they've been through so far. Well, that margin from first to second second from the number 3 Porsche to the number 16 Phoenix Audi is going to be under half a minute, surely. Maybe coming down by even more, because Gimasiak truly hooked up last night, yesterday morning, on very different track surfaces, and now in the dry. He's the fastest driver out there. That number 16 Phoenix Audi is on a charge.
Yellow flags at Galgenkopf and down to Dottinger, but I think that's just about to go in. I think that's just an intervention vehicle making its way back, so it's just a warning to everybody else. Nothing in terms of a competition car as such.
It's a very different...
clear again, full course green.
Yeah.
That said, as soon as I said that, it's gone back to a yellow.
I couldn't believe it, as literally to the nanosecond. But it's one of the things, the drivers competing here for the first time on the Nordschleife, it's a huge challenge, but they do have to become accustomed to course vehicles on the circuit, on a more modern circuit with more entry and exit points, a shorter lap. You don't see them so much, but here, particularly when they've got a Unimog out there and it's bringing in new barrier sections, which they are super quick at replacing the bent ones, but you get the Unimog going slowly with and you got the intervention vehicle behind with the lights flashing to warn the drivers they must go over to one side of the track or the other. So it's another sort of element within the overall mix, but it certainly is something that's very eye-opening for a driver on their first visit to the ring. Right, another lap on the board. 8 minutes 8 seconds for our race leader, Jackson Evans, the Kiwi Porsche racer. And I would warrant that the driver that's going to cross the line under half a minute behind him will be Kuba Gimasiak, lapping faster than that, maybe an 8 minute 5 second lap. His best so far is 7 minutes 57. That's super special this morning.
It's just gone slightly quicker, the 7:57.092. Nearly made it a 7:56.
Oh, I need to refresh my timing screen. It seemed to be lagging a little
21.8 seconds between them now. That gap dropping down, unsurprisingly.
Well, that in that case, that came down by, 12 seconds? No, 10 and a bit seconds. Wow. Okay, and I think there was a slight...
8 minute dead for Ludwig and the Ferrari.
Okay, there is the answer to the question. The best that car had done, the Ferrari had done this morning, was an 8 minute 5 second lap, I seem to recall, for Bjorn Grossman. We expected Ludwig to be faster, but he's carrying on where he was super quick in the wet yesterday. So that is very good. So it's really interesting. In the dry conditions, the Porsche that's leading just doesn't seem to have the pace of the chasing Ferrari and the chasing Audi. Whereas actually the Audi and the Ferrari both look fantastic in the full wet, but in the in-between sectors, when it part wet, part dry, that's when the Porsches from Falcon Motorsport, notably the number 3 car, had their seeming advantage that they used very well to build up that margin at the end of the first 6 hours of whisker under a minute. But in these dry conditions, interesting, they don't seem to have the ball they want to play with, Peter.
Apparently not at the moment, but it's as I say so often, we've got a long way to go. Just under 5 hours now already, so the bulk of this race to go. Conditions are going to stay level, as we understand, weather-wise, as we understand. I will do a very quick check on that to get anything changed. It can change extraordinarily here, but I don't believe that's going to be the case today. Let's have a quick look. That being the case, if it does just stay from tape, we will see some interesting races now. Slightly, no, we're fine. If anything, it's as it was, slightly reducing 10% down to 5% before race end. So weather-wise, rain-wise. So charted that pretty high. So 17 degrees we're going to see. So slightly warmer than yesterday. So. Make an interesting second part of the race, Bruce, because whilst we had all those inconsistencies yesterday, well, not inconsistent variables, this time we now got potentially one constant to the weather. So we really can get to see, and this way I said it's not a 12-hour race, it's 2 races. It's almost like football, it's a game of 2 halves.
So it is. So it is. Imagine if you had your second half started in football saying, well, they scored a goal in the first half, so they get another, they've got an advantage. They start before you do by 45 seconds. I could think of some teams that still would fail to score, but the other team's still in the changing room.
Bruce Jones being entirely topical. As ever.
Making it up as I go along. So, we had the pass last lap. Klaus Beckler getting past Marek Bachmann, but Bachmann, hang on, bravely behind. He trying his best, but as the cars go out onto the Nordschleife, you can just sense Bachler just starting to stretch away a tiny bit, but Botman's attacking, and the Schnitzelarm racing team, very, very popular around the Nürburgring. They've got their local restaurant serving, yes, you guessed it, schnitzel, and a very good advertisement. And I really like having teams with local interest here. Of course, a lot of the professional teams are based at Moispath on the industrial estate, just across the road from the circuit. In fact, if a driver could see to their left when they're powering down the Dottinger Hurt, they would be able, pretty much at the start of the Dottinger Hurt, to spot the industrial estate. When I was a lad, they were just green fields and a farmer. But now packed full of racing teams. It's become a real industry, and Aston Martin has a base there because that is simply the Nürburgring Nordschleife is such an important race circuit, not just for the racing, but for the testing potential. And of course, it provides every sort of possible configuration you can imagine of track, weather, temperature, mix, stir the pot accordingly, and it's really good for the tyre companies as well because they can do so much valuable testing here. So where it once was just green fields, now there is a hub, a motorsport industry, big motorsport industry at the Nürburgring. And bear in mind, the circuit in many ways wasn't just built for a racing circuit, it was built to give the people after the First World War something to do in an area of very low employment. So you can just sort of, all the ingredients got mixed together and we're left with this amazing racing circuit, something that is in so many ways the past of motor racing, but we have to hang on to it. It's just such a brilliant place.
But what a vision to build something of this scale back then. You know, we're talking 1927 it opened. It was at Monza, where the Italian Grand Prix taking place this weekend. I noticed yesterday the reports.
100 years.
It was 100 years yesterday it ran its first motor race.
It's so hard to complement that continuity.
And that's a Grand Prix circuit within a Royal Park, and that was quite odd building it within a Royal Park. At the end of it, quite extraordinary. But it was still the Temple of Speed. It's an autodrome. We had Brooklands back in 1907 in the UK, the first permanent race circuit in the world, ran until 1939. We had Indianapolis, 1911, etc., etc. But they were all relatively small circuits. And even Spa, 1929, 5 and about there, not far from being its 100 years. But again, that was, okay, it's half the size it is now. But the sheer scale of this, whose idea was, can you imagine coming to the table or the board or wherever it was at the time, or part of the pub? It can't have been drawn on the back of an envelope, because the envelope couldn't have been big enough to say, I'm going to do a circuit this big around this part of the argument, around this slosh. Yeah. How much had they had to drink before they came up with this idea?
As long as it was mopped up with a schnitzel, which I'm sure it was, that'd be cool. But also, look,
so I'm glad they did.
Aren't we both? But bear in mind, Spa-Francorchamps was a circuit of roads. It used the roads in the local valleys, you know, down to Malmedy. This was exclusively a racing circuit. It wasn't like they did. That's where the enormous difference lies, and it's just all the more extraordinary for that factor. And it had the Nordschleife as well, back in the 1920s, maybe in the early 30s. I can't remember when the Nordschleife part was first used, but that was an awful lot of spare tarmac they had in the back of the truck. Looking to see how much the gap is coming down between our race leader and the race chaser. And again, the Falcon Motorsport Porter is very tidy in the first timing sector, normally quicker. But as soon as the cars go out onto the Nordschleife itself and the twists start to come at the drivers thick and fast, that's where the Audi from Phoenix starts to close in again and take great chunks. At this rate of change, we will have within, I would suggest, well, last time there was a 10-second difference. In 2 laps, we should have our race leader Kuba Gimasiak on the tail of Jackson Evans in the race-leading number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. However, maybe Evans is just bringing his tyres in little by little and will be able to pick up the pace a little bit more. Maybe Gimasiak is just so comfortable in that Audi that he's able to just attack from the very outset. In the Cup 3 class, is an enormous advantage for the number 949, leading the Cup 3 class by 6 minutes and 45 seconds. So that is, they've had a very good 6 hours to kick it off with and continue to build on that advantage. And the Cup 3 class, one of the best supported classes here, 12 cars in that class. But that is a huge advantage. Best part of 7 minutes, right? Another lap going on the board, 8 minutes 21. Now that wasn't too quick from Jackson Evans. And I was suggesting he might start to ramp it up, get down to the 8-minute 5s was what was going through my mind.
So that's going to play into Cougar Maziak's hands, isn't it?
Okay, 8 minutes 11. He's gained another 10 seconds. So clearly we've now got code 60 at Galgen Kopf. Maybe they both just about got caught in that. No, they should have got past that. There was a code 60 as well. So they're both slowed by 10 seconds.
Yeah, didn't you say it was 12 seconds on the previous lap? Now another 10 seconds. That's 22 seconds in 2 laps.
It was 10 seconds and 10 seconds, which takes us down to 12 seconds now. Okay, so regardless of slow zones or otherwise, he's taking 10 seconds a lap. That's quite a nice square number.
The end of this lap's going to be quite interesting.
It certainly will. But however, there's always a however clause. But, you know, the trend is very much in one direction. And what's happening in Cup 2? Haven't talked about that for a while. It's car number 112 that's leading that. That was it was 120 leading that class overnight, and that 120 from Avia W&S Motorsport has fallen back to 3rd in class. So we've got David Yarn, he's quick, he's in 3rd in class. Gabriele Piano, 2nd in class in the 104 entry. He's also driving the 102 entry, but it's 112 leading the way, and that's Guido Naumann. Sorry, Florian Naumann, sharing with Alexei Veremenko, Christopher Brook, who I think kicked off in that car, and Carsten Kramer, he of K Kramer Racing. It's a K Kramer entry, and they are leading the class. But that's a far smaller margin in that class than it is in Cup 3. I just mentioned Cup 3 is being led by 6 minutes and 45 seconds. This one is only being led by 12 seconds. That is much more like it.
Well, we've got a code 60 at Galgenkopf now, which is the car number 320, which is our 911 GT Cup car. That's the 4 Motors Bio Concept 911 GT3 from the Class AT, Alternative Fuels category. But that's at the end of Galgenkopf. Just preceding that, we've also got car 890, which I believe is stopped on the right-hand side of the track at Schwalbenschwanz, i.e. not where you really want it to be, kind of like on the apex.
Yeah, not ideal. That's one of the BMW. It's the BMW M2 CS Racing class, BMW M2 class. That's Peter Larsen, Johan Rosen, and Christian Aubinger. But whichever one of those is driving it is not on a bit of tarmac that he wants to be on, I would suggest. Again, just looking at the progress, I sense on this lap Jackson Evans has got a bit more heat into his tyres, a bit more heat into his mind, and is now starting to match the pace of Kuba Gimasiak. And let's take a look. Certainly the gaps aren't coming down by such enormous chunks, but the sector in which Gimasiak always would take the biggest margin clearly is the longest timing sector, and that's one of the ones coming up. So wait to see how much that gap is coming down. But
well, Jackson Evans did rise to the occasion yesterday, didn't he? When required, he was putting in nice, consistent times, nothing wrong. We were to the point that we were saying, it's not quite on the pace. And obviously, he got the wake-up call, the message, the phone rang in the car, picked it up, obviously hands-free, and just you need to get a press on a bit.
Yeah, that was the point in the race in which he was sitting on a lead of about 1 minute and 26 seconds, I seem to recall, or thereabouts, and then it started coming down by about 6 or 7 seconds a lap for several laps. Then they had the pit stop. Sven Muller got in, stabilised it at just under a minute, but it does seem in the drier conditions, the chasing Ferrari, the Octane 126 car that's in 3rd place, and certainly Kuba Gimasiak's number 16 Team Phoenix Audi have got the legs in these conditions.
Well, it's going to become a visual soon. We're getting great shots from our Rover Helicam, not just at the carousel there, of course, the part of the circuit that kindly gives us the logo for the NLS series, the Nürburgring Langstrecke series creates the logo, facing the other way around. But let's have a quick look at the cars here. Now at Bergwerk is our race leader, Jackson Evans, and he's just exiting Bergwerk now. And I said this to you yesterday, didn't I, Bruce? When you get a visual, so when Kuba Gimasiak suddenly gets eyes on that aquamarine and blue Falcon Porsche, something happens. You're not driving slowly, you're not driving incorrectly, you're doing nothing wrong, but there's something greater comes from your boots, and all of a sudden, I can see it now. And it's quite bizarre feeling, because you know it and feel it instantly. And I've had it in a situation where you've done that and you suddenly start to pick up the pace, and you sort of think, part of it almost puts you off, because you think to yourself, where did that come from? Why was I driving like a sloth before? And you just find that little bit extra.
And obviously around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, 25.7 kilometres, so that's a lot of lap. However, there aren't that many points where you have a long line of sight. Certainly around the back part of the Nordschleife, it's twist, turn, and you could be 5 seconds ahead, and until you get to any straight part, it's invisible to the car that's chasing. But it is like a little magnetic force field, isn't it? Starting to draw you in once you've seen the car that you're chasing finally come into view.
That eternal piece of elastic
Yeah.
that ebb and flow all the time.
However, and I'm going to toss this one in here, is the fact that first few sectors of the lap, pretty even Stevens between Jackson Evans leading in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche and Kuba Gamasiak giving chase in the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. And then they get to sector 3. Nearly 4 seconds gained in that sector alone. The gap was 12.3 seconds between our race leader and second place. So clearly that is coming down all the time. And not so long ago, Luca Ludwig took over the Octane 126 Ferrari that had started today in second place, was passed when Bjorn Grossman was at the wheel, and now the gap for that, he's fully 35 seconds behind Gamasiak, and that was the start of this lap. But
we've got a code 60 at one point. We've got a car going extremely slow to the point where 4 cars have just gone past it. 3 Caymans by the look of it in line astern, blue and white, yellow and orange and white one, with I think a Toyota at the back of that group. Now we've got 2 cars. Well,
car facing backwards.
Never good when a car's facing the wrong way on the track, is it?
Drivers can get confused, but while we're just looking at that, trying to get the foot of why something is off at, I think it's Nürburgring, is suddenly just at that point the fastest middle sector of anyone, which is sector 3, no longer Gamasiak. Suddenly, Klaus Bachler, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car, is clearly able to pick up the pace at this point. So it's ebbing and it's flowing. Yesterday it was ebbing and flowing because of the weather and also the timing of the pit stops. You saw people with the experience like Frank Stippler staying out when others just couldn't afford to risk another lap on a drying track or one that was becoming wetter. But with his experience, he was able to keep his cool, keep his calm, and stay out as long as possible to give the team as many options as possible. But today, the variable is not the weather. I'm just wondering how soon Klaus Bachler will be able... He moved from 6th to 5th when he went past Marek Bockmann in the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes not so long ago. His next target is Vincent Kolb, the number 5 Team Phoenix Audi, but that is a good 45 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah.
So that won't be anything happening soon. But what might be happening soon is Kuba Gamasiak getting onto the tail of our race leader. In 2 sectors alone, he's taken the best part of 9 seconds out of Jackson Evans. The 2 previous laps, he's taken 10 seconds out of him and then another 10 seconds out of him. By the end of this lap, it looks like he's going to have a trio of those, and then suddenly that lead that was a minute overnight, then it fell to 24 seconds, went back before the pit stop, so I think it was 26, 28 seconds. Outstanding pace from Team Phoenix and Kuba Gamasiak.
There is that, but the boy is, if he's nothing, he's consistent. But Jackson Evans, the Falcon car number 3 at the front, should indeed have had a minute, virtually a minute's.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure why that got halved.
No.
And right now it's started to I bet they're starting to rue that.
Yeah, but I can't think even if he
take off onto the pit straight, so it's now very much a visual.
There's about 4 seconds, I reckon. Waiting to see 3, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It's there or thereabouts. Down to turn 1, through turn 1 goes Jackson Evans, but the gap was 12.3 seconds. 2.4 at that high shot foreshortened it for me there.
What's 1.6 seconds between friend co-commentators?
No, I know, gets lost in the wash.
Share it with you.
2.48. Let's call it 2.5. But right, those laps, of course, there were slow zones, but 8 minutes 38 for the race leader and 8 minutes. Sorry. Put something in front of my timing screen there. 8 minutes 29. So it was 10 seconds gained, 10 seconds gained, and then 8.5 seconds gained. So that is hugely tidy. That's why the lead is down to next to nothing. So,
but look at those times. You say 10 seconds. It's there. It's in the evidence. Kuba Gamasiak in the Phoenix Audi at 3:29. Not exactly a fast lap, but of course we've got slow zones, haven't we? Jackson Evans in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche leading 8:38.
What you can have in that, the variables would be where the slow zones were if anybody else was hitting them. But the simple fact is, whether with slow zones, whether without, and certainly 2 laps ago it was clear. The previous lap, from one lap before this one. There were interruptions, but it didn't matter if it was a slow zone or not. There was 10 seconds being gained, so it's been 10-second gain, 10-second gain, 9-second gain. Gimasiak, super comfortable, just attacking all the time. Car not looking too leery, in fact, beautifully well balanced. So Team Phoenix, well, they've been here, seen it, done it around the Nordschleife. And gathered many a win over the years. But, you know, we've had times when the Audis haven't been on the pace at all, but in the NLS they've been good sometimes and poor at others, and they've just had to go for the average across the course of a season. And don't forget, of course, we have every weather form through the course of any season here, from spring through summer to autumn, and sometimes winter seems to arrive bit early. And Phoenix, Kuba Gimasiak shared with René Rast in the third round this year at the end of June.
Yes.
And that was their most recent win. But in fact, end of the previous year, Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb, they're the two drivers in the other Phoenix car. They won the last round last October, so one win in each of those years. And in fact, I think their greater days were rather earlier in the history of the championship. But they've always been there or thereabouts. But right now, they seem to have the right car at the right time.
Creeping ever closer, Kuba Gimasiak and the Phoenix Audi starting to, that visual has worked now for him. He's got the back of that Porsche really into his sights now. It's in line with him. He's not far off catching. I'd say that's probably about, that's less than 2.5 seconds, certainly. I would say it's probably about not much of a second, a bit over a second between those two now.
But no cars between them at the moment, so certainly Jackson Evans will be looking for some cars from the slower classes to put between him and try and find half a second. But, you know, he was so far clear when he took the car over. When he came out after his pit stop, there was a slower pit stop for the Phoenix crew, and the gap went out from 29 seconds, I think, before the pit stop to 33 seconds between first and second afterwards. But since then, it's come down and down. And of course,
Jackson Evans struggling with those tyres on that pole,
yeah.
Porsche, I would suggest. No disrespect to Falcon, make them all and make it the team. But suddenly, Kuba Gimasiak's all over the back through the sweepers there, so the fast set to the circuit down. Where are they now? Coming up to Exmuller. It's just gained hand over fist, that Audi. It just seems so much better, sure-footed. Little bit of traffic there. One of the, is that a Ferrari?
Yeah, it's the 39 Ferrari, the blue and white one that had all the braking problems yesterday. And they passed that with ease. Now a couple of cars up in front, and Jackson Evans having to think about it, and that has allowed the gap to come down to just one car length, half a car length. He's guessed wrongly, and around the outside, Jackson Evans got that completely wrong. A TCR class car stayed to the right-hand side of the track, and he decided to go there, and then had to hit the brakes, or certainly come off the power. But in a flash, Kuba Gimasiak said, well, the whole left-hand side, the track was perfect for me. Yep. He flashed past, but it was going to happen come what may.
So how many laps has Evans done in this car now?
Be about 4 laps, I think. This might be the 5th lap since their pit stop, and the same number of laps as Gimasiak has done, but of course Gimasiak was in since the start of the race, whereas Alessio Picariello started the race in the Falcon number 3 Porsche. So
yeah, you're right, he's done 4 laps in the car.
Now, the big question, I suppose, from my point of view is, will Gimasiak do a further stint beyond this? He's in a 2-driver lineup, sharing with Kim Lewis Schramm, whereas of course Jackson Evans has 3 teammates. One's already had a go in the car first thing this morning, Alessio Picariello, but he's got Sven Muller and Joel Eriksson more than happy to take over. So Gimasiak's been pushing really hard, has got that fastest lap of the race, 7 minutes 57.0, which beats his previous one, which was 7 minutes 57.1. So not only fast but consistent. But we saw that yesterday. He seemed to just, regardless of traffic, be able to lap so close to his previous lap almost every lap. I think he did 4 laps in a row, covered. The difference was about 0.1 of a second, which was extraordinary yesterday. Lovely to see the sun over the Nordschleife, because talking through a 6-hour race, you can feel quite tired, but sometimes I find my mood goes down if it's grey and greasy and wet. Actually, it was very entertaining yesterday. We had all of that, but today there's just something about it. The circuit looks absolutely brilliant, and we're seeing, I suppose what we're seeing is what you were mentioning earlier, Peter. It's the fact that yesterday's race was somewhat interrupted according to when teams thought, oh right, the weather's about to change, we really can't do another lap with these tyres. So some teams jumped earlier than others, and it rather broke the pattern up. But today it's fully dry. The weather conditions are perfect now, and they seem as though they're going to stay set fair for the remainder of the race. But yeah, the cars look great. It's awesome. It's the Nürburgring. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. More importantly, we've got 102 cars to watch and to play. So it's a good time, good place.
Well, it's a good place to be for Kuba Gamaziak. Extraordinary drive there. No matter what you say, Jackson Evans did a great job of raising his game yesterday when he needed to. But it's got to be a tyre issue, because
Totally.
There's nothing wrong with his abilities and skills with that Falcon car. It's prepared perfectly, but it just unable to defend that position at all from the charging Gamaziak.
Yeah, and Gamaziak's on Michelin's, and obviously the Falcon tyre is what's on the Falcon Motorsport car, and you just have to go with what you have. But in the mixed condition yesterday, the Falcon tyre was absolutely fabulous, as shown by the pace, particularly as Sven Muller, the Alessio Picariello, when the track was very difficult. Good to see, actually, as Kuba Gamaziak, now in the lead of the race, he's pulled alongside the number 24 Lion Speed car. This is the one that should have been in the top 6 yesterday, but right at the end, a left rear puncture had it limp in, and it's way down the order now. But a question of what might have been for the 24 crew. But they're out. They've got 6 hours to play, but they just simply started very much on the back foot. Right. What were the laps? 8 minutes flat for Kuba Gamaziak. 8 minutes 5 for Jackson Evans. So in fact, Jackson seemed a little more comfortable with the car on that lap.
Yeah.
Maybe actually egged on by having Gamaziak closing onto his tail. So that was, I think, that car's strong lap. But for the 24 Audi, the second of the Lion Speed cars, the quicker of the Lion Speed cars yesterday, it's as you were talking about earlier, they just got to get their head down, concentrate on what they're doing, enjoy the 6 hours here on the Sunday, and just try and accept that they are 72nd overall.
Yes.
And they've only got 39 laps on the board, whereas the race leaders are 9 laps ahead. But
well, the sister car with Simon Riker at the wheel has just pitted, so I'm guessing that's probably, he started the race, didn't he?
Yeah.
In that car, so I'm guessing that's going to hand over to either Florian Sprenger or Jörg Bieban.
Yeah, Bruno can't be with us today.
I'm waiting for the driver tag to update. It looks like it's got Riker at the wheels still, but
I think it probably is, because I didn't notice Riker. I must confess, we had 115 cars to look at yesterday. I did say towards the end, I don't think we've had Riker in the car.
It's got the minimum time.
Yeah,
so
they'll give
double thinking now.
But maybe
they're inside the top 10. Yeah, it looks like it's Riker in the car still. So no driver change there in our 23 Line Speed by Car Collection R8.
And you know what? I'm not saying Simon Riker wouldn't want to race in the rain, but he was the least experienced of the drivers in that car lineup. And if they could leave him this morning when they saw the weather forecast was dry, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, risk-reward ratio. Why risk it if you've got the least experience? It's not necessarily always ability, it's experience. No. Why risk it? Yeah, you've got another 6 hours to come tomorrow, i.e. today.
Yeah, and also sort of within that is simply the fact that he'll have raced on all the German circuits, but he might not have raced that much here. You know, in the longer distance races, you know, largely you see Simon racing in, I think, the ADAC GT Masters Series, but and they do shorter races on different tracks. But this is the Nürburgring, it's the Nordschleife, and yesterday the conditions were very, very difficult indeed. So I think that's probably a very sensible decision, if indeed that was the process they went through. And I mean, I guess in many ways unfortunate for the number 24 crew that the driver who should be quickest in that car, Patrick Niederhauser, was the one who had to limp in on the puncture, so they didn't get to, you know, use the full extent of the Swiss driver's excellence in an Audi.
Sorry, we mentioned the strength of the Porsches on this place, and what we have got 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15 positions, and indeed 16, all with Porsches. At the top, it's just a little bit further than that. Top, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, Porsche, 2 Mercedes, Aston, Audi, Mercedes, top 10.
Top 10. Yeah, now what we do have, which didn't have last...
Veritable mixture.
Yeah, there really is, but at the moment it really does look like the Audi and the Ferraris are the one to have, because in fact Luca Ludwig has also dipped beneath 8 minutes, so 2 drivers beneath that now. Bear in mind that Jackson Evans was an 8-minute 5, while the car in front did an 8-minute flat, the car behind did a 7-minute 59. He clearly just doesn't have the rubber, but press on he will.
Did I say Aston, by the way? Did I say Aston?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether you'd heard or not.
Am I supposed to ring a bell?
Absolutely. When it's inside the top 10, absolutely we are. The Pro Sport run car, the number 17, running in 8th at the moment with Maxime Dumouriez at the wheel. Great to see that car up there now.
Yeah, no, it's shown good speed through the course of the race. It's a little bit...
It's shown consistency as well, which is why it's there. The speed's all well and good, but it's no good over a lap or a second or whatever. We were talking about this before, top of the show yesterday at the start of the race, weren't we? An Audi is a car that's... It may not be the fastest in certain bits, but it's pretty well... You haven't got much variance. It's consistent. It's an 8 or 9 out of 10 everywhere, in all the conditions. Some cars are 9 out of 10, possibly even 10 out of 10 in a certain bit or a certain part of the circuit, or technical or straight line speed, etc. But they might drop down to a 6 or a 7 out of 10 somewhere else. Yeah,
and I really think that good average is what works so well in yesterday's really tricky conditions.
And you feel for is it the 24?
Yeah, 24 Audi.
That's sitting there now, matching the pace of the race leader, but it's in what position would you say?
72nd. It's in the top 72. And I would venture on this lap will break into the top 70. But alas for them, as I said, weren't they 9 laps down? They've got 39 laps on the board. Yeah, they're 9 laps down still.
But the race leader yesterday finished 39 laps or 38 laps, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah, it's 38 to 39, I could tell you, if I click on my screen. But last time I clicked on my screen, I nearly lost everything on it, so that was a bit of fun. But,
as I've said to you many times at school, don't touch it, Joe. 38
laps was after 6 hours, so if we had another, well, hopefully more than that today, because we haven't got running in the wet.
Talking the 24 Lion Speed car collection car, he said, are they actually going to unlap themselves?
Pride is a wonderful thing.
Absolutely. You've got to admire it. So Vincent Kolb at the wheel of that.
Patrick Kolb.
Patrick Kolb, my apologies.
The other brother.
The other brother in the other car.
Yeah, with Milan Doncic, Dennis Vetzer, Patrick Niederhauser, who had to limp it home, and Lorenzo Rocco. Great to see the sunshine though. Makes the world of difference, and this circuit just never ceases to astound me. If it was twice the width, it'd be half the circuit, I think. It's the narrowness that really makes it so magical. Yes, the topography is fantastic, but it just emphasises it so much, the precision required to achieve what you need to around these 170 plus turns, plus the weather. Now, one of the things that I said, there's so much show going on at the Nürburgring. I can now tell you why yesterday at various points we spotted a lot of smoke in the air when you had a shot looking from the Mercedes arena back up past the paddock. It's the Falcon Drift show. You've got assorted shapes of BMWs, being able to pick them out. They're going around the cone, super sideways. And this whole element of drifting has become so big. We really enjoyed it at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in particular, when they come up a very narrow hill, a bit like a half-width Nürburgring, if you will. But here on the Nordschleife, next to the entrance to the Nordschleife, so just to the right of the driver's right as they turn into the first Sabine Schmitz curve, we've got the drift zone, and clearly that is why there's a lot of tyre smoke up there, rather than, as we thought, people being overzealous, setting fire to setting alight their barbecues in the evening. Big group of fans taking a look. Oh, and it's a drift race taxi. Does that mean you can be... How many people are going to come coughing and spluttering out of the back of that, blinded by the smoke? Certainly our presenter down there is looking as though he'd rather like some fresh air after a face full of rubber smoke. But there at the back of the paddock, at the end of the paddock, some people being disgorged, slightly, probably discombobulated, I'd reckon there, Peter.
So the back of the disorientated. Yes.
That's another word with dis, isn't it? We'll try that one later.
Yeah. Disarming the skill, isn't it? What is it? Falcon tyres, obviously Falcon Motorsport, Porsches. But the drift cars are all BMWs.
But bear in mind, last year their other race car was a BMW M6. So
True. And they're actually using an M6 here. I don't think it's one of the old race cars.
No, certainly isn't. But people who are climbing out looking suitably reshaped.
Used, yes. Well, just described as an experience. And I think that's exactly what they're experiencing.
You want that experience, but actually fairly soon you want it to stop, I think is the case. That moment, like on a roller coaster, if you suddenly lose your bearings and you can't react to what's coming up ahead because your head's lolling in the other direction.
Like a dear friend of mine that had an incident on a VLN race years and years ago in, would it be Zolder? We ran a VLN race at Zolder? Some of that. Anyway, one of those sort of races in a Opel.
Okay.
And he did barrel roll it, which was most unlike him. It was at the start of somebody else's accident, but had to avoid something. Hit a curb, as you say, and it picked it up, but unfortunately it went bonnet to boot. And he was absolutely fine. The car was destroyed, but the everlasting memory of the video inside was that very quickly put his hands across his chest because he was there. And it was about 2 rolls in of about 5 or 6 when all he could hear on his own, please make it stop. That's all he could hear.
A very, very wise person indeed. But great to see the happy faces, the slightly confused and drivers needing to recalibrate the passengers in the car from those drift cars. But a great show, and now at least we have an answer as to why we had all the tyre smoke off in the distance without any reports of any accidents or drivers going off.
Well, we looked at the ticker, we accused the barbecuers, didn't we, of starting early? We had all sorts of conspiracy theories going on, Bruce, and as you said, in the end, it was the Falcon Drift Show. That's all it was.
Frankly, there was nobody we didn't blame, but that's just how it goes. So Kuba Gimasiak having a wonderful run, just getting a little bit held up by a Renault Clio round the back.
Needed a wonderful run up the back of a Clio there. That was quite close.
Yeah. Well, his margin over Jackson Evans was 6 seconds. It didn't go out by much because Jackson Evans did an 8:07, so responding to the pressure, but the Ferrari behind and the Audi in front were both quicker. So Jackson Evans is still sitting on a tidy advantage over the third place Ferrari, 35 seconds, but with each lap it's coming down, and with each lap our race leader is pulling further clear. That's Kuba Gimasiak. I don't know if he's going to do a further stint beyond this one, make it a treble stint for him at the start of the race. He only has one teammate, Gimasiak, sharing his car with Kim Lewis Schramm, but that green, red and white Audi has looked quick in any conditions when the track was wet, but particularly now the track is dry. Goes past the other Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Just double checking that's correct. There is a third car with Falcon livery in a junior class, which I think is one of those.
Class, not the number 4 car, is it? No.
Nope. Number 4 car being driven by Klaus Beckler. Yeah, he's lapping at a better pace today than the sister car, whereas yesterday it was all about the number 3 crew, but today the number 4 911 seems to be hooked up far better for these drier conditions, whereas in the changing conditions yesterday, certainly the sister car, and we couldn't work out why, but there was a notable difference between them in terms of their lap pace. Didn't matter which of the drivers were in any of those, but it always seemed the number 3 had the answer to the question. But today it's the number 4, but they don't have as good an answer as Kuba Gimasiak has in that team Phoenix Audi. It just seems on top of all the conditions at all times.
So Gimasiak and Evans both done 6 laps. Evans' fastest lap 8:05, his average being at 8:16, whereas we know Gimasiak's fastest lap is 7:57, and his average of his run so far is 8:08. So 8 seconds quicker on average of his stint, 6 laps apiece.
Well, that sort of tells a story, doesn't it? So what can be changed? Nothing needs to be changed.
I'm intrigued where that 30 seconds went at the beginning, and I don't want to keep banging on about it, but we said they should have started effectively a minute 59 seconds apart. As per, we waxed lyrical about that for a while, and it just didn't happen. They started, was it 24?
At the end of the first flying lap, it went down to 24 seconds. Then it started going out a little bit. Picariello was gaining. Then we had the pit stops, and then thereafter, it's just gone backwards. But yeah, if anybody can find the missing 30 seconds, please hand it in at race control. Lap pace. No reward whatsoever.
Salzburg können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Gesangverein.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
More on the ball. I don't know. I'm just throwing out theories there, but certainly if his tyres are up to temperature, you don't expect Picariello to be hanging around. But the fact he was still working them so hard a third of a lap later when he went on to the following lap, it's an interesting one out there. But you know, you don't quite need Sherlock Holmes to the mystery of the missing 30 seconds, but it is something we have to consider.
So we've got I'll get the correct Kolb this time. We have got the number 5 car into build, which is Vincent Kolb in the other Phoenix Audi. That's a car that started 4th overall yesterday, and it's still running in 4th, would you believe? Car number 5, not to confuse. That's into the pit as well, so there might be a driver change there. And 6th place car in is also the Schnitzelauer Mercedes. The leading cars are out, and it's the driver change on both cars. We've got Kim Lewis Schramm in the Audi now, and Muller in the Falcon Motorsports. That's Sven Muller out in the number 3 car.
So he was the driver that started the race in the number 3 yesterday, and he's the driver who finished the race last night. He was the one who got 2 goes in that 4-driver lineup, but much simpler for Phoenix Racing. Kuba Gimasiak and Kim Lewis Schramm are the only drivers in that car. It's a 2-driver lineup, as is the sister car, which we will now call the continuity car. The number 5 Audi, you mentioned it started 4th, it's running 4th, and you know what? It finished 4th at the end of 6 hours last night. So very, very consistent. But when that gets wound up, when we get, so that's quite I'm just waiting to see if we'll get get Frank Stippler hopping aboard that number 5, because we've had Vincent Colvin since the start of the race. And we'll have to see the sort of pace that Kuba Gimasiak had run. He got down to 7 minutes 57.0. He also did a 7 minute 57.1 second lap. That was astonishing. What sort of speed his teammate Kim Lewis Schramm can wind it up to, we'll see on his first flying lap as to how comfortable, how soon is in that car. And if indeed Sven Muller can wring a little bit more out of the Falcon tyres on the number 3 Porsche in second place. Bear in mind, they're 11 seconds apart at the moment. We'll see if the gap goes up or comes down.
Of course, don't forget, this is the first 12-hour race we've run at NLS. We've obviously had the 24-hour earlier this year, which isn't part of the NLS series, but it kind of is. It's not officially, it's not part of the NLS Championship, but all those first few rounds before that, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many rounds roll before, it's the one that everybody goes for. It's the big one, and that's proven by the fact that people tail off afterwards. We've got no Manthey, no Grello this time. A few of the cars haven't got front car running cars we have normally early in the season, but we have got 3 rounds of this series to come still after this, running up until November the 5th. Remember,
you've absolutely spot on with all of that, but I really also think I see this 12-hour as something very, very different. The way they've made it so it's not a 12-hour bash all in one go. It really is with the teams in mind, and the drivers will feel as though they've had 2 separate races, because yesterday was wet, today is dry, but it gives them so much track time, and this is what they really, really want. And I really understand that more and more drivers are going towards longer races. The regular NLS gives them plenty of driving time, but this gives them sort of 3 times more, 4 times more, according to the length of the race. So you can understand why the people involved, and it's not only the pro drivers, that's the very essence of the NLS. It's much, much more than that. And you can imagine for a lot of what we can call them club races, they're national racers who are racing on an international circuit, they want the track time. And you know what? You don't want to be putting, I know the November race is force majeure because we had one off to snow, but you don't want to be putting your race that's 12 hours into October or early November. That would be chancing your arm. But early September, it's working an absolute treat. The drivers who were slithering around yesterday might have thought it was difficult, but right now they're thinking, this is fine. Sunshine over the Nürburgring. It's always fabulous. And this morning, great to see after low cloud and rain yesterday. We had the restart, the cars being set off at timed intervals according to their gap behind the race leading car at the end of 6 hours, which was the number 3 Porsche. That was the first one to kick off, and it had an advantage of 59.9 seconds over the second car in the race last night. But of course, other cars were laps down and were very close to it at the checkered flag. So the next car to set off was the number 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. But it really seemed when the code 60 was released, once the last car went onto the track, that suddenly almost more than half of that minute advantage disappeared. The Octane 126 Ferrari was only 24 seconds in arrears, and that was being caught by Kuba Gimasiak in the Team Phoenix Audi, the number 16. There's some great racing in the Porsche Cup class car. But then Bjorn Grossman's second place was no more, because the green, red and white Audi just came flashing by. Kuba Gimasiak decided, we were debating, will we get to a lap under 8 minutes? Boom, there's one. 7 minutes 57. Here's another one, 7 minutes 57. And just astonishing. So up into second place, chased down Jackson Evans after they both had pit stops. And the lead is now in the hands of Kim Lewis Schramm, who's taken over from Kuba Gimasiak. But replays of the move that took the lead Jackson Evans in the lead, number 3 Porsche. Just guessed completely wrongly where 2 cars that are running at a slower pace were going to be. Went to driver's right. They stayed on driver's right. And thank you very much, said Kuba Gimasiak, into the lead of the race he went, and then simply pulled clear. Unfortunately, the Ferrari fell away from the pace. Now in the hands of Luka Ludwig, it's getting back into the mix, but it's sitting nearly 30 seconds down on the number 3 Porsche, now in the hands of Sven Muller, but it's looking very good for Kim Lewis Schramm and that number 16 Audi leading the way very nicely indeed. 11 seconds clear at the end of the last lap. I sense it's going to be more than that this time around, because again, that number 3 Porsche is still struggling in these drier conditions. Oh, Ludwig's just dived into the pits. Sorry, to complete my thought, I was thinking they're all on the same race strategy, and suddenly hold on, I think the Ferrari just came in a lap down on the others, a lap after they did. Just looking at his pace has been quite good, but he's still 30-something seconds down.
Back into the pit.
That's
been shown as out already.
I thought it had as well.
Yeah. No, I think
I'm just in that limbo land where you start questioning yourself, questioning your timing screen. So you're going to look in the back of your television set and see what you can find.
Well, I'm going to back you up and say I think that's come back. Could he come back that quickly though? I'd be surprised.
Well, I don't think, I'm not entirely sure it pitted before. Actually, we talked about Schramm. No, we had the top 5 come in, didn't we?
We did, because we said the 2 came in together.
I was beginning to wonder if it went round the back.
That's exactly
the back route didn't do the full lap.
Has it come back in because it hasn't had the time to do a full lap of the Nordschleife? I'm wondering exactly that, Bruce. Has it gone out? Because those 2 definitely came in, because it was.
Bjorn Grossman handed over to Luka Ludwig. Ludwig did the next stint, but. Okay, that is one of the. Okay, we're seeing the 126 Ferrari in the pits. Driver being spoken to. It's Luka Ludwig. Or is that Bjorn Grossman? Yellow and blue helmet. Just need to get up close. No, it's Luka Ludwig. On board, you can see a sort of version of his father's helmet with those 2 blue flashes up the side. His father, of course, being Klaus Ludwig, who won everything that was required. Right, the number 4 Porsche's in the pits, having a pit stop now. That's Klaus Bechler. And he's having some bodywork adjustments at the front end of his Porsche. It looks though put a new nose being put on.
Being changed on the front of that car.
Maybe that's bounced over a curb and damaged the splitter and other things that suddenly make it less friendly. No work going on now on the Octane 126 that I can see. It looks so maybe it's just having being refueled. Just waiting to see. Go wide on the shot. Not even sure they're refueling it at the moment. Right. What I can tell you, though, is Kim Lewis Schramm coming through to start another lap. That will put him into the lead of the race. But what's the gap back to the Sven Muller Porsche, number 3? That goes through 9 seconds down. So the Porsche is now catching, that's the first time in this race, the number 3 Porsche on the Sunday has had the legs on the number 16 Audi. But Kim Lewis Schramm may be playing himself in gently. Sven Muller, who was one of the 2 quicker drivers, I think, in that number 3 Porsche yesterday, giving chase and just closing it slightly, but let's see what they can manage. There might have been a little bit of traffic that affected Kim Lewis Schramm on that lap. There is traffic, including the GT4 class Aston Martin, passed very easily there by Sven Muller.
Ferrari coming out of the pits, but I'm doing that thing like as you just suggested, Bruce, of doubting yourself. I'm just uncertain why that gold Ferrari has been into the pits and out again. Luka Ludwig at the wheel of that still, as you'd expect.
I'm just beginning to wonder if we were confused between the first pit stop and the second pit stop. Of course, the cars did, I think, 4 laps this morning, the front runners, and then made a pit stop. They've then had their second round, but now let's look at the
claiming that Ludwig's done 8 laps.
Okay, so they were slow in for this. They were a lap later in for their second pit stop, as was Klaus Bechler in the number 4 Porsche. Bechler still in the pits. Ludwig has left in the Octane 126 Ferrari, but in time we will see who goes out in the number 4. But Klaus Bechler started that this morning, so I think he will change over to any of Ayhan Canguven, Komi Ledegar or Martin Ragginger. Just waiting for that to leave the pits, but obviously it came in a little while after the number 26 Ferrari. Right, what is the pace of our race leader? Is he being caught? That's Kim Lewis Schramm when I talk of the race leader in the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. Is he being caught by the Falco Motorsport Porsche, now in the hands of Sven Muller? Yes, he was marginally on the previous lap, but on this lap, starting to wind it up. Starting to go towards the natural pace of that number 16 Audi. Good news, the Lexus is still in the race. But you know, we were talking about race liveries and how a white car with black on the flanks makes them look longer. We thought that looked incredibly long. And the Walkenhorst number 34 BMW that went out of the race yesterday looked bigger than a normal BMW. But size difference, as an overhead camera shot, was looking down on the race-leading Audi, the little R8 NMS Evo, and it just looked so much smaller than the Lexus. The Lexus would need 1.5 parking spaces when parallel parking. Extraordinary to have such enormous size difference.
Right, so 26 and 4 didn't pit. They have now driving change on number 4 car.
Yep, Ayhan Şengüven is a Turkish Porsche racer, inserted to the car and out of the pit lane he goes. Oh yes, Kim Lewis Schramm was fairly cautious on his first flying lap out of the pits. He's now starting to pick up the pace, and again it's not good news for the Falco Motorsport crew because Sven Muller not able to respond every timing sector on the lap so far. He's fallen back a little further. So if you look and listen around the Falco Motorsport garage, you'll be watching or hearing a rain dance, I would think. They probably want a different surface because right now the circuit in dry conditions is looking very much a happy hunting ground for the Audis in particular, but most notably the number 16. And that's the car that will be leading the race at the end of this lap. Well, effectively he's leading it now because we had Luca Ludwig come out of the pits on their pit stops. They've slotted in behind it. Also Ayhan Şengüven in the number 4, the sister car to the number 3 Porsche that's still in that second place.
10th place car is just pitted as well. That's Nicholas Bjorn with number 2 car, the Schnitzel Mercedes. As indeed does 11th place Kramer Racing Porsche GT3 with Marek Bokun at the wheel of that.
So it's this unusual circumstance when many cars in this field started with effectively half a stint to do this morning, because that's where they were. They were halfway through their stint last night when we reached the 6-hour point in the race and the checkered flag was waved. The tyres had to stay on the car. The cars were in parc fermé, all parked out on the grid. So another 3 or 4 laps for them this morning, and then they've run to their more normal stint length of 7 or 8 laps, the front running cars, and come in again. So it's you might think, why did they only do half a stint? That's why, because they'd already used half of their tyre life in the final few laps last night. But it does, I mean, you could say yesterday that tomorrow was another day. It most certainly is, but I do feel as though we're seeing 2 races. I know they're all part of the 12 hours, this experimental and I think very successful Nürburgring 12 hours thus far. But one was in rain and glossy weather today. Beautiful.
So we've had a 6-hour race earlier this season already in this series, so 6, 12, and of course standard 4 hours. And so you alluded earlier that the drivers like these longer races, the drivers and the teams prefer these longer races. Who'd have thought a 4-hour race of all places, the Nürburgring, would become
a short one?
A short one, and become like,
know.
We'll use that to test for the big races, shall we?
You know, it's just showing the evolution of a championship, and when you run a championship where you expect and where you expect 120 something cars at every round, but some of the big ones you have 160, you've got to listen to your customers, and your customers are the one who are coming to play. And you can see the evolution. And one thing that really impresses me is the simple fact that with the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, much like the VLN as it was before, they listen to their clients and they evolve. They think about ideas. The way they kept the racing going through the pandemic was remarkable, and they came up with brilliant ideas to make sure it could happen. It's not like they just had to have a 20-car field. You've got space for those. They had to think in the days of social distancing how they could make it work. Brilliant idea. Have the line under the pit building, through the paddock, snaking around past your refueling points. That kept the spacing for this super packed field of cars, and for so many people that was sort of the highlight of the last couple of years, that they could keep racing on their favourite circuit.
I hate to repeat it, but it gave us the template.
Totally.
Of how to go back to racing. And just thinking that if you just do the maths, think it out there, in just a 10-minute lap, roughly, call it 180 corners a lap. That's just over 1,000 corners an hour. Never mind gear changes. That's just direction changes of the car. No wonder they go through tyres.
Yeah.
In a 4-hour race, let's call it 4,000 corners. It's an odd way of looking at it, but or a different way of looking at it, but it makes you think.
It also makes me think which drivers you wouldn't want in your cars, because some of them can't manage a 12-corner lap and have an uncanny ability not to understand the circuit map. But that is part of the
business, aren't you, Jones? Always thinking of business.
But the appeal of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's universal, and that's why we've got several all-Japanese crews here, because they love the challenge. And also, when the rain falls, Japanese drivers are no strangers to heavy rain. And I always, when you used to have the European drivers in particular in the 80s through to the 90s, so many racing in Japan, they all came back as better drivers. They all came back as drivers who could work on many different sorts of tyres and understand the spectrum and range performance of those tyres. And certainly you can understand drivers who came from countries that don't have a great deal of rain.
Well, it used to be
lost
as
out
part of
accordingly.
the licence video when it was MS UK, it is MS UK, and when it was MSA, the governing body of motorsport in the United Kingdom, part of their video for getting your basic entrance level licence, your National B, part of it was, I think it was Steve Dietz at the time that fronted it. Shout out to Steve. Used to be the instructor at Silverstone.
Your socks remind me of Steve Deeks' helmet, actually, his helmet livery. Multicoloured.
Rather grubby. But it was one of the phrases he used. It's, if you're going to race in England, you're going to race in the rain. And I always remember that. It's so true, similar to Japan. Japan would have the monsoon conditions. You say there was no stranger to. Wasn't a bit of drizzle. We'd have that in the UK. But I mean, I can remember doing a race at Donington years ago, where it was I think trucks were the big movers support race to the trucks. But it was so foggy you couldn't see the marshal post apart, therefore couldn't win the race. So what they did was they were going to lead us round. No, they couldn't even do that for qualifying. So what they did was very simply just said, right, the grid is determined by championship positions, not last race or anything you've done here. Championship positions, which was great for us because we didn't have to turn a wheel. We're on pole. It was great. It's like, brilliant. Everything saved. Win-win.
And in fact, that's another element you learn about here. We've had races where we just simply couldn't start on the Nordschleife because of fog. And you mentioned fog at Donington. I remember doing attempting to do a Jim Russell Racing School Formula Ford race there, but the fact we couldn't see the hands on the end of our arms meant that we had to wait, and then eventually, you can't start saying, no, it's fine, we can go. Yes, it's improved, but you still can't see more than 50 metres ahead of you, so it's ergo not safe. And certainly one of the elements here, and it has been very frustrating when the fog has become too bad, you simply have to stand and wait. That's all you can do. But again, it's all about learning this amazing circuit. It's all about experiencing it in all its glory, but it has some pretty gnarly glory as well, the sort of glory you don't want to be near, but that's part of the package. That's why I have lots of drivers in the lineup, so they can all have a go when the conditions are really foul. Right, front of the race, Fulco Motorsport, gaining or losing? Last time it gained, 9.2 seconds is the deficit, so Sven Muller matching and slightly exceeding Kim Lewis-Schramm. They're going faster and faster, but only half a second clawed back, but is that the turning point for Fulco Motorsport? It was all going the opposite way. Their lead overnight of a fraction under a minute is now second place, but it's not extending. It's going back in the opposite direction. Track conditions absolutely dry. The leaves on the trees not yet turned, but I think after this the heat wave through the summer, we might have some glorious colours for the next round of the NLS coming to us very shortly indeed. It's a sort of a fabulous end to the season. Here we are in September. We've say 3 more to go because we've
Yeah, we've got 3 more to go. We've got a slight break now. We've had the summer break. Obviously, the last round was the 9th of July. Sorry. So we've had almost a 2-month break here. This is the 12-hour standard. We've got the one of your favourite ones on the 8th of October, the Barbarossa Prize.
Ah, yes, indeed.
4-hour race, so 3 4-hour races to go. Then we have the Paget Racing 46 DMV Munsterland Pokal on the 22nd of October, and then we finish, of course, with NLS 2 at the end of the season on the 5th of November, being the Namex DMV 4-hour race. So 3 more races to go for this.
So that gives us a scope for monsoon, for snow and for hail. plus fog.
And cancellation.
Nah, they'll just run it in December for the Brave.
That's all right. That's okay. We don't mind that.
The equivalent of the Boxing Day battle for the plum pudding race, wasn't it, at Mallory Park?
It was.
For those that simply couldn't face looking at the Christmas jumper they'd been given, a chance to get out of the house. And then, of course, just hope and pray for the weather. Now it's got a big close-up of that 969 Porsche Cayman that had that monster twitch. We had an aerial camera shot where it just got too close to the car in front, had to adjust position, and a big twitch to the left, to the right. That's a team that's very well placed in the championship because Mauro Calamia, even Giacomo, sharing with Kai Rima, and Roberto Pampanini this weekend. But Calamia, Giacomo and Rima, I seem to recall it from my notes, they're third overall in the overall championship, which is, it just doesn't matter which class you're in, it's how many points you scored according to your class position. And they, I think, are either second or third. I need to find that piece of paper. But I think they were second overall. But we've got one crew that has won each of the rounds so far, scored maximum points. So they're the outstanding leaders. They're from the VT2R class. That piece of paper over there, he said, shuffling around. So it's Oscar Sandberg, Sindri Setsus and Daniel Ziltz who are the overall championship leaders. And yes, that pink Porsche Cayman of Calamia, Giacomo and Rima is second overall. So that could have blotted their copybook if they dropped the car, and it was easier to fail at that point than to succeed, as the car was snapping left and snapping right about half an hour ago. So they stay in the overall hunt, but as Peter pointed out, with 3 more rounds to come, there is plenty of scope for positions to change. But the hardest thing isn't just scoring points, it's making sure you do so in every round. And that's always the story of any particular championship. But the fact that only one crew has done that so far, maximum points in each of the rounds, that is why they're leading overall. It's the Adrenaline Motorsport team, Altsner Automotive, BMW 320i. It's in a class with 10 runners. Sorry, it's a 330i, that's inflation for you. But Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg, Sindri Setsus, car number 500. I'm just going to see how they're faring in class. Last time I checked yesterday, they were leading the class. Newsflash, they're leading the class today, 35th position overall. Next car in their class is 42nd, and more important, it's on the same lap, but a nice tidy advantage in terms of time there. So excellence, it runs across the championship. Whichever class you're in, it's about speed, it's about consistency, it's about not making mistakes. And Sindri Setsus is the driver at the wheel right now. Sindri, I seem to remember, did very well in some of the digital NNS races when we couldn't go racing in full metal, and did so, to my eye, by far the best of the digital platforms. The graphics, the accuracy of this amazing circuit just really did take my breath away. And the reality, the realism, the fact that I noticed after 5 minutes, I hadn't even thought about the fact anymore that it was digital racing. You looked at some of the other series, naming none, no need to, but they were so pixelated and heavy and slow in comparison. And I'd have thought the hardest task of anything was to get it right for the anything on the Nordschleife. Yeah. And yet the people who put that together, I mean, absolutely phenomenal. They'll have jobs for life. Gosh, whatever that is.
What's a job?
Yes, retention. So we're nearly 2.5 hours into this running, but don't forget that the full race running, the race started at 10 o'clock local time. We're at 12:20 now, but it was next closest thing to 20 minutes, wasn't it, after the start of this 6-hour second part of the Nürburgring 12 hours before it went green around the circuit, and that meant everybody could go at full race pace. Right, now 9.2 seconds was the gap between first and second. Kim Lewis-Schramm starts another lap. He's lost a little bit more, 8.4 seconds. So now Sven Muller is getting that car to go. Gained 0.8 of a second. So maybe as the temperatures are creeping up, suddenly the Falco Motorsport slicks the things to have. Who knows? But Frank Stippler, by the way, has set the fastest lap of the race last time around. During highlights and things, I failed to notice a 7 minutes 57.6. No, not the fastest of the race, but the second fastest car. The fastest of the race is still the race-leading Audi, number 16, also from the Team Phoenix camp, so they've got a very good setup. But certainly Frank Stippler improving on the pace of Vincent Kolb. No disgrace there, because Frank knows this circuit forwards, backwards, sideways, and is proving that again. And in fact, his middle sector of this lap is the fastest anyone has managed at all as yet. So certainly Team Phoenix, one win in the NLS so far this year, looking very good for another. Will they have both cars up on the podium? Is Frank Stippler catching the car in front? Yes, he is. He's 10.5 seconds down, so the Octane 126 Ferrari maybe is looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment. And that's with Luca Ludwig at the wheel. 8:05, perfectly acceptable lap. Right, Frank Stippler at 10.5 seconds in arrears, and gaining with every sector around every point of the lap. So Frank just did a 7:57, listen to this, Peter, followed by a 7:59. I said he knows his circuit, knows what he's doing, but clearly the Phoenix Audi is just the perfect tool today.
Well, we said it yesterday, didn't we, that it was a car that was probably not necessarily the fastest, but the most consistent across any situation that you could throw at it, and the Nürburgring always throws variables. Weather, corners, traffic, multi-class, intervention vehicles, unimogs, still being carried around in the back of barriers in the back of a truck on the unimog. You name it. Apart from wildlife, which is one of the things you never seem to get at the Nürburgring. We've had it on other circuits, and certainly bizarre places like sort of Bathurst. You get roos on the track, mate.
Oh, that's that fabulous shot taken about 3 years ago. The car coming over the skyline with I think it was an Audi R8 LMS, and alongside is a ruse silhouetted against the sky. But where else do we get wildlife? You get, of course, the Montreal circuit. You've got those little marmots or whatever they're called that stick their head up. But why not here? There must be so much in the forest. Again.
Yeah, and tomorrow. Appearing all week.
Yeah, on show. Oh, dearie me. Frank Stippler was in the outside of a sandwich, which is better than the middle part, because you had 3 cars. He was on the outside, and Porsche Cayman going up the inside, and in between, unfortunately, was a BMW that got squeezed. But Frank, there he is, charging in 4th place, did not want to get caught out, but you know what, sometimes being on the outside is the better place to be. So just one of those Nürburgring Nordschleife moments. I'm still going through wildlife. I did go for a little walk around the Irangatu Katai circuit when I was in Madras, or Chennai as it's now called, and someone said, did you just walk out through that long grass? So it's the slithery variety. Now looking at the replay, 2 into 1 often doesn't go, but 3 into 1, and there was a full side-on swipe. The 677 BMW couldn't get out of the way because it had a yellow Porsche Cayman trying to dive up one side. Frank Stippler going around the outside. And that is not the sort of thing that helps cars, but it was fully side-on-side, so at least that does reduce the impact. But the car in 4th place may not look quite as pristine as it did before.
Well, I put the 952, didn't it, onto the track, off the track, which I think has...
Oh, it's got a puncture.
It's got a... Well, I'm not sure it has. I think it's done since with the tracking. I can't see a puncture on it.
It's always hard. Why are tires black? They're so hard to pick out. But
or we should paint the colour, track a different colour, shouldn't they? But the 952 is now travelling very slowly. This is the GT4S CS Cayman. I think Rink.
Christopher Rink, who's multiple championship winner, along with Philip Stahlschmidt and Francesco Malini. But that's coming home slowly. So unfortunately, that's what we talk about, how out of nowhere a moment can come that can affect your race. Fortunately for them, how far around the lap are they?
Very selfishly highlighting Frank Stippler there, highlighting Frank Stippler having an issue there, but also it's affected Rink as well. It's put them out of place, and he was entirely innocent in that. It was the BMW couldn't get out of the way, and if anything, tried to move slightly to the right out of the way of the Rink Porsche to let it through. Therefore, just tapped the Audi. That then came back, and all of a sudden he had to move the other way, and then took the Porsche on the grass. So it's one of those cause and effect. It was only 1, 2, 3, and it's had that effect. And the Porsche now, that's really changed the face of their race. Frank Stippler having a moment on the grass there, getting it all together again, though. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is a certain Mr. Muller closing down on Schramm?
No, he has. The last couple of laps, I said a short while ago that the tide, is it now turning? And it certainly is. Whether it be turning if we still had Kuba Gimasiak.
So I thought that was a weather report when he said the tide was turning. Sorry.
I think you thought I was doing the highlights yesterday. That was the tide across the track.
I thought you'd moved into a new area and doing shipping forecast.
Dogger Bank. So
better than the other way around.
It is 8.5 seconds, the gap between first and second. Looking at the time intervals this lap, it ebbs and it flows, but the general change in the tide is the fact that Sven Muller is indeed continuing his charge to go back closer. Jackson Evans just was losing it. Right, let's have a little look at the classes.
He's thinking but couldn't get anything, so he's carried on.
Trying to keep it as a family show, keep it clean.
Yeah, well, there is always that, yes.
SP9 Pro, of course, it's Kim Lewis-Schramm leading in the number 16.
They're just showing the 514 BMW, I think that's a 330, 320 to 330, depending on inflation, going through the arena area. But that's got a big time mark inside. That's from that Porsche.
Yeah.
And when it collected the Audi, wasn't it? The Phoenix Audi. So that's nothing one to dual skin, to say the least. You did say it was completely side on side, but
yeah, it's car art, as they call it.
It could, yeah, well, Andy Warhol, eat your heart out. It could have been so different for all three of those there. At the end of it, I wouldn't have liked to have been in any one of those cars in that situation, to be honest.
We talked about this before, but there are certain points on the circuit where the curbing is really at an angle, and they almost got enclosed in 2.5 cars width with 3 cars in it. You can see the cars are out on both sides bouncing off the curbing, but the nature of the beast was that the Audi was the fastest.
That's exactly the point. You said it can change in the blink of an eye, but it then has the knock-on effect of you just get put on the grass there because somebody tries to move out of your way. You've got no choice. You're entirely innocent. But it can be the place of the track, and we were describing earlier, curbing, as you said, where it's chamfered, smooth, or not. But that's a place where you wouldn't normally go. You would never think of being there, but all of a sudden you hit it. Over you go. You can do dampers, you can do toe links, suspension, sidewalls on tyres, and just trying to keep out of an accident. The logical thing is you always try and avoid other cars. Don't care what drivers say, you should avoid the accident. You think, oh, I'll go across the grass, it's a straight line there, I'll nip over. But then you realise the curb isn't quite as gentle as you thought. And then the team are going, well, why did you do that? I was trying to not hit the car in front.
I was on track right, then I was on track left, moments later, bounced off it right. Again, you know what I love in a timing screen, you can see where people are, you can see their timing intervals, but when it changes colour, that means someone's improving, and suddenly a really quick lap from Landgraf Motorsport, running in 7th place, Julian Apostolos, 8 minutes 2. That's one of the quickest laps we've had in the race. Yes, still the gold standard is Kuba Gimasiak, 7 minute 57. The only other car that's got below, 2 other cars have got below 8 minutes. Luca Ludwig in the Octane 126 Ferrari that's still in 3rd place, but being hunted down by Frank Stippler, who's also got below 8 minutes, 7 minutes 57. So 3 crews have got beneath so far. Time of plenty in dry track
Stipler's
conditions.
Last lap was at 57.
Yeah.
Which is the interesting thing there, because
he did a 57, then a 59. Yeah. No, so
I think we've got some footage at the moment. Just see it's rare to see it out in this race so far. That's the 39. No, of course, as soon as I mention it, it goes into the pits, doesn't it? So that's the 39 Racing 1 Ferrari that's had
Jody Fannin bringing that in. They're 27 laps in arrears, but all of that was yesterday. The fastest lap at 8 minutes 13, so they've still got pace to find. But if you're not confident with your brakes, and the track was wet track, not confident with the brakes, that was last night, not a good combination. But hopefully for them, they'll get some proper lapping in today. 6 hours can provide plenty of entertainment. And it's actually great to see the light are glinting.
Just trying to look at what
Ferrari looking great.
That Jody Fannin did. It's not dating from here. This can't be right.
What are you looking for? Jody's in that stint.
Yeah, just there's the car being viewed again and
dropped down with gusto onto terra firma. So Jody, who yesterday did very short stints, is staying on board.
Okay, so Fannin staying in the car. I'm just updating. Here we go. As you said, to find that car, unfortunately, you go down to the bottom and bounce back up. It is actually right at the bottom. Well, it says it's done. Scholl did the first stint in that car, which would
Constantine Scholl.
Correct. Did the first 26 laps?
Well, I doubt that, because that'd be
It's an hour and 12.
Three stints of eight and a half laps each, effectively. Plus an extra half lap to get back to the pits.
Doesn't seem to make sense.
No, that makes no sense.
This is what the screen is telling me. Then it then says that Jody Fannin did 1 lap followed by no laps. No, by another 1 lap.
Well, the car's only done 28 laps all in, so it wouldn't be constant.
Yes, what it's saying is that Constant Scholl did 26 of those, and then Jody Fannin did 2 1-lap stints. Lap 27 and lap 28. It doesn't make much sense.
No, because we also saw Will Tregurtha in the car yesterday.
Correct.
Yeah. Hey ho. It will be sorted out, I am sure.
Refresh one more time just to see.
And it won't make them race leaders, because there's no way you can suddenly erase all the laps of those who managed to run.
Still not making any sense, that one.
So we're rattling through. We've got under 3.5 hours remaining, and don't forget it's not it's 2 6-hour races, but it's just not that really. It's a 12-hour race with a break in the middle, and the cars were restarted at the same timing intervals they were apart at close of play yesterday evening. And we started yesterday in what we thought were dry grey conditions. We discovered on the formation lap it was wet at the far side of the circuit. The next 4.5 hours of the 6 hours it was changeable weather, to put it mildly. But today it's been dry since the outset. The cars all set off under code 60 conditions with those timing intervals maintained, and the extraordinary thing was the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche that set off with a 59.9 second advantage over the next car in the overall ranking. That was the Ferrari, the Octane 126 Ferrari, and that in short order disappeared, went straight down to 24 seconds. Since then it's not only been caught but passed by the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. So things have changed an awful lot. They changed very quickly. It's certainly rather caught us out, and if it caught us out, imagine how you felt if you were Falken Motorsport. But they're number 3, running well now in second place overall, closing in now just 6.7 seconds down on Kim Lewis-Schramm. So 3 consecutive laps on which the gap has come down. 54 laps on the board, 6.7 seconds between them. That's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all. We're still running, what is it, 2nd and 5th. It's not a bad. You take that as a result over a 12-hour race.
And how?
Both cars inside, easily inside the top 5. That's quite good to say the least.
Well, if yesterday there was a difference seemingly between the number 3 and number 4 Porsches, today, look at their lap times. They're just 0.3 of a second apart on lap times, both doing 8-minute, 3-second laps. Certainly the pace has improved enormously for the number 4 crew. And Ayhan Guven, who came to my attention about 4 years ago when he was absolutely mighty in an FIA motorsport event out at Sakir. He was sharing with Sally Lioluc, and it was a Nations Cup event, and they won it outright. And thereafter, I thought, I might pay attention to this guy. He was really, really strong. A lot of his career has been done in the German. Ayhan Guven, who's driving the number 4 Porsche at the moment, and going very well indeed. Talk too much about the Pro Sport for Aston Martin Day, the Pro Sport Racing, the GT3 version that runs in the SP9 class. We've got Christoph Breuer at the wheel at the moment, but their best lap is an 8-minute 9-second lap. They're running at the moment 8:16, so that's Christoph Breuer, but we put the car in the hands of Jean Glorieux, expect more fireworks than that. But the fact is we've now got 3 cars that have proved they can lap on this dry circuit under 8 minutes. That's impressive, and I'm sure we'll see a few more if the conditions change a little bit.
You say Ayhan Guven there, so just going looking through his history there. Porsche Benelux, as you say, he's only 24 now. But Porsche Benelux, FIA MSG, PCC France, Le Mans 24 Virtual. Guess what year that was?
2020.
2020,
Per
exactly.
chance, yeah, he did a lot of that.
Yeah.
And in fact, Turkey has quite a history of drivers because they've got Cemboluk Bazi, who came straight out of virtual racing, sim racing, into car racing, and he's now competing in Formula 2,
And they
run by Richard Bradley. So it's extraordinary.
Who?
Richard Bradley.
Never heard of him.
No, your mentor.
EDEC? Yes, by any chance? Yes. Yeah, I mean, look what he's done this year. Go back to Guven. DTM, Spa 24 Hour, ADAC GT, GTWCE Endurance and NLS. He's getting some seat time.
Have helmet, will travel.
Exactly, he's getting some seat time.
But you know, this is the beauty. If you imagine,
Gold standard, by the way, as well.
you were a young racing driver. Can't show mine back a very long way, Peter. And you now do colours
just before Brooklands closed.
Exactly. Yeah. You'd been gutted. You just wanted to race at Brooklands and they closed it. But you start racing and you're in one formula. All you get potentially is 12 races in a year in single seaters.
Yes.
But you know, now you have multiple races at each round. Back then. But now, if you prove yourself handy in a car with a roof, in a GT class car, you can be very, very busy indeed. And that is also one of the essences of sports car racing, is you have pro-am classes and things, and if you can't afford to do it all yourself, you can be very good to someone else and they will keep you racing and you can take tilts at winning. Now, of course, with the hypercars in the World Endurance Championship, suddenly works manufacturers are coming in, or manufacturers with works teams, and it's given these drivers massive scope of something to aim at. And of course, if anyone steps up, there is a gap behind them. So I think it's phenomenal for racing. And 15, 20 years ago, you could count on not too many hands how many people across Europe were professional racing drivers actually being paid a wage to go racing. But now it's really changed. How's it going for you, Snow?
Yes, slowing at the moment, but it's one of those things, ebbing and flows. But it's that great. There was Angela Reid was asked in my company at Goodwood last year, not by your good self, but another one of your our colleagues. So what was it that he liked so much about Goodwood? And he said it was a great response straight away. He just said, he said, what is brilliant. He said, because what it does is it extends the careers of people like Snowy and I. Gives us another 20 years. I thought, actually, that's not a bad way of looking at it, is it? Jones is fiddling with the TV screen.
Phew.
Gosh, yes. So now we have the arm wrestling from Wigan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Mixed arm wrestling. Oh, sorry, sir. And so Kim Lewis-Schramm, the margin is coming down. 6.2 seconds. It was 9 seconds. It was 8 seconds. It was 6.7 seconds. So bit by bit, Sven Muller's picking up the pace. 8 minutes 3.0 seconds. That was the car's fastest lap in this event so far, and we have already, of course, 6 hours in the books yesterday. We've got 2 hours 40 minutes coming up today. But don't forget, the track was never wholly dry last night. Certainly in the early stages of the race, it went from damp to worse than that, and then it kept on changing. It was always wet, greasy.
I think you said it was the very definition of changeable, wasn't it?
It was, even when you thought it looks dry. At that stage, the evening temperature had dropped. It was getting dark, but we knew just off the dry racing line, it was certainly pretty horrible, waiting to greet you and break you. But, okay, so here we are. The car that won the first 6 hours, I keep saying won, was first to the checkered flag, because it's a 12-hour race all in, is now finding faster laps than it did at any point in the race. But it's still got a time deficit to catch, but it's closing it down. 6.2 seconds. Not so long ago, the direction of travel was so immense in the favour of the 16 Audi from Team Phoenix that you thought, well, that is it today for the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. They're sitting in second. They had been first. And in sister car is in 5th place, but they're both lapping at very similar and very competitive pace. So the conditions have improved, the temperature's risen, and clearly whatever's happened with the track and the air temperatures, it's working back into their favour. So they're not out of it. Yes, the car that was leading by nearly a minute after 6 hours is not in the lead anymore, but it's reversed the decline. That's the important thing.
So sector times for these first leading cars: 106 and 106 for Schramm and Muller, 104, 103. So it looks like Muller is continuing that little bit of a march. It's only the first parts of the lap, I grant you, but it just keeps eroding in there. Lap times, you said last time, 803.5 and 803.0 for Schramm and Muller respectively.
And the car in third place, 803.3. So the first three cars, you know, a blink of an eye in terms of the pace, but the gaps between them are 6 seconds. And then back to third place, another 47 seconds.
Yeah,
so it's the first two.
Being the fastest lap for that Falcon car all race, though.
Yeah. No, entirely so. But then again, you'd expect something on the dry track to be better than it was last night. But the fact of the matter, we're nearly 2 hours 40 minutes into today's 6 hours, and only now have they improved on. And the track's been dry since the very start this morning, so it's amazing. You could understand the others all doing it in their first 3 or 4 laps once they went out, but the track temperature's rising, and I'm just intrigued it's taken so long for them to start making those strides. But it's been fully sunny since the start of the race, and that is surprising. But now we're getting... Yesterday, if you looked at the top half dozen cars in the field, their lap times were all over the place. You'd have 15 seconds between some of them. But today, looking at the top 7 cars, on the last lap, there's only a 5-second spread. So it's really, on a dry track, of course, you'd expect the spread to be less. But yesterday, it was so hard to read the race because simply people were on different tyres at different times, and there were incidents in front of them, slowing them here, there, and everywhere.
I was just going to say, throw in the variable one. I hate to tempt fate here, but it was not incident strewn yesterday.
No.
But there were lots of code 60s, which you say depends on where. Lots of short ones.
Yeah, they were minor ones.
Going off and out again. So you get a short flag, a yellow flag becomes a 120, becomes a 60, disappears again. Yeah. Some slightly longer ones. If it's a long one, it's fairly consistent. It tends to work out for everybody. If it's a short one, if you get caught in it and the car behind doesn't, you can just lose because you're not doing 200Ks, you're doing 60Ks.
But the trouble, and also in that incident, if you hadn't spotted there being an incident, you go, why has their lap time gone from an 8-minute 11 to an 8-minute 21? But yet they chopped and changed, but it was how they handled all of those. Right, Class V5 is being led by the 456 Porsche Cayman by, get this, 2 laps. So that is very, very impressive. Team Young drivers, KRS Danes, Kai Schubert, Lucas Daugard and Levi O'Day, 2 laps clear of the 460. So they've got a really good lead. Finn Zulauf, Young Charger, Nicholas Wiedmann and Kevin Remberg, WNS Motorsport. But 456, white and red, as you'd expect from a Danish team, with the Danish flag on the door, looking immaculate. But 2-lap lead, that is impressive. But again, it's about not having made mistakes, not having been caught in other people's moments through yesterday's rain, the darkness, and now this morning on a dry track. They're just looking very, very comfortable indeed in that V5 class. And just to know where that is in the overall positions, of course, there's some of the less quick cars in the field. They're down in 47th position and sitting 7 laps down overall, but it's about keeping it pointing in the right direction, and it looks as though Daugard's doing a very, very good job at that at the moment. In the Cup 2 class, it's the 104 Porsche. That was the one that fleetingly charged into the lead of the race.
Yes,
yesterday with Gabriele Piana, and he also doubles up. He's in the 102 as well. So may I apologise. There were certain times when I'm sure I mentioned 102 when I meant 104. But so good is Piana in any Porsche, but it doesn't matter if it's a Cayman or a 911 Cup class car. But he knows the Nürburgring, and one driver doesn't know the Nürburgring too well because he's
285, one of the Clios.
One of the little Clios sitting in the gravel on the exit of Turn 1.
So they've turned the Turn 1 magnet back on again. So it was on, had that true in 4 or 5 cars yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, so always a point of busyness around the circuit. Anyhow, that is how things sit.
Racing entry. That's properly beach. You've just got a close up on there, a bit sitting in the gravel there. It's how.
wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Not quite as bright as it was a short while ago. Maybe a little bit of cloud coming over the Grand Prix loop. The trees in the background are lit with this autumnal sunshine, something of which we could only dream yesterday. But the most important thing for all the drivers concerned, snow, is the fact there is no snow and it's dry on the circuit.
Yeah, I was going to do a very quick weather update. I'll just check again, not an update, I was going to check, see what anything has changed. Yes, I can tell you it has changed from 5% to 3% chance of rain, so it is getting better. It might be not as bright, as in slightly overcast, but the chances of rain are decreasing, it would appear.
Well, that is good to hear, good to know. Right, Gap still waiting for the first two cars to come through. The number 16 Audi from Team Phoenix, with Kim Lewis-Schramm being chased down by the Sven Muller Porsche, but maybe the chase is slightly abated. Maybe Kim Lewis-Schramm is starting to react. Will it be still 4.5 seconds? Will it go up? Will it go down? One sense it may just be going down, but not the rate of gain as great as it had been in the previous 3 laps or so when Sven Muller brought it down from 9 seconds to that 4.5 seconds. Again, traffic will have its role to play, an eternal element here on the Nordschleife, certainly when you start with 100 plus cars. 102 this morning and 115 yesterday.
I've got to say, it's a pretty good attrition rate, I've got to say.
Yeah.
For that, given the punishing schedule they're going through.
And the weather.
The nature of the circuit they're driving, and exactly the climatic conditions thrown at them. And so I think that's a huge plus.
Right, the cars are on the final section of the lap. When I say the cars, I'm talking about the first 2 cars. Busy looking at some BMWs, but the number 16 Audi lost 3 seconds in 1 sector alone. That's sector 4. The cars are now in sector 5, so presumably pulling onto the Dottinger Her now, and by this rate of gain they should be nose to tail at the end of the lap, so well worth looking out for where they are. The long side of the Dottinger Her, very few cars on it at the moment, but looking for the white, green, red and white. There's 2 lots of white on that Audi of Kim Lewis-Schramm, but the chasing aquamarine and mid-blue Porsche should be getting right onto its tail. Gain. Oh, actually the penultimate timing sector slightly in favour of Sven Muller, but just remember, oh, the cars have gone across the line, 0.6 of a second, and who's in front? The Porsche has managed to get the drag and has taken the lead of the race with a lap of 8:01, and Kim Lewis-Schramm couldn't hang on. I knew they were going to be close down the straight, and obviously the tow was used, as has been used in time immemorial. The battle for second place is now getting closer and closer, because in this case it may be a Team Phoenix car. Oh, pulling on, a very near off-track moment there for Luca Ludwig, Klaus's son, at the final corner of the circuit, the right-left flick, and he got it wrong in the going past one of the BMWs and nearly put the Ferrari on the grass. His gap is down to just 2 seconds now over Frank Stippler, so that was a moment and a few moments more. He got away with it, but yesterday, when he touched, if he touched those same curbs, he'd have been in the barriers there.
Yeah, you won't get much closer to that. I mean, it's a slower part of the circuit, though. You're not going particularly slowly through Tiergarten, but it's better than a few moments earlier on the Dottinger Her. But it is a proper roller coaster, that Tiergarten. You arrive so fast, and you drop into the dip, which is false, and then you rise up again, and all of a sudden you've got that left, right, and all of a sudden, and the barriers are so close on the left-hand side of the second part.
There is a shot, not sure we're using it this weekend, where you look up through Tiergarten and it looks so the barriers are straight across, absolutely across the track. They're dead ahead of you as you come up to that final corner. But anyhow, the Ferrari stayed away from them, but was 0.69 of a second. It was 2 seconds clear of Frank Stippler, who's chasing and closing, still holding on to third place. But we've had the lead change with the number 3 Porsche resuming its position at the head of the field. It was the first car to leave the staggered start this morning. It lost an advantage of a minute, almost immediately went down to 24 seconds. And then it fell away, back to second place. But 9 seconds was the gap between number 16 Audi that had assumed the lead and the number 3 Porsche when they came out of their pit stops. But Kim Lewis-Schramm hasn't had an answer for the pace of Sven Muller, and we've just had the change around. And so when it all looked lost in the first hour of this race, as the erstwhile race leader was falling back and back and back, it has now been rediscovered. And here we are with 3 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this race, and that car back into the lead of the race, a lead that looked as though it had disappeared to all extents and purposes.
Well, the first bit on board footage here with Sven Muller being chased by Kim Lewis-Schramm in the Audi, and not just 2 wheels on the grass there, but the entire car on the grass, going around the back mark from looking forward to left, whatever. I think the back mark just blended on the best description, trying to get out of the way, that thing of trying to get out of the way of the driver, but not being able to. And it's put the Audi really back in touch. Again, it was only 0.6 of a second last time. It's not even that now. So this is where you work. This is where you earn your dollar. People like Sven Muller in this Falcon Motorsports car, having to really, really work through that traffic. And we saw it happen earlier, didn't we? Where you just suddenly you make the wrong call, I think it was Jackson Evans in it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just made a call perfectly safely, but behind something. The car, he thought it was going to move to the left. It didn't. It stayed where it was. So he had to back out of it, and that just allowed the Audi straight through.
It's what you call 100% wrong, and not really from any...
Through no fault of his own.
Absolutely no fault of his own. The two cars in front of him, neither moved, and thank you very much, said Kuba Gamaziak, slashed by into the lead, and made it look very easy indeed. But that's sort of ebb and flow of this race, how it all comes about. Beautiful sunny conditions, and certainly I'm very pleased that we got race on. It looked so Team Phoenix had this in the bag. The Audi was the most wieldy tool in the dry conditions this morning, and as the temperature rises, it's now 12:57, coming up to I shouldn't call it lunchtime. I'll call it 1 o'clock. My stomach will get going again. But conditions absolutely fabulous
earlier in the
here.
day to mention stomach, but just over 3 hours to go, Jones.
I know. Well, I did order a steak and chips and jelly, but I'm not sure it's coming my way. That was along with the coffee order.
You had coffee?
I ordered it.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's how it works, is it? I see.
It was open chat. The many streams we have to look at. The most critical one is the one that suggests, well, not just when you have highlights packages and advertising breaks, but when there is a possible chance of sustenance. I did request if you could have one as well.
Yes, I did myself. I did add a comment into the open chat.
Oh, good. Just too little, too late, one feels.
Well, indeed, story of my life. There's my CV in a sentence.
Right, Landgraf Motorsport, we had some good lapping, very good lapping indeed, from Julian Apostolos. Did an 8-minute 1 second lap. That's in 7th place, and Landgraf car was chasing down the number 11 Schnitzerlam Racing Mercedes. They're the top 2 Mercedes. He is now going nowhere because he's in the pit lane, but I think we'll have another flurry of pit stops coming up soon. And if you want to try and understand why they're not pretty much all coming in on the same lap within the top 10, that's because some of the crews did a late pit stop last night with just a few laps to go, so they started today with sort of 2/3 of a stint still to do on the rubber, the tyres that were left on their cars overnight when all the cars were parked on the grid after 6 hours of racing in Parc Fermé, whereas others had served a pit stop somewhat earlier, so did an even shorter first stint today, etc., so on and so forth. So you want, on average, people to do an 8-lap stint. Seems to be at this time of year, the amount of life you can get out of the tyres. Certainly, Peter, we've noticed in the summer months, 7 laps is all you can do when things are really, really hot. But here this weekend, clearly a whole lot cooler. So 8 laps is the norm. Right, Aston Martin fans. Jean Glorieux, we spotted him taking over from Christophe Breuer, and he is lapping the number 17 Aston Martin Vantage. Just come out of the pits not so long ago, but he's in 8th place overall. But expect some good times to come from him, because we've certainly seen some sort of cameo moments where they were looking very competitive indeed in the early stages of the race, able to take the battle, most notably to the number 4 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports in that first hour or so of the race yesterday. So good to see one of the sister cars, number 175.
You completely threw me there. You talk about the 17 car, looking thinking, that's not a GT3 Aston, it's a GT4 one.
Break it.
So happened dual commentary was allied to an entirely different picture.
Break it to me gently. The Pro Sport Racing, the Belgian team, have brought 3 cars, the GT3 car and the GT4 car, but at the start of the race all was fine, and that was a case of dry weather. Cars still being worked on. One car we were very pleased to see was the number 24 Audi from Lion Speed. We thought that car had failed with what we thought was 20-something seconds to go, having limped in and not reached the end of 6 hours, 5 hours, 59 minutes and a handful of seconds. The rolling start was not a rolling start because they left one at a time from pit exit according to their gap to the race leader at the end of 6 hours last night. That was the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and it was the first car to set off this morning, but it didn't make the best of its its flying lap, when they snapped away from code 60, because its 60-second advantage suddenly was 24 seconds over the Octane 126 Ferrari, and a few laps later that wasn't in second place anymore, because the 16 Audi came flying through with Kuba Gamaziak setting super fast laps. He went into second place and started hunting down the front runner. The number 4 Porsche got in very, very close to one of the Schnitzerlam Racing Mercedes. In fact, that was the story of the race in the dry conditions. We had a lot of incredible door-to-door handle action, and we had more incidents than we did when the track was wet yesterday, but Jackson Evans took over the number 3 Porsche, got himself in the wrong place at the wrong moment, and Kuba Gimaziak swept by into the lead in that number 16 Team Phoenix Audi and was stretching clear. The weather was fine and all was under control. And the sister car, Frank Stippler, had a side-by-side moment and a full swipe with one of the BMWs, the meat in the sandwich being bounced one way, then the other. More problems for the Lexus LC, but even, well, more embarrassing problems for the Renault Clio that ended up in the gravel. And then a big save from Luca Ludwig, nearly dropped the Ferrari in third place into the barriers at Tiergarten. Kept it together though, but he's under huge pressure from Frank Stippler. And now Stippler's car is in the pit as Kim Lewis-Schramm, the sister car from Team Phoenix, and the race leader Sven Muller. Meanwhile, staying out for one further lap, as it did at the previous time of asking, the Ferrari in the hands of Luca Ludwig will assume the lead once more. But then it too will come into the pit lane. So brand new fresh Michelin's being put on Kim Lewis-Schramm's car. He should stay in. He won't just be getting out after one stint. In fact, it had to be pushed in. Was that being pushed to pit exit? No, pushed in.
No,
Did that run out of fuel? Now, that could have lost it a handful of time. Let's see. It was 4 seconds down on Sven Muller when they entered the pit lane, and clearly will have lost some, and those mechanics will have had their heart rates going up. Well, well, well. Was that just a lack of fuel, or is that something else that's manifested itself?
Well, that's an interesting thought. So why would you push it otherwise?
I hope for their sake they simply ran short of fuel, and that's something you can
Easy
address.
fix, isn't it? Exactly. It's an easy fix. You just throw some fuel in it. But if not, you've got to go into the pit box. Well, it's been dropped off its jacks. There's quite a bit of conversation. Refuel, that's automatic. Everybody does that when the car comes in, whether it needs it or not. In this case, it looks like it might have needed it. €250 worth of fuel going into that number 16 Audi already.
Do you want anything else with that, sir? No, just the fuel, thank you today, just the fuel. So just waiting for the moment to get that car.
They're not going to refire it because they've got those covers over the exhausts,
Yeah,
which suggests that they put on while it's refueling. Just
Yep.
Any flashback or anything runs down there. So they've put these neat little units over the back of the exhaust. That would suggest the number 16 Phoenix Audi is going to rejoin the race, or certainly fired up. It's off its jacks. It's requiring a push again.
start. Now this is clearly some form of ignition problem occurring. Did the car cut out as it came into the pit lane, or did it run out of fuel? There's the question. From their sake, I hope it's just having a problem with the fuel, but it's not going. This is the car that took the lead of the race. Yes, it had just been passed by the number 3 Porsche, but suddenly, from going look as though it had this one in the bag or thereabouts, particularly once Kuba Gimaziak gets back on board. He's been quicker than Kim Lewis-Schramm, but there is a problem restarting the number 16 Audi. That suddenly means, though Luca Ludwig is out on the track, he owes us a pit stop. It probably means that Frank Stippler, who's just driven out past, will now go up into effective second place.
Is it a gear issue, Bruce?
I think it could be. I think maybe he came in
to move
and stalled or something as he came into the pit lane and couldn't get the engine fired up, but now it gets going.
But that's cost a lot of time. But I was just, that was some kind of gear issue.
Yes.
Hence, but you've got no drive or something more to the point, that electronic reset. And when they were trying to push it there, what they couldn't do was they couldn't move the car at all. So it wasn't like they were push starting it. They couldn't get the car moving down the pit lane. So I suggest the driver, is it
Kim Lewis-Schramm will stay on board. He has.
Couldn't select a gear. So they leant in and took the fuse out, put the fuse back in, metaphorically, but something, these gearboxes, we saw it, didn't we, yesterday with Jody Fannin's Racing 1 Ferrari, long brake pedal. It wasn't bleeding brakes, it was the ABS unit. It's something greater depth.
Yeah.
So they leant in, did something, the driver sit there and goes, put your arms out of the way, I'll let them get on with it. It's quite disconcerting when you've got a mechanic leading right into the groin area there, fiddling on the car. They are working on the car, they assure you. And they do also have a little tighten the belts on the way out just to make sure you're comfortable. Exactly. You know what I mean? But Kim Lewis-Schramm back out again. But that's changed the face of the race for us. It was 4 second disadvantage, 4 second gap they had between the lead car, the number 3 car, which has now got Joel Eriksson in at the wheel of that.
that was 4 seconds between them when they came into the pits. What it's going to be by the time they get back around, I would say we looked over, they squandered a good 20 seconds with all that, if not more, plus the time when they were being pushed in. So it could be closer to 40 seconds. We'll find that out, and also just see what sort of pace that number 16 Audi can pick up now it's back in the race. Its race pace before was absolutely fine, so nothing was a problem out on the track. Suddenly the pendulum has, the famous pendulum, has swung the way of the sister car, which is the Frank Stippler driven number 5 Phoenix Audi. That we saw pull out of the pits before the number 16 did, as that sat there in trouble. Patrick Simon, the inimitable Patrick Simon's down there for German television to try and find out what is going on. No one's talking to him at the moment, so it's all hand signals and the indication of pressing this, pressing that, coming off the throttle, trying to push it on again. But these little glitches, it's possibly something really minor. Yeah, but it's had a really major outcome, because it's suddenly given the race back. You can't really say that. We've still got just under 3 hours remaining around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I know the weather forecast has suggested that all will stay dry and fine, but whereas the Falcon Motorsport crews were not having the best of runs earlier, now things are looking much more lively for them, and they're back into the lead of the race. They were just before the pit stops, but when the car you've just passed has had a problem, then that is an absolute gift. So just having a quick look to see what sort of pace the cars are setting through the various sectors, and no problem at all with the pace of Kim Lewis-Schramm in that number 16 Audi. It's suddenly actually more competitive than Joel Eriksson is through one of those timing sectors.
He's angry now, isn't he?
Yeah, furious, particularly if it was something he did. What if it was something he did that with one of the controls that has a simple override, and he didn't know how to override it, or sort of reset systems? But certainly
we saw how simple it can be. I'm sure this wasn't quite the same. I'm sure that Nick de Vries and the William just late in Grand Prix qualifying at Monza coming into the first game in such a very unhealthy. It locked up the rears, and he caught it, he snapped it really straight, ran over the run-off over each one. We're chatting to him after, and said, so what happened there? And he said, hit a switch and change the brake bias. Moved it 2% to the rear or something, and it was just like, yeah, that would do it. And that's how fine these things are. Yeah, I'm sure that hasn't happened with Kim Lewis-Schramm there, but it could be something that simple. You know, you have your very the core of your body is kept very tight in these cars, in the seats, but your arms and legs do move around. We have nets and stuff like that, but it's a very tight working environment inside a racing car. There is not that's why you see these drivers, they're so thin because of weight, because you're carrying weight around, you don't want to be doing that, but you see the way they have to snake into the cockpit. It's not for the older plumper gentlemen, shall we say, to hop into these.
No, but of
GT
course
cars.
The most likely time to knock a switch is as you're clambering in or out, but Kim Lewis-Schramm had just done an entire stint, so I'm not saying any switch was knocked, but there's less likelihood of that because he stayed on board for that next stint. Right, car still diving in and out of the pits, but it's the number 3 Porsche that led overnight, fell away down to second place and is now in the lead of the race. But you know what? It's been caught hand over fist by Kim Lewis-Schramm. We still have to see how much time was shed in the pits, but it's bought the number 3 Porsche some time, and waiting into the pits comes, as expected, a lap after the others. The Ferrari comes in out of third place, the Octane 126 car, and that will be Luca Ludwig. Well, in fact, he was out of the lead, but of course he was owed us a pit stop, so immediately he will be down to third place again. And in fact, I think Frank Stippler will have moved ahead of him in the number 5 Audi from Team Phoenix.
As indeed of 11th and 12th, that's Sturzberg in the Black Falcon Porsche, and Veremenko in the Kramer Racing 911 GT3 Cup. All three in there, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, all in 911 GT3 Cups. All from different teams: Black Falcon, Kramer, Aviva, Team Matol, Müller Motorsport and RPM Racing, all running line astern in that class, as it were.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about that is looking at the RPM car, it's Crony aviation car. I like it when someone has a helmet livery they keep throughout their career, or a car livery, and the Texas oil man Tracy Crone has had that lime green livery with the mid-blue stripes on it for years and years over many cars, and for many of them it said on the side of the car, Tracy Crone, Nicholas Jönsson. And the Swede has made such a career paired up with Tracy. He's taken them, they've been at Le Mans together. Great to have them coming here to race. And they've got one of the Holtzers on board. I'm trying to work out if it's Marco or if it's his Bruder, if it's Mario. But anyhow, a Holtzer on board. But again, the point is great to see that Krone Aviation livery.
Not for the first time, I agree with you, Bruce. I've never got this sort of fashion, for want of a better term, of changing crash limits. I understand an homage thing, sort of like Lewis Hamilton in the Monaco Grand Prix when Niki Lauda passed away, when he broke his mentor and got him to Mercedes, did a Niki Lauda one. I get that completely. But this sort of different one every race time, it seems to be the way in Formula One. Lando Norris is a great one. They're all great. He's had a kid design one for the British Grand Prix. That's great. It's competition. But I'm like you. I'm afraid I'm old school there. That's the colours. You can evolve it a bit and add a few accents if you like, whatever. But in principle, I mean, it shows how boring. I've had the same helmet design now for 30 years. But they can
plain white's lovely. But
it's only because I couldn't afford to get it painted.
Yeah, but I don't even get the homage thing. I understand making a statement or something, but I think it is your brand. You know, for a lot of people, they might not care about their brand.
It's one bit you get, and one bit you get to take with you, no matter what you get. It's your identifier. Certainly in an open series, that's what you're looking in and see.
And it's also, helmet. But it's also something. It's like looking in Czech. It was Luka Ludwig, and yes, he's got a variation of his father Klaus's helmet, but it's ostensibly the Ludwig family helmet, and it's not just for the sake of the driver and the commentators. Here we go, self-centered again. But it's for the people watching, the fans, and you get an affiliation. And you like to feel as though you know what's going on by recognising a driver in a car. Right, okay, I'll park that one now. I think we've aired that one, but anywho.
I think our views are clear now.
I think we sat on the fence rather too much on that one. So, Luka Ludwig has handed over the number 26 Ferrari from Octane 126 to Bjorn Grossman. And the Falcon Motorsports car 4 is still now in the pits, Ihan Guven, so that will fall down from where it is on the time charts. It will be the number 3 sister car back into the lead of the race. That will be Joel Eriksson, who's just taken that one over from Sven Muller. So
if we're coming, we'll do whatever we have to do. But
that had a margin of 4 seconds, remember, over the number 16 Audi, having not long taken the lead from that. But the 16 Audi had its problems in the pit lane. Kim Lewis-Schramm brought it in, brackets pushed in front of the garage by his mechanics. Then it just simply wouldn't get going again. And that car is back in Schramm's hands, but how much further back is he behind Ericsson? He is 50 seconds in arrears, so it costs 45 seconds or thereabouts. That little fumble, it's allowed his...
We said 30 was being a bit kind.
Yeah, but as by nature, I like to be on the kind side. But Frank Stippler...
You are known for it, it's a trait.
We saw him flash past. He got going while Kim Lewis-Schramm didn't. He is now up into effective... It's probably effective 3rd place. Or is it effective 2nd place? It might be ahead of the Ferrari. It should be ahead of the Ferrari. It's either 2nd or 3rd. It should be very close. But he's lapping at a decent pace. But so it's all changed. 45 seconds lost. That was the figure we needed to find for the sister car, number 16. Number 4 Porsche leaving the pits. Should probably still be Ihan Guven on board, waiting for that to flick over. But that's one of the cars that I was about to say that's got 4 drivers in the lineup, so they do have to work through them. So Guven hands over to the Austrian driver Martin Raginger. So just whenever you're feeling confident the race is settling down, something happens. One thing I didn't get to see, we did see the fumble, the pit stop, whatever the problem was for one Team Phoenix car. That's number 16, the one that had been leading the race, came in from 2nd place. What I wanted to see was the left-hand flank of the sister car, of Frank Stippler's car, because we saw that body blow with a poor BMW that was the meat in the sandwich a while ago. But certainly the lap pace suggested nothing was untoward in the number 5 Audi, and I do fancy that is now in 2nd place, waiting for the Ferrari to come round another time. Now Bjorn Grossman has taken it over to just see exactly whether he's held on to what is now 2nd place or has the elevated Stippler car taken that 2nd place now. It should be fairly close between them. In autumn, if you've got a sunny day and you're in the Eiffel Forest, head to the circuit. The track never looks better when the leaves start to change and the sun is out on the cars, and certainly if you've got good legs on you, you can walk around the paths around the Nürburgring and find many points to watch. Point of issue being Schraubenschwanz, one of the great corners. It's the lightly banked curve. It's not the carousel, it's the mini carousel in some ways. Fabulous spectator bank there. You can keep on walking around the circuit beyond there. The good thing is you've got very elevated viewing points. If you can look down on a racing car, it is just so much more interesting. And one of the things we had yesterday, Snow, was we have a lot of camera shots from the Rover helicopter, which is brilliant, but when the track was greasy and wet, seeing how the cars were just not handling how the drivers wanted, they were sliding around, people putting the power down where they would normally, but that's too early for the conditions. It really was an interesting way to watch racing.
It was almost like watching RC, wasn't it? Really controlled cars from above. The midway, it looks great turning in, also mid-corner, it twitch, front end, back end, catch it. And then we got to see this morning some of the in-car footage. You see what that really means in real terms inside the driver. On the outside, it looks, we just say casually, it's a phrase, it comes in, a little bit of a twitch there, or a moment. You see it inside, and it looks like a lot more than that. And it's, trust me, when you're doing it, it's like, oh, there are times when you get to put that up. Can I catch this? I did.
How?
Or maybe a bit of nature helped, or a bit of contour or a curve brought you back, and you go, I had outside assistance there. It wasn't skill, but we saved it.
I remember quite some while ago.
I remember with Bruce Jones. It's a new column. Being
driven by someone who shall remain nameless, and I will not accidentally drop their name into the sentence. John Watson was in the car with me. We were being driven around. He wasn't driving. I'm covering the blushes. And we've been driven around Estoril, and we went through downhill entrance the first turn, downhill exit for the second, and the car we were in was a very quick car, and the driver bounced the rear wheels off the curb, and it kept us from going off into the beyond. And they smiled across as though that was intentional, the save. It wasn't. And Watty looked at me and just went ash, and we thought, we've got another 14 corners to go of this. I think we managed to convince him to slow down, but it was one of those things that I love it. The fact the driver thought he'd actually controlled the car. No, nature and a little bit of a vicious curb bounced us back onto the track.
What's the phrase? Ignorance is bliss?
Yes, or more by luck than judgment, or whatever you want to insert. Right.
That's where you can lean across and use the handbrake. It was got the old, what is now referred to as a classic handbrake, would you believe?
Oh, really?
Yes, it's now referred to as a classic handbrake.
What other things do we used to use or still use get us reassigned to the history books?
Well, headlights. They're all LED and stuff now. We were discussing this yesterday when this race went into its dark, which of course it won't do today. We started much earlier. Our 6 hours today. We run through till, what do we go to? 3 o'clock? So this one we do, don't we?
Yes. Yes, we would be 4 o'clock local time, but 3 o'clock UK time will be the thing. Now, I was just looking up a car and I've forgotten what the number was. That's really helpful. Right, first to second, listed as 1 minute 47 seconds. But that, if you look at a timing screen, if you just flicked on your timing screens in whatever medium you're using, that is not accurate because the Ferrari triggered the beam in the pit lane. It was having a pit stop a lap after the car that is leading the race, which is the number 3 Porsche, which on the timing screens is listed in 3rd position because also the number 4 Porsche, the sister car from Falco Motorsport, came in at the same time as the Ferrari. They will drop back down the order a little bit. I reckon the order will be Joel Eriksson leading in the number 3 Porsche when it gets to the end of this lap, just in terms of the timing screen. And then up into 2nd place, we've had a flip of positions for the Team Phoenix Audis. Frank Stippler was running very well indeed. Kim Lewis-Schramm losing a tiny bit of ground, but then he lost. Schramm lost 45 seconds with a car that needed to be pushed down the pit lane to the pit garage and then wouldn't fire up. And that might have not just lost it 1 position, it may well be 2. But for the number 3 Porsche, things are looking very good. The sun is shining brightly, except not as it arrives at Tiergarten because the sun is being kept off by the trees there. But it's almost back to the way it was last night. The number 3 Porsche looking comfortable and pulling clear. Let's see what its lap time, its first flying lap will be. Got just the second part of Tiergarten to negotiate, and then we'll see it flash down the start-finish straight and see what sort of time it can manage. The best lap time it's done so far is 8 minutes and 0 seconds. The lights are flashing on it, and I would reckon an 8:14. Okay, winding it up to pace. But have we had any slow zones, Charles? We haven't. I don't think we have. I think what we're seeing, Snow, is it takes a while for a lot of these cars. The BMW just had a moment at turn 1, is going very slowly on the exit right in front of the race leader. It takes quite a while to get these tyres up to temperature, doesn't it? Up to operating excellent.
As opposed to the ones that are on the Falcon Drift Centre, you find that on turn 2 there with them.
2 corners for them.
Yeah, exactly, and they're up to temperature already because it's literally clouds and clouds of smoke across the track there. 13th position, Carl Kramer in the Kramer Racing 911. One of those that category straight into the pits now. That's 112. Is this an outlap for Ericsson?
No.
It's the first flying lap. So
it's the first pucker flying lap. So bear in mind.
I'm surprised that's an 8:14.
Yeah, well, but that's why I was just asking, have there been any slow zones that have been cleared? But what I have noticed, it does take them several laps to get up towards working pace. I guess it's a time of year thing, but certainly it's not a case of do your long out lap and then your first pucker flying lap should be bang on the money. It just certainly seems to take a while, and it takes the Falcon tyres so far on the Sunday here at Nürburgring a little longer to get up to optimum temperature, whereas the Michelins that are used by the Audis, maybe they're a little lighter on their tyres, just work that little bit better, that little bit sooner. But they're going to need to because, okay, here's the interval, just under 25 seconds, and Frank Stippler gained 9.5 seconds on race leader Ericsson. But it goes back to Audi on Michelins, Porsche on Falcons. But at the end of the stint, that's when the Falcon tyres look really, really very good indeed and come right into it. One driver being interviewed is Oscar Sandberg at the moment. He's one of the championship leaders running in the VT2R class, leading the championship in the BMW. So all smiles for the Norwegian driver there as he's being interviewed, because they've got 4 perfect scores out of 4. And you know what they're doing? They're leading their class again. Last time I checked, they were leading the VT2R class by 2 entire laps. Still leading, teammate Daniel Zils on board. They've got 53 laps on the board. The next car in class has got 52 laps on board. Another BMW, that one by Team Sorg Rennsport. So this is the class for the BMW 330i's, and Oscar, week in, week out, doing a great job in that class.
And Motorsport having great fun doing it and enjoying it. It's we say so often, don't we, about being multi-layer racing, multi-class racing. Then we concentrate so easily sometimes on the SB9, as they're called here now, GT3 cars, because that's where it's exciting at the front and it's easy to fall into that trap. But these guys are having a great week, and they're great supporters all in these classes. And we talked about last night, you were saying that it was almost part of the instructions to finish the race at set time and go and have a beer, have frites, have beer, have steak, enjoy, relax. It's 12-hour, but we're deliberately doing it over 2 lots of 6. So these guys, there's a whole sort of family of going out there racing, and the camaraderie. I've been looking to be involved in it, and you see it a little less at the top level sometimes, but in these classes at this level, if somebody hasn't got the right part or a drill or a bit or something, or the battery's flat on their drill or something, they'll borrow it from the one next door, and that'll help you out. Everybody helps one another, and that's the family, and you've only got to go into the paddocks and see what it's like.
And look, they've got 8 races in a championship, all at the same circuit, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So you probably find people have if they don't come with a motorhome, they might stay in a local hotel. So you probably stay in the same one many times over. You'll block book it, you have other teams, other families. You forget whole families will come racing. But one thing that always appeals to me, when you look up and down the pit lane here, it doesn't matter what class of car the drivers are racing in. And then I'm not including the top class, because they've got the serious face on, the runners in the SP9 class. Well, that's the pro entries, but you've got the pro-am entries in SP9 and AM. They all have a smile on their face because they're doing what they love on a circuit that just endlessly entertains. Right now, well, we've had
Schramm is doing what he loves at the moment in the Phoenix Audi.
Well, he's trying to regain ground. He's trying to get past
Grossman and the 126 Ferrari.
Yeah, the Octane 126 Ferrari gained that position when, more to the point, Kim Lewis Schramm's team lost the position. Whatever the problem was on the 16, it came into the pits, 4.5 seconds down, having just lost the lead to the number 3 Porsche, but then 45 seconds of fumbling and problems in the pit lane on top of the regular pit stop time, and it came out in 4th place, but 3rd clearly will be that in its hands very soon indeed.
I'd say, to use your phrase from earlier, it's not if, it's when on this one. Drop back a tiny bit there, but just trying to get where they are on the circuit.
Right, opportunity for Kim Lewis-Schramm because there were 2 cars ahead of them and they passed one pass, about to try and pass the second. It's a Porsche Cup car in front of them. They're not so easy to pass.
Aren't they now? Yes.
They've got great speed. Oh, the Ferrari driver taking a real risk there. Bill Grossman going up the inside. I think he almost wanted to back out of it, but he was committed at that point.
I think what he was trying to do was actually squeeze it last minute to put the Porsche between him and the Audi, but unfortunately the Porsche did acquiesce and let him through, and Kim Lewis-Schramm's not one to see an open door and say, no thank you, after you, Claude.
Well, not when the writing's on the wall in terms of what is coming up, and what's coming up is the car that's led the race. It started from pole.
It's also a mindset there that it's you've got there and it's inevitable, but you then have to bide your time, because you can make that mistake of, oh, this is easy, and that doesn't mean that situation is going to necessarily unfold in front of you.
No, and as we've seen, I was about to say there are cars that are getting a little battered, and one of the BMWs are being treated to the side of the bent front left corner. That's car 651. Again, that's a car with entered by Adrenaline Motorsport team Outsner Automotive. So we've just been talking about Oscar Sandberg's BMW
left tyre failure, which looks like it's all delaminated now. So maybe that's what's done the damage.
Also, as opposed to contact with anything particular. This is the special class for the BMW M240i's. These all run on Goodyear tyres, and clearly it looks as though Goodyear has been provoked beyond its point of action. Yeah, that front wing is really quite crimped, isn't it?
That's not from the tyre.
No, that's contact. The tyre might have caused it.
I was going to say the tyre's probably caused it. It's understeered off and clouted the barriers, which, or was it the other way around? Has it gone and clouted the barriers? That's deflated the tyre. I suspect probably that way.
Yeah, I think eventually we work through the system.
Chicken and egg.
Yeah, indeed. So work needs to be pulled out there by the Outsner Automotive crew.
Work going on underneath that car, mechanics lying underneath, never mind the bodywork. Don't go tearing bits of fiberglass off above a mechanic lying there without a mask or anything on. You don't want fiberglass in your lungs if you can help it. But they're looking at the front left suspension on this BMW, and it's requiring certain amounts of work. So, or maybe just checking it as well. No, I think it's going to require work.
That came in very slowly, because I did spot it. It seems like an age ago, just a car moving slowly. But of course, the lap is so long. We then focus on other battles, and if someone's coming back at sort of half pace, of course it takes forever to get back to the pit garage.
I just love it, Bruce. It never ceases to amaze me. We've got everything going on in this car. There's the 651 BMW that's in the pits with front left damage, tyre damage, bodywork, wing, splitter, everything. They're having a look underneath it. They've got bits out with drills and tools and air jacks and stands and elephant stands and whatever, and there's a guy standing by already with the white gaffer tape.
Yeah.
When am I on? When am I on? Yes, you fix it, I'll make it look good. Yeah.
Don't remember the team rules was white gaffer tape on Saturday and red on Sunday. Spot the damage, but the good news is they're strapping a driver on board rather than saying stay out of the car. A shorter driver, the seat had to be moved forward some considerable distance actually there.
Position change as well. Schramm's got past Bjorn Grossman.
Well, that was clearly going to be happening, and they come onto the start-finish straight, and Grossman not taking it lying down, but a classic move down the Dottinger Her, and then completing that by the time they got to Tiergarten. But the Ferrari driver staying in the mix, but we now have Falco Motorsport first with their Porsche, 2 Phoenix Audis second and third, and then the Octane 126 Ferrari in fourth place, fighting back as they go through traffic, as they go through the Mercedes arena. It really does look like a video game, a high-up shot from the heli cam, and the car's looking tiny, purposeful, but again, just looking at the sheer pace. So a Porsche Cup class car coming through behind him. I think that's 112. I think that's the Kay Kramer car, if I quickly refresh my memory. Yeah, it is. It's been going well in class, but it's fallen back a little bit. But the pit sequence has moved. That's fallen to fourth place. I seem to remember it has a slightly different sequence to 120, for example, that now leads the class.
I just love the driver mentality. Kim Lewis-Schramm there taking every opportunity presented to him, every slightest chink in the armour. Sitting behind, I think it was was that the Finn with line speed Audi behind it as well? A bit further back, the black and red one. But as they came through turn 1 and 2, that turn 1 is a really, really acute corner. Left is the turn 2, a bit more of a flowing corner into another part of the arena section as they get to the end of the Vidal chicane now and go onto the Hatzenbach. or back to through the next page onto the Nordschleife. But Kim Louis Schramm, every time there was an opportunity there, he was using the track to back up and say, I'll have a look here, have a look there. And even through turn 1, he got on the power a bit too much, a little bit of oversteer, just trying to get there. He was just chumping at the bit to try and get back past that Phoenix Audi, which hasn't quite presented its opportunity yet.
Yeah, and I really feel now the Audi's in front. We've seen the pace that car can achieve in the hands of Kuba Gimasiak, and certainly the pace is being picked up by Kim Louis Schramm, but still would love to know precisely what the problem was that caused that car to need to be pushed fully into the pit lane and then down to its pit garage, because it clearly arrived and then wasn't continuing. The mechanics had to run up the pit lane, give it a shove in, then wouldn't restart. And it fell from second, having just lost the lead, to third. Its teammate car went past, that's Frank Stipper on board, before the car could even get back on the track. And then the Ferrari got by as well. That was out on the circuit. And by the time Kim Louis Schramm rejoined, down in fourth place. Now he's into third. Now he's starting to drop the Ferrari, which is, I don't know, 15 car lengths back, maybe 20 car lengths back, as they open their legs and sprint off around the countryside.
Very David Coleman-esque commentary there, wasn't it?
The great David Coleman, as I used to call him.
Yes.
So Arenberg,
the Cuban hurdler. You know the quote.
Come back to me on that one later. There's a lot of chuckling. So the lead, 22 seconds, let's call it that. But the important thing, if you're a fan of the Audis and Team Phoenix, it's coming down again. But we've seen this before at the start of a stint. The Audis on their Michelin seem to get up to speed a little bit faster, a little bit sooner than the Falcon Motorsport tired Porsches, and that is why the gap should be down by the end of this lap. The timing intervals, well, actually no, it looks though Joel Eriksson is starting to respond. But just remember the gap, 22 seconds between first and second place. But we've got some Klostertal problems. We've got slow zone
119 off there, which is the one of the Porsches. Waiting my ticket to update.
It's the Click Verischerung team.
That's the one.
Robin Chanowski, Kirsten Jadexnis and Peter Sharmax. They've loads of experience, but as we've said, incidents can happen that aren't all their own fault. Could have been pushed. Was it push? Was it shove? Whatever it is, it's off. So, even in dry conditions, mishaps occurring. One of the things that always amuses me is that normal life goes on. You have flashes of the circuit where you can see the streets and people going about daily Sunday life, their regular rituals, but the wise ones are paying attention there at the circuit. Loads of them camped out around Brunchen. There was a great place to watch, but it was a place where lots of entertainments were put on, and more to the point, lots of facilities. There was a concert last night in the main auditorium area up at the start-finish straight, and many other things behind. Fabulous display of Porsches in the exhibition building, the great-looking new KTM Crossbow. We've seen various advertisements for that this weekend, and what was an interesting but slightly lumpy car in its original form is now very, very sleek indeed. We've seen it in racing hues in this event, in the NLS. But it looks even more supreme actually in road car trim. The blue version they had looks fabulous. Another slow zone just in the face. It must be the approach of Klostertal. Ergo for the cars in third and fourth positions, Kim Louis Schramm and Bjorn Grossman, the number 16 Audi and the number 26 Ferrari. But of course, did the first two cars get through without being troubled by a slow zone? This is where you buy your advantage on the Nordschleife. I sense they probably didn't. But if they do, you suddenly find yourself 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Such an advantage. We talk about, Peter, though, how sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. It does give and it does take, but certainly it can be so cruel if you spend ages catching up with the car in front and then you just get a slow zone thrown just after they've gone through it, and you have to see them recede, or your chances recede in the mirror.
There's nothing or little in racing more demoralising. Yes. Oh, now what have we got there? That's
another car facing at the wrong angle. It's
that's swapped ends. That's hit the barriers on the left, I'd suggest, because there's a trail of fluid to the front of that. Yes, there's front left damage on that.
Okay, waiting for the ticker to tell us who's had a biff or a spill.
A biff, there's a term I haven't heard since the 90s. That's a very autosport term.
Well, we had a 90s concert last night, so effortlessly stepped into that decade. But
just haven't stepped back into it again today. That's the 119. Is that? Am I correct?
Yeah, it looks to be 119. Did we not just mention that? Yeah, the Click Verishering team. Yes, we just talked about that.
That's it.
Yeah. So I thought 199. I'm seeing. Okay, Klostertal. That makes sense.
Even better because my ticket came up with 1999.
Yes,
1999.
Exactly. It's discounted from £20.
Yes. Yeah. I thought it was a Prince song.
Well, it could be 19. That one.
Yep.
That was Peter Sharmak at the wheel, running 10th in the Cup 2 class, so down towards the tail of the class. And
debris up on the top.
That's been there for quite a while.
Okay.
It's been a tyre carcass or something, or maybe the inside of a wheel arch.
Right at Tiergol, just for yeah.
You know, when you feel your car's a little bit heavy.
Yes.
Shed some
weight.
parts. Jean Gloria looking as though he's putting in some fairly respectable lap times. That Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing still in 8th overall. Oh, that was a slower lap, but then you go, hold on a second, there was a slow zone. Of course it was a slower lap, but the green and yellow Aston Martin looking as immaculate as it did at the start of the race. A little bit of filth up the side of the car, but front on. In fact, again, so interesting, isn't it? When you're on full light, some cars look more impressive than in half light, but this green with the very bright yellow stripes on it, I noticed it stood out last night because the stripes were so bright and the flashing, but it looks brilliant in the sunshine.
Well, the vast majority of that filth down the side actually is because the exhaust exit is at just behind the front wheel there. In fact, if you see those exhaust systems, they're quite extraordinary. They go up through, because you get the tuned timed length of the manifold. They go out of the engine, past the wheel, up, over, and then down the back of the rear wing and out the side. It's quite extraordinary. It's not some short, stubby little pipe. The M4 BMW one is extraordinary. It's
almost akin to the amazing spaghetti-style exhaust pipes you had on mid-60s Formula One cars. I've got a page in a book. It's just.
You're thinking Hondas?
Hondas and the Ferrari ones are pretty mighty, but they're up and over round, and then you had some others, just like on the Westlake, just straight back. Super simple. The Westlake engine, the Gurney car, the
engine built by Dan Gurney, engine by Harry Westlake.
Eagle, to many people's eye, the most beautiful Formula One car of the time, with that very elegant nose
American
on it.
Racers.
Yeah.
1967 Spa Grand Prix winner.
Phenomenal. Dan Gurney, what a man.
Required, just there.
Yeah.
It's sad, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, I'll test you on Formula Ford Festival winners in a minute.
You may have an advantage there.
Right. Haven't talked too much about the number 4 car for a while, but it suddenly got pressure. Martin Ragginger in the number 4 Porsche. It was a fifth of a second between them at the start of the lap, because Marcel Marchewitz, in the better place to the two Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, is pressing on with great style and closing in all the time. But down Dottinger they go, and the Porsche looks as though it's had a little bit more punch onto the straight. Mercedes not quite close enough to get into the slipstream. Almost is now. They flash past the Dacia Logan.
I was going to say, our second sighting and our first reference to the Dacia Logan. It's right there.
There it is. Still going.
Looking splendid.
Looking immaculate. Still not looking sleek. It doesn't become sleek through the course of the race, but it gains respectability and certain lovely flash. Right, front of the race, Frank Stippler's taking quite a few chunks out of Joel Eriksson. 5 seconds gained on the lap, 16.5 seconds between them now. Third place, Kim Lewis-Schramm, he's another 26 seconds down, but already having passed Bjorn Grossman's Ferrari, he's 6 and a bit seconds clear of that. Then there's a gap, a huge gap, 1 minute 37 seconds back from 4th to 5th. Ragginger holding on to that 5th place in the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche, but only just, because Marcel Marchewitz in the number 11 Mercedes from Schnitzelam is just, a blink behind. He's half a second down in 6th place.
And half a second now is already at this part of the circuit. But we say how these drivers are different, and we say what it takes to drive one of these cars. Most people, to drive one of these things, you'd be absolutely terrified, and just keeping it going forward is one thing. But looking at the in-car footage we were treated to there, Martin Ragginger, looking across, never mind going forward, looking across at him, he spent the entire pit straight glancing up at the rear view mirror constantly. Where's that Mercedes? Where's that Mercedes? Where's he going to go? Trying to second guess what he's going to do. And most people are sitting there thinking they're doing 250, 260 Ks down there. Never mind a breaking point or whatever. He knows that's so ingrained. He knows what he's doing. It's like, where's that blessed Mercedes?
Yeah.
Because do I need to move to the right and cover it? Is he going to try down it? Is he going to send it? And that's it, all part of the strategy. He's busy doing that.
But there's also...
doing that, just saying that, you got past one of the BMWs going through the Sabine Schmitz. So if that's given the Mercedes the opportunity, because there's a slower car just turned across, every right to do it, going through that Sabine Schmitz curve. There's no runoff area. You can't go wide. You've got to sit there. You've got to take the line, because we said before, there's no gap, there's a barrier. There's a white line, and it's a barrier.
Trying to do a favour there would end up with everybody being skittled, a bit like... So the Scirocco kept out of the way just, but it does mean that suddenly there's a greater opportunity for Marcel Marchewitz to attack Martin Ragginger. And their lap pace last time around, very similar. Of course it was, because they started 1/10 of a second apart and ended 4/10 of a second apart. But the interesting margin is the pace that Frank Stippler's achieving. There was a slow zone, so overall their lap times weren't so brilliant, but he took nearly 5 seconds. It was about 4.5 seconds, actually, out of race leader Joel Eriksson. So the advantage is still in the court of the Phoenix Audis in these dry conditions. Yellow flag now at Wipperman. That is now clear at Wipperman, so thank you. That hopefully will not slow them. But certainly the hunt is on. Frank Stippler has his tail up. He's chasing after Joel Eriksson. By the process of elimination, one would presume that with two and a bit hours remaining, 2 hours and 18 minutes or so remaining in this race, we will see Picariello back in at some point into that number 3 Porsche that is still leading the race. But
yeah, I'd be very surprised if they didn't. I mean, what's it run so far in this? They've done... So Jackson Evans did 7 laps to start with. Sven Muller did 8 laps, and Ericsson is now 4 laps in. That's today, obviously.
So drivers on their toes, but far less than they had to be yesterday, because yesterday the conditions very, very tricky indeed. Now here's a novelty. You're seeing the number 60 Porsche. Looks great, dark green with the red stripes. This is the car running in the SP7 Specials class.
We saw a lot of yesterday.
Saw it a lot yesterday, but every time we saw it, it was sort of in the unfortunate position of minding its own business, but having little track to do it in, as 2 of the SP9 class cars came past it. And because its performance isn't that far away from their pace, it actually makes it very difficult indeed. But it just seemed... maybe it was just where the director caught it, but we did see quite a lot of it yesterday. But at the moment, the number 60 is running some way down the order. That's the moment where you make a statement and you think, oh, I'm scrolling for quite a long time down my timing screen to find it. 29th position overall. And with 56 laps on the board, it's 6 laps down on the race leader. But the scrap, 5th and 6th places. Martin Ragginger still in front of Marcel Marchewitz. Yellow flag now at Brunchen. Surprised they don't keep one out there almost permanently, to be honest, because Brunchen's such a tricky corner, and someone else has clearly run a little bit wide on a circuit that's certainly not a little bit wide. It's narrow, it's tight. Looking for the timing gaps between our race leader Joel Eriksson and Frank Stippler, and Frank had a very poor second sector, so lost a lot of time, and he lost a bit more time in the third sector. One feels it's traffic, and again there are some zones where they're going slowly now, and so everybody has to adhere to the rules and not overtake in the slow zones. But trying to work out the very latest. Marcel Marchewitz very nearly caught the back end. Oh, we've got a car sitting, a rescue vehicle in the track. Marcel Marchewitz very nearly clattered into the back of Martin Ragginger there as the field bunched up. That would have been a bit of a black mark for him.
Klostertal still, isn't it, before you come up to the carousel?
Yeah,
right?
carousel,
yeah.
Exactly so. Coming up very soon indeed. Such a brilliant sector of the circuit. It really snakes one way or the other. In fact, the corner at the foot of the hill before we go up to the carousel, the Stahlstrecke, we saw then race leader Luca Ludwig, who was putting clear at a rate of knots, sliding wide and only just missing the tyre wall on the outside. And also the number 4 Porsche, looking at that now going through the carousel, that too had a moment where it was very squeaky as whether it was going to hit the tyre wall or not, because the corner is a tight one anyhow, but the gap between the circuit and the tyre wall is less than the width of a car. So it's super narrow, that little stretch of
Interesting
grass.
phrase you use there, going up to the carousel. Obviously, from the helicam shot, we can't see that at all, but it does fall short in it. But it changes. You can't believe how much of that climb it is up to the carousel. You go through that. You've got that immensely fast part of KWsuspensions, Pottertal, that tight right, which is slightly banked, and all of a sudden you've got, and it climbs up. It's there. You're just like, oh, okay. You go up to the carousel and you get to it, which accentuates what the carousel is, because you suddenly go over the brow of it and drop in.
Yeah.
And it's like, ooh, and you go and.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Gesangverein.
World's first asphalt watch. ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
The race is being led by the number 3 Porsche. The sister car, number 4 Porsche, is fighting hard and trying to gain space on the circuit, but that's running back in 5th place overall. It's resisted Marcel Marcevic's challenge for now, but it's going the way of the Falcon Motorsport Porsche at the moment. The gap is now 22 seconds, so it's gone out. So we had... tell you what we've had. We've just had a pit stop for Vincent Kolb taking over because we had Frank Stippler on board. Now, was that a late flick, Peter? I think that one needs investigating. I thought Stippler was still on board. There hasn't been surely another pit stop. Okay, we will wait and see because we were away at a highlight package, then an ad package, and just flick the screen to just check when Vincent Kolb took over from Frank Stippler. We have been caught out at various moments by a driver starting a stint and not flicking the switch, and then suddenly you think, have we had a pit stop? No, the driver at the pit stop just didn't change. So we'll try and work that one out and have a quick look through other media to try and work that out. Anyhow, it's good to have full course green, so we start to see some quicker times again, because the last few laps have been 8 minutes 35s, 8 minute 40s, whereas we know the very quickest this morning have been 7 minutes 57. Almost on the nose. That was Cooper Gimasiak, but his car, the number 16 Audi from Team Phoenix, of course, had a pit stop that went rather wrong. The car had a problem on the way in, had to be pushed down the pit lane towards its garage by the crew from Team Phoenix. Then it lost by the time it eventually got fired up and spat out of the pit lane. We reckon 45 seconds over and above what it should have done was in the pit lane. That's why it fell back to 4th. The car's been advanced with Kim Lewis-Schramm up to 3rd. But really, surely any chance of victory is going away. But all they can do is chip away, and Kim Lewis-Schramm doing a good job of that. Another lap about to go on the board for Joel Eriksson, the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. 8 minute 5 second lap. That shows we're back to full green snow, and let's see if the gap is stretched over what we now know is Vincent Kolb in the 5 Audi from Team Phoenix Racing. It was 22 and a bit seconds, and around this lap it looks definitely Kolb is losing ground. The middle sector of the circuit lost a lot of ground there.
How time can deceive you as well. The number 17 Pro Sport Aston just coming into the pits then, and I thought that's a short run for Jean Glorieux. It seems like 2 minutes ago we were saying he's got to run on the car. He's actually done 7 laps. He's been too busy enjoying himself, talking about Audis and other makes of cars.
That's fine. That's what's important. One has to just go with the flow. So number 4 Porsche pushing very, very hard indeed. He's got an Audi up in front of him, but it's not one with which he's fighting, because it's one of the Lion Speed cars that no, he's right on the tail of the Phoenix car. Number 16. Vincent Kolb must have had either an extra pit stop. I don't understand why he's back on the number 4 car. Could you just check? We've had this issue about Stippler to Kolb, but Kolb, instead of being in 2nd place overall, because Stippler came out in 2nd after the sister car, the 16 Audi.
Schramm did, Gimasiak did 7 laps. Schramm's done 8, and he's now on a 6 laps into a double stint.
It's the sister car we need to check, the number 5 car, because Stippler came out. Remember, he got the advantage when the sister car, the 16, had the problem in the pit lane. We saw him accelerate clear, and it was listed as Stippler out on the circuit. I think there's either been a very hasty extra pit stop there that changed to Kolb, or there's been a problem in the car, and Kolb is nursing it, but he's about to be passed by Ragginger. He's staying in front down the Dottinger Hoa, so the number 5 Audi was second, suddenly back in fourth place. That must have been a pit stop.
Yeah, because what he's done, Stippler's done an 8-lap stint and then done a 5-lap.
Okay, that's why. Okay, so during the highlights and the and the advertisement break, there has been the driver change, so that has fallen back.
Now, so it's a short 5-lap stint from Frank Stippler.
That is a very interesting tactic. But what we have left on the clock is 2 hours and 3 minutes. Maybe it's about drive time. He needed to get Cole back in to have a bit more, because certainly Frank, it's only a 2-driver lineup, seemed to have the lion's share of it.
Just what you don't need when you drive down the inside to take the turn 1, which is one of the tightest turns on the circuit. The Falcon, number 4, trying to come down the inside at the number 5. Phoenix Audi there, and as he jinks to the right, something leaves the pit lane. Every right to do
of course.
So, and stay within the blend line. So you're sitting there thinking, plus equally coming out of the pit lane, you're looking in the mirror thinking, oh, sorry.
So Vincent Kolb, yes, awkward, Kolb. I remember accelerating away from the pit lane in a Formula Ford car that was brand new, and as I pulled out at Snetterton, suddenly noticed I had no mirrors. And I was thinking, I don't want to come out beyond the end of the pit wall at my slow pace. God, fun, madness.
Mirrors, touring car drivers never use them anyway.
Yeah, just add weight. Exactly. So the number 4 Porsche now up into 4th place, the number 5 Audi down into 5th, the number 11 Marcel Marschewitz driven. Schnitzelam had to almost bail out of that word, because the number 5 Audi had 2 wheels in the gravel on the Grand Prix loop and has lost a place accordingly. Marcel Marschewitz didn't need a second invitation. So 4th, 5th and 6th covered by half a second as they go through the Vidal chicane. Certainly Vincent Kolb is looking as though his Audi's suddenly become a handful. Pressure from the other drivers, they're further into their stints. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, it's suddenly looking very, very good. Kim Lewis Schramm isn't able to close the gap on Joel Eriksson. It was 22 seconds. It went up and it's gone up more. 40 seconds to the good. So again, what we're seeing is as the stint length, you go further through the stint length, the Porsches on the Falcons just look so much happier on their tyres, and the stint-starting Michelin shod Phoenix cars seem to then struggle accordingly. But 40 seconds, we're now going back to the sort of realms of where they were towards the end yesterday, when the biggest lead we saw was about 1 minute 25 seconds for the number 3 Porsche. It lost all of that and more, but now is back in the lead.
Yeah, you're just saying about Vincent Kolb there struggling with the tyres on the Audi, which just doesn't seem to make any sense, because unless they didn't change them at the last stop. Now, it has been confirmed that, as we said, that car did change during our highlights package, so that's why we missed it. But Vincent Kolb's only a lap into his stint now, so you'd have thought he'd have fresh tyres.
Yeah, you'd have thought.
It may not have done because we didn't see it, we haven't witnessed it, but I'd like to know if that Phoenix Audi number 5 has gone on to
I'd also want to know why it was only a 5-lap stint. Is this to adjust just driver time in the car, or was it a very quick... I can't get to the foot of that one. What we can tell you, though, is Falcon Motorsport has got its mojo back. His car's now leading the race by 40 seconds. That's the number 3. The number 4, the sister car with Martin Ragginger, up into 4th place. So the advance is ongoing, but he'll have to gain quite a lot more time to catch Bjorn Grossman. That'd be the next target in the Octane 126 Ferrari.
Yeah, so we know that the Audi number 5 pitted on lap 63. It's done 64 now, which is the 1 lap that Vincent Kolb's done it in this stint. But we don't know, of course, because we didn't get the eyes on it, whether it changed tyres or not, which I'd really like to know. Because, as you said, it does seem to be struggling, Bruce.
Yeah, it may. Well, I mean, it may also be that just simply he's early in his stint and he's feeling.
Is it quite the opposite? He's got new tyres. He's got to get them in. It's taken a while to dial them in.
Yeah, and the last thing you need when you're doing that is having 2 rivals who are fighting with each other coming right into your piece of track, and they've already got temperature in their tyres and really going for it. But Joel Eriksson just looking very comfortable in the lead right now. 40 seconds and going away. He was 5 seconds a lap, nearly faster than Kim Lewis Schramm. It really has ebbed and flowed. when the Porsches are on their toes at the end of a stint, they look great, but the Audis look magnificent early on their rubber. So the Team Phoenix cars, but that's what makes it interesting. And all along, running a sort of average down the middle is the Octane 126 Ferrari. But certainly, they need Luka Ludwig back in that car if they want to try and be sure of cementing a top 3 position. Because I really sense that the chasing pack, Martin Ragginger, Vincent Kolb, and Marcel Marcevic, could all overhaul him. No, in fact, he's got 1.5 minutes advantage. Maybe not, because by the time they get Ludwig in, he'll stretch it again. So it'll come down, but whatever's happening is suddenly, whereas it looked as though they'd all gone away for our race leader. The race leading number 3 Porsche from Volker Motorsports this morning, all that advantage was half was dissipated on the first lap, and the next 2 laps it came down and down. But now it's back in front. It's 40 seconds clear and pulling away. So Joel Eriksson, who's been looking good in that car yesterday and today, has got the legs over Kim Lewis-Schramm. And you just seize these moments when your car is right and your rivals isn't fully right. You've got to maximise.
And it's quite an accolade to be able to say that, isn't it? Got the legs over Kim Lewis-Schramm. That's not many times you can say that of many a driver.
The highlights of this race, there have been many. Yesterday was a race of 6 hours, the first part of the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. And it was very wet from time to time, tricky conditions. Today, for the second half, we started from pit lane. The cars have been kept overnight on the grid, and the first car away was the number 3 Volker Motorsport Porsche. That had an advantage over the second car in the overall order of the best part of a minute, 59.9 seconds. The cars were set off at timed intervals according to how far after the checkered flag fell on the number 3 Porsche that they crossed the finish line. So the field effectively was exactly as it was at the close of play in the first 6 hours. The Octane 126 Ferrari started in second place this morning and pushed on very hard indeed, but it was being chased and chased hard by the number 16 Audi that picked its way through its traffic very nicely down the Dottinger Höhe. It was not like the Ferrari was standing still. Classic manoeuvre where the slipstream was used, and the overtake into second place came very easily indeed. Plenty of great racing. 102 cars took the restart this morning, meaning we shed only 13 from the start number yesterday, and that's after 6 hours of racing in tricky, wet conditions. KTM Crossbow leaking fluid as it left the pit lane. And then for poor Jackson Evans, he took over the race leading number 3 Porsche, was hunted down by Kuba Giamasiak, and at the moment that the challenge got onto his tail, Jackson Evans guessed the wrong way, got behind 2 slower cars. Thank you very much, said Kuba Giamasiak, and blasted into the lead of the race, and thereafter pulled clear. The sister car from Team Phoenix, with Frank Stippler of all people on board, had a clatter into the side of a poor BMW that was in the middle of a 3-car tussle there. And then, unfortunately for the 285 Renault Clio, that embedded itself in the gravel. Luka Ludwig really had to hang the tail out to hold on to third place in the Ferrari. And then a setback for the number 16 Audi. Had been leading the race, had just been overtaken by the number 3 Porsche, came in for its pit stop, had to be pushed in, and then it took an age to restart. About 45 seconds were squandered. It did rejoin the race, did catch up with the Ferrari again, it did go past the Ferrari, but the sister car had now moved up. That was the number 5 into second place, but all along the number 3 Porsche was stretching its legs and trying to gain an advantage. Then the sister car was in a real fantastic battle with 2 other challengers, the number 5 Audi and the number 11 Mercedes. And things were very busy indeed. But right now, the pendulum has completed that look back at the first 4 hours, the 6 hours here have been completed. That means we have done 10 of the 12 hours that will make up the 2022 Nürburgring 12 hours. It's an experiment, split 6 hours on the Saturday, 6 hours on the Sunday, and I think the format has worked very well indeed.
It certainly has, and while you're just going through the highlights there, Bruce, the number 16 Kim Lewis-Schramm Audi has entered into the pits. That was the car that had the issue last time, and I have it on good authority now that the car did indeed run out of fuel. It wasn't a gear issue, it did run out of fuel, and the reason they were fiddling with it to get it restarted, because it had run out of fuel, they had to pump it back through the system. I think that was possibly leaning inside to make sure all pumps were turned on, etc. I'm guessing, but obviously as a driver, it's sickening that the car runs out of fuel, okay, but you've got into the pits, okay, it's not the end of the world, you're there in the right place. We said, it's the easiest fix in the world, put fuel in it. But when you're sitting there and you're pressing that start and nothing's happening, you sit there going, just fire, you
X, Y, and
exactly.
Z.
So-and-so thing. Exactly.
Well, it has fired up again, because that's the
appropriate.
third pit stop, I think, since then. But it does mean that Kuba Gimaziak has been put back on board. We're trying to stem the flow because certainly Kim Lewis-Schramm wasn't able to match that number 3 Porsche at the top of the leaderboard. It is now 50, well, it's inaccurate at the moment. It's listed as 51 seconds to good, but that was including the number 16 Audi slowing down as it came into pit in this stage in the race. Pad changes for some of the cars. The 976 Porsche being worked on the pit lane. All the special clamps and calipers in place. No one wants to grab a hot brake pad, that's for sure. That's FK Performance Team working very hard indeed, and that has been very well placed in class in the early stages of the race. That's in Cup 3. That's the class very well supported for Porsche Caymans. And just having a quick flick down the order to see who's leading that class. Well, that was leading the class, and that's Motorfint, who just got out of that. So he'll be pleased with life. But Cup 2 has been a lot closer than Cup 3. When we came in overnight, I think it was a 2-lap advantage for the Cup 3 leaders. But again, that's a good helping of points when you've got a 12-car class, if you can win your class.
Quick penalty update for car 520, which is, I can find it for you, just bear with me. 520 is one of our BMWs, is it not? It is indeed. MSG, my apologies. Bayerische Welthuntern 328i's from class VT2. Rear-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. That car's got a penalty for exceeding the code 60 by 21 Ks,
Oops.
81 Ks.
Oops, double oops.
And the penalty for that is 3 minutes 32 seconds added onto your race time plus a penalty point on your license.
Well, okay,
They're
fair
strict.
call.
They're strict.
Fair cop.
Yeah, I mean it's a third over. You know, 20k doesn't sound a lot, but it's a third over. You know, and the reason it's there for is marshals on track and things working, whatever. You don't know what the code 60 is for.
No.
It's normally a car at the side of the track or off, but then you've got marshals out there, and you know,
Right.
you've got to have that consideration.
Confirmation of the running order at the moment. The number 3 Porsche leading by over 50 seconds for the 16 Audi, which will drop further back because that was at the point at which the Audi came in to serve another pit stop in which Kuba Gimaziak took over from Kim Lewis-Schramm. The Ferrari, number 26, is in 3rd place overall. 2 is a 1.5 minute advantage over the number 4 Porsche that's now into 4th. Number 11 Mercedes is up into 5th, and obviously number 5 Audi has fallen down the order. Vincent Kolb is still on board, but that's down to 6th place. So it's the last few laps haven't been too good for Kolb. So his teammate Frank Stippler, who handed over the car after only what we said was a 5-lap stint, is going to have to watch from the sideline, knowing he's going to have to attack to get that car back towards a podium position. Short while ago, you'd have been a fool if you didn't suggest the top 3 was going to include one of the Falcon Motorsport cars and both of the Team Phoenix Audis, but they've had their setbacks, the Audis, and now let's see how they can respond from this. And certainly other crews are coming up. Maybe we'll have both the Falcon Motorsport Porsches into the top 3. Certainly they're not too far from that right now.
Well, Ericsson's completed 7 laps in the number 3 car, and Martin Raginger has completed 6 laps in the number 4 entry, as indeed has Bjorn Grossman in the Octane 126 Ferrari, number 26. That's also completed 6 laps. So they're all due a pit stop, 1, maximum 2 laps time, I would say. And I'm not seeing anybody today that's gone on to an 8-lap stint at this point of the race. We have had, on our second runs, Muller, Schramm, Ludwig, Guven, Markovets, Stippler, Affelthurst did Riker, Schreiner, all did 8 laps earlier on. Sturzberg, number 104 in the Black Falcon, that car that was so impressive at the start yesterday, that was P3 and shot in the lead, that did a 9-lap stint earlier on, so very economical on its fuel. Then again, it was averaging, its best lap was an 8:28 and its average was an 8:29.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, the first 2/3 of that opening lap was under code 60,
of course,
which buys it a tiny little bit of juice. But anyhow, I suppose you can almost work back from there. You know, when they put the certain amount of fuel into the car, all measured at a pit stop. I'm just trying to think. Okay, well done from the lead. But I'm just trying to think. The problem with the number 16 car running out of juice onto the way into the pits, it could be that they just fumbled their calculations, cut it too fine when they were trying to assess the code 60 element of that opening lap.
I mean, it can't have run out of fuel by that much because it managed to get itself into the pit lane, and it didn't. It didn't coast. You're not going to coast up the Tiergarten. With all due respect,
you could try.
It's going to run out of fuel at the top there. You might be able to dip the clutch, as it were, metaphorically, pull both paddles back, put it in neutral, whatever the sequence is on that car these days.
But the very issue there, Peter,
show my 8, don't I? Dip the clutch.
Yes. Double D clutch, lean out,
double clutch, heel and toe.
But just
cadence braking, whatever next.
Yeah, fabulous. I got all their records. But the thing about that, as our race leader is in the pits, is it's down to small margins, because there was a slight twist, the different approach starting under code 60 with cars that went into Parc Fermé last night, just trying to get the fuel right in a different element. And also, when they were thinking about this before, were they allowed to refuel overnight or in the pit lane this morning? Presumably not. Parc Fermé out, because I'm just trying to think.
No, I would think not.
What you didn't know last night, here's something. You didn't know the extent of the gap between the race leader at 6 hours and the last car after 6 hours to cross the line. It could have been 8 minutes, it could have been 10, it could have been 12, and therefore that affected the length of time the code 60 would be this morning. There we are, Nürburgring NLS. A variable on a variable on a variable. It could have been other elements, but certainly they got away with it. It cost them time. It cost them 45 seconds. But had the car run out of fuel, as you say, on the climb to Tiergarten, not made it up the incline, then suddenly we'd have lost one of the front-running cars.
But how is it to stay calm in a situation like that? I mean,
we know we couldn't change tyres or fuel overnight. That was one of the questions just come up on our Twitter feed. Is that no, you couldn't do that. No, we knew that. It was like, can you refuel this morning? And I still think it's Parc Fermé in to Parc Fermé out rules, as it were.
Yeah.
If you could refuel in a pit lane this morning, where's the point in Parc Fermé?
No. I think the answer is
no.
They could not refuel. Because in fact, if you think about it, they came round from the grid, drove round the Grand Prix loop effectively, and then came in to pit in. Some cars are having work on them. We didn't see any refueling because it would have been, the rest had to slot straight in without refueling. So yeah, very, very difficult indeed. But it's a way the teams have to just factor in a little bit more.
Also into the pits is our 5th place car, the number 11 Schnitzelbaum Racing Mercedes. With Marcel Markovic at the wheel of that. He'll be probably handing back to Marek Berkman. There's only been the 2 driving that car this weekend, haven't there?
Yeah.
2 car entries. I mean, it varies. We've had 2 through to 5, haven't we, on different cars? So Alessio Piccarello into the number 3 Falcon Motorsports Porsche that's leading the race. 66 laps completed. This is the car that its best lap so far has been a 8-minute dead 0.663, shall we, for the sake of it. 3 seconds off. The fastest lap of the race still stands to Kuba Gamaziak in the number 16 Phoenix Audi with a 7:57.092. Set quite early on the race. So we did say we wanted Piccarello in that. We now need fairly surely, we need Luca Ludwig in the Octane Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be, again, that's a 2-driver lineup, so he's got an hour and 45 minutes remaining. That always comes in a lap.
Seven laps Bjorn Grossman at the stage.
Yeah, they come in a lap traditionally through the Sunday stints. In this second 6 hours, the Nürburgring 12, a lap behind the number 3 Porsche, and originally behind the number 16 Audi. That served its pit stop as well. Kuba Gamaziak back on board that. I presume the lap pace is going to be quite... Oh, yes, Gamaziak has just banged in the fastest sector anybody has managed through Sector 3. So Gamaziak only has 1 speed this weekend, and it's very, very fast indeed. He's enjoyed some great overtaking, but this is the fight back with an hour and 45 minutes remaining for the number 16 Audi. It had its problem. It ran out of fuel coming into the pit lane, and oh, how frustrating that must have been. But right now, the pole is on the charge. Kim Lewis-Schramm can only watch from the sidelines. And just the target, the next target up the road for Gamaziak.
I'm just looking at the rules there, just to confirm that we are absolutely right, Bruce. We just had it confirmed that during the transfer of this is me reading from the regulations for this race, during the transfer of vehicles into the pit lane, as well as in the pit lane during the sorting of the vehicles into the starting grid for the restart, and during the entire restart procedure, parc fermé regulations underlined continue to apply. It then follows with, in bold and underlined, this means, which is kind of like for clarity, that work, repairs, changing tyres, vehicles, as well as refueling and charging the vehicles during the starting grid, restart procedure in the pit lane are prohibited, except if necessary, use of an external starter battery.
Okay.
So I think
that's clarification.
Yep. Dems is the rules, as written by the organisers. So it didn't get much clearer than that.
No.
So,
right, we've had the flurry of pit stops.
But we're back out into the Mercedes, as I thought might be the case. Turn that off. It's Twitter lighting up.
Turn it down. Turn it down. So it's looking quite good at this stage. Hour and 45 minutes remain in this race, slightly less than that, and we've just had the clarification on the rules. No refueling overnight, so still a little bit of head scratching as to why.
So that bit we knew. It just wasn't.
No.
Was there anything? Was there a variation this morning? But no, it'd be self-defeating, wouldn't it, to let you sort of leave the car alone all night and then went back to put a bit of fuel in it. All right, it's fine. Go on.
Rub that fly off the windscreen.
Exactly,
Go on, give the driver half a chance.
Touch the car. No, sorry.
Don't pat it. Right, haven't talked too much about Cup 2 for a while. Looking at the 117, that's not at the sharp end of that class, but that was a car that went very well yesterday. Do you remember that led the race? Fabio Gross, he stayed out much longer than many of the front runners in the SP9 class car, and he became the second Cup 2 runner to lead the race. Unfortunately for them today, 117 is down in 7th place in class. One of the crews that only has 2 drivers, showing with Patrick Gruter, but been going well. Another car that I think looks fantastic in its blue Toyo tyres livery is car number 170. I'd like to see more of these Supras, and they look really great beast around here. Car 170 Toyo tyres with Ring Racing, Michael Tischner, Andreas Gulden, who started this morning. Saw him smiling from the cockpit before he took the restart, and Heiko Tongers. And that is in the SP10 class. It's coming 3rd overall, behind Dumaret, and car 177 is leading that class in the GT4 class, which is who's on board at the moment. Ersin Yususan, that's a Mercedes AMG GT4. That was the mid-blue one we saw going very well indeed when the circuit was at its wettest. It was almost like nobody had passed the message to the driver. But so I think it was at the time, I think it was Ersin Yususan who drove superbly in the blue Mercedes. So that's leading the class at the moment, but by 40-odd seconds from car 175, which is one of the 2 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martins. Guido Dumaret at the wheel of that, showing with Alexander Walker and Yevgen Sokolovsky. And another Dumaret. Guillaume is in the sister car, showing with Emil Heyerdahl and Celia Martin. But it's the one of the better place of those 2 Aston Martins in SP10 is the one in 2nd place, but it's actually just come out from a pit stop and they've slotted in. Oh, he's rather handy. Nico Verdonk. Very good person to put on board. Now, what's happening at the sharp end of the field? Just waiting to see the respective pace of Alessio Picariello, Martin Ragginger, and importantly for me, my eyes are drawn on the pace of that's being achieved by the driver down in 6th place at the moment, Kuba Gemaziak, but that will bounce up the order when the pit stop sequence has come to its conclusion. And looking at the interval times, oh yeah, Gemaziak's very much up to speed in that number 16 Audi. Sector time's incredibly strong. And again,
Grossman into the pits.
Well spotted. We're waiting for the Ferrari to come in, and that has done as expected. So his fleeting time in the lead has come to a conclusion. He will have to serve the pit stop. And thereafter, the number 3 Falco Motorsport Porsche will go back into the lead of the race. 1 hour and 40 minutes remain of today's 6 hours, which is, of course, just a continuation of yesterday's 6 hours. This is the Nürburgring 12 hours, the 5th race of the season for the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. and I'd say it's been a real success. A lot of these drivers getting, well, 3 times as much driving as per normal. Some have added an extra driver as well for good luck, for boosting the budget, and for sharing the fun. Right, now just looking at representative lap times coming through, and no, Martin Racking has dived into the pits just as he set an 8:03. It'll be longer than that now. He's across the finish line 8:10, but okay, let's take a look. Driver change coming up. Extract one Ragginger. Who's that? I think that's Komi Ledegar who's about to get on board. I think he's got the white helmet with the silver stripes on it, and black stripes. Let's take a look, but he's so fresh to this team that he doesn't have his name on the overalls. But looks like a bog standard pit stop. Car's looking pretty clean indeed at this stage, Peter.
Yes, no need for the car washers yet. I know it's a traditional thing to do on a Sunday, go and wash your car, but not here at the Nürburgring. Maybe tomorrow. Interesting. Just check the left rear mechanic. Very careful. Just go around and just checking the wheel bearings. Just make sure everything's all nice and tight. There's no play in those wheels. Great shot inside of that car again. The windscreen now being cleared. At this point, well, actually being sprayed in foam. I want to get rid of all those waves. It's a bug's life. Well, theirs is over. But that great shot at the dashboard, with that countdown we saw yesterday, with that huge digital graphic in front. That I'm going to use a brand name here, but Fisher Price. You know what I mean by that in the UK, as in keyboards that are coloured, very obvious for kids, and it's round peg square hole. It's there for the driver. It's in red. It's do not go, and it even says on it there to wait or something. Didn't it say? Never mind the radio check. So there's the pit board, pit speed, radio check, driver ID, fuel reset. All these things they expect the driver to do while sitting in the car doing nothing.
Yeah, quite astonishing. I mean,
absolutely. I mean,
are they crazed?
Paid to drive, not sit in the car, press buttons.
Right. Of course, what we saw yesterday, and we will see again today, when you look at the graphic, the display in front of the driver, the time to go until the pit stop, the driver should leave the pit stop, is in red until you get to the display suddenly flicking to green. Was it 10 or 5 seconds before?
No, 10 seconds it went to yellow.
Yellow and then to green at 5 seconds.
So wait until it goes green.
Yeah.
It needs the colour coding, I understand, you see.
Working through the rainbow.
If it had gone green at 10 seconds, I'd have gone.
Simple simple does.
Yellow's that bit you need. That's that amber, bit like traffic lights. It's safe to go, but on your own head. No, wait till it's green. Same thing as the pit lane speed limiter, 60k, set it to 59 just in case.
Peering through the window, and I'm fairly sure it is Komi Ledegar who's taken over from Martin Rackinger. Martin Rackinger, it's a little sort of
yellow.
So into the final few moments. So the lollipop is up. Don't want that down. Often it's kept in the face, and looking down. Off we. We saw.
Time to go. I would say there was 1.3 seconds left on that.
It said 0.42 of a second.
1.4 point from there. Okay.
And then I couldn't see it anymore, but he was already moving. What do I know? But anyhow, we will wait and see. In that case, it probably is Komi Ledegar. Always keen to get going. Let's see when he comes out onto the track. We know it is Komi Ledegar. Driver who's had a remarkable few years actually in GT racing. He was before that he was French Porsche champion. He was the Blancpain Endurance champion. That was 2014 for the Porsche title. 2016 Blancpain Endurance champion and the Italian Porsche champion. But then he was the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion last year, and the GTWC Endurance champion, and the Spa 24 winner. So he's really had quite a record.
It's quite handy then.
Yeah, he's lucked into a few, obviously.
Definitely in the car, because he set the driver ID down to the pits, so it's him. The driver tend not to set somebody else's driver ID. They'd like to be credited.
What happens if you've just accidentally dropped the car embarrassingly into the fence? You suddenly flick it back to another driver's name. Buy yourself a little bit of time.
You definitely spent too much time around drivers. You can obviously know their Machiavellian ways.
They like to fiddle. Right.
More importantly, like not to take the blame.
Yeah. Fiddle with the truth.
It wasn't me, Gov.
Yes, I'm naming no names, but standing outside various stewards' office with listening to a driver's explanation, you're thinking, that's not what I saw on the cameras. And then they come out and go, okay, fair cop, having denied it point blank to you. But when they hear, that moment they find out it was caught on camera, and now suddenly they look a little bit shifty.
Well, I will recount a little tale of being at Alton Park in a certain series, and all I will say is that the entrant, team owner, was Hugh Chamberlain. So you can imagine having to go to the clerk of the course, and Hugh Chamberlain said that with me, saying, "Come and sit down and mind your P's and Q's, behave yourself. This is what you do, whatever." Yeah, what you say outside is different. Yes, we sat down in front of the clerk of the course, and he came up with a little white chits from all the observers. They said, "Would you like to explain your actions on this, this, and this?" Yeah. And I went, picked them up, and went, "Not that one, not that one. I can talk about that one." And Chamberlain was boring holes into me, and the clerk of course said, "And why are you not going to comment on the first two?" I said, "I'm not in either of those cars. I'm driving competition number X." And he went, you can see Chamberlain like relaxed, just going, we got outside, and he went, "You're a cocky little so-and-so." I said, "But entirely accurate." I was like, "I'm not going to get involved in things I'm not involved in." And he went, "Good for you." He said, "As for the other one," he said, "Right, let's have a conversation." Yes, the rest we will leave it just at that, shall we?
For now.
Yes, don't do that again. Yes.
Right,
great man to drive for, I have to say.
Oh.
Car run by Steve Hay as well. If you're listening, Steve, I know you probably will be. But I need to see you back on the circuits, my friend.
Yeah, Hugh's one of the few people I regularly, when I contact him at Le Mans, we talk rugby. He's one of the few people I can talk rugby to in the pit lane, and that's my other currency.
I used to talk gardening with this lovely lady, because Hugh is known as huge because of his physique,
and small.
And his wife is small. He's there talking gardening and drainage, and what you need to do is this. And so this, and they go, "Shouldn't be in the debrief." "I'm just sorting my garden out. I don't have watering plants." It's far more important.
So suddenly we have only just over an hour and a half remaining. This is in the 6 hours today, and we had 6 hours yesterday, and together they will form, guess what, the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. It's the 5th round of the championship with the NLS for this year. It should have been the 6th round, of course. Round 2 is now being held in November because round 2 was, they noticed the snow had arrived and wasn't going to be shifting. And they wisely
round 2 is the 8th round.
That's right.
It's perfectly logical. It's not round 8. Round 8's the 7th round. Round 2 is the 8th round.
I wanted it to shift with the number system.
Yes, so did I, but no, they didn't.
Right, so just waiting for the timing screens to unwind the stagger, so to speak, because Ludwig and Kolb in the 26 Ferrari and the number 5 Phoenix Audi pitted last time around, so they're still listed at the front of the table. We know it should be the number 3 Alessio Picariello driven Falcon Motorsport Porsche that assumes the top of the timing screens. In fact, it's down in 4th place at the moment because the sister car, the number 4 car that Komi Ledegar has just taken over from Martin Ragginger, also made a pit stop a lap after Picariello and Gimasiak and Marek Bockman. So expect our top 2 to be Picariello, and will it be Gimasiak or will it still be Ludwig? We'll wait and find out, but certainly it should be the number 3 Porsche back to the top of the timing screens. That was the car that was at the top of the timing screens after 6 hours yesterday evening when day had turned through a very damp afternoon into the dark of evening and into night, and that's when the checker flag was dropped on. At the time it was the driver who'd started the day in that car, Sven Muller, in that 4-driver lineup for Falcon Motorsports, the number 3 car. Just waiting for that to go back up, waiting for drivers to start setting quick times again. And a very, very good time from Lucy Treffs, running in 7th place overall. Well, anything under 8 minutes is good. That's a 7 minutes 58.688 second lap. That will put a smile on the face of the Landgraf Motorsport crew. And Lucy, one of the much younger drivers in this field, and showing that age certainly isn't everything. He's only... as I look at my list for him, I knew he was a young driver, and I noticed my sheet that I'd compiled said date of birth, XXXX. That's not much use to anyone, is it? But he certainly is of the younger persuasion. Luca Angelo Treffs, known in his racing world as Lucy.
No, Jones, keep up with it. It's pretty clear what that means. Generation X.
Clear to you, my boy. Yes, I probably was right inadvertently. Who knew? 3. But interesting that fresh rubber, fresh face. picking up the pace. Another car just setting its fastest lap of the race. This might be quite an important one. It's a car that's been going very well in the Cup 2 class. In the pit sequence, the number 120 W&S Motorsport entries dropped down to 4th place, but that car's fastest lap is, he quickly looks up and down the order, in the hands of David Jahn, who I said was very good in that car. The fastest lap we've seen in the Cup 2 class. So, the seesaw goes one way, like a pendulum it goes the other, and it's really a question of what you can do across your average speed, average lap time across an 8-lap stint. 7 and 8-lap stints seem to be average here, and we just had a few cars running out of sequence. Not for anything untoward, just simply their sequence.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Faltenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Who is flying around the circuit? We've just seen some very quick laps. Waiting to see who's the quickest at the moment. Waiting to see if there are any more moments where yellow flags are thrown or slow zones. Car going particularly well is Carrie Schreiner in the second of the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. Bright yellow and bright black. 8 minutes 10 for her last time around. Running in 10th place overall. This is a car that's picked its way back up the order. We now have the top 10 cars are all from the top class. And freshly out of the pit, so that was the outlap for Carrie Schreiner. The sister car, number 11, is up in 6th place overall. Marek Bockman at the wheel of that. And it's good for this local sponsor to be putting its name on these cars. And they've had them in previous events in cars further down the order, in the more junior classes here, the less powerful cars, the production-based class as well. So great to see. And I think the fans really appreciate that. And always in my mind, so we get a yellow flag at Arenberg, another one at Fuchsruhe, is I think drivers like cars they can identify. They like products with sponsors that they can go and buy. I still full well remember when I went to university, if there was a team, British Touring Car Championship or Saloon Car back then, sponsored by Napolina tomatoes. So my choice whenever I bought my boiled tomatoes. Exactly, John Dooley John Kirby, Simon Kirby.
Alpha GTA V6.
Yeah, and the Sud before that.
Yes.
There we are. Gnome's Corner, but it is all about, products you can buy. And we've talked about this before, Snowy. I'm going to lose Snow for a bit. He's just been prevented with a flagon of coffee. We
can share it.
We can.
I did fish 2 straws as well.
No, but it's amateur. Talking about why the NASCAR series over 30, 40 years ago, you looked at the cars, they were sponsored by things you could walk around your local supermarket and go, Maxwell House Coffee, Kodak Film, etc., etc.
Make it relatable.
Absolutely relatable, and something, if you're a real fan, of course you want to support the sponsors that go on the car. And so right now,
in the days when touring cars and NASCARs were more like stock cars, road stock, the American Motorsport production, when an Alpha Sud and a GTA V6, it was an Alpha GTA V6 modified for racing. Nowadays, post-built race cars, really.
No, quite so. Right, Cooper Gamaziak, he needs something to keep him interested, so he thought a lap in 7 minutes 56, the new fastest lap of the race, is the thought of thing he required. But okay, he's 23 seconds down on Alessio Picariello. They're in second and third, but effectively in first and second, because the race-leading Audi, the sister Audi to Gamaziak's car, is pitting
just
at
set a
7:56.4,
as you just said.
Indeed. Wow.
Every time.
But what he does...
It's pink, it's Gamaziak.
Yeah, but as soon as you get...
There's a line I didn't think would catch on this weekend.
No, but as soon as you get that, then there are slow zones, which will interrupt his progress. But what we've seen, when he's had clear track, when I'm talking about weather, and no slow zones and no yellow flags, he just has this ability to lap incredibly fast, but incredibly consistently. So it's a real attribute that all drivers want to gain, but he's clearly got a really good handle on the Nürburgring. Driver of the Ferrari is Luca Ludwig. He set very quick laps. Last time he did just under 8 minutes 2. That's in the ballpark or thereabouts. But really, he needs to be getting below 8 minutes, such is the standard. The gold standard. He's in the gold car. That's what he should be aiming for. But not matching the pace of Alessio Picariello. He did a 7 minutes 59, and certainly not Cooper Gamaziak, who's in effective second place, who went around, let's just say it again, 7 minutes 56.45 seconds. Fastest lap of the race. Hour and 20 minutes remain. Therefore, we've had 10 hours and 40 minutes of racing. 6 hours on the Saturday from afternoon into evening. And today, we're getting towards the close. But as this race has shown, just when you're sitting comfortably, just when you think you know what is coming up in front of you, something seems to twist and change. Omid Edgar just going past trying to get past the Krone Aviation RPM Racing Porsche, the Cup class car, and always you get this problem in an SP9 class car. You get in a straight line, and the Cup cars are slightly faster, if anything. So you've really got to wind yourself up, get to the twisty parts of the circuit. You've got more aero to play with, but what we saw then just typified that.
Exactly the problem there, because I actually thought that Chrome Aviation car was going into the pits, as did I think the Vulcan Porsche, and it didn't. It went to one side and was out of the way there. But as you say, they've got that slightly less aero, which is no advantage on the rest of the circuit, hence it's a different class car. But in the straight line, it punches the hole quicker, and you sit there behind it, and you're in a top class car, but a car a class below can out-drag you, which is it's frustrating to say the least.
I like it. I'm the commentator. I'm not interrupted by it. But no, it's great. And again, the drivers have to learn that. And again, they also have to learn where around the point on the circuit they can get around to, and where they could make it all work for them.
I'm still unsure what we've had a yellow to a code 60 to go back out again to a green to go back to a code 60, and now it's a yellow again at Flugplatz, it's saying. I can't quite. Now at Carousel as well, so I'm not really sure what it's for at the moment.
Code 120, Marshall Post 60 at Fuchsröhr. I wonder if that was the fox that defecated on the bonnet of my car. Never had that happen before in all my life. That happened on Friday night.
Right, it's 4:37. I don't mean time. Car number 437 that's stopped at Carousel.
You don't have a lot of space to pull off the circuit there on the exit of the Carousel.
That's a Pro Sport Cayman from the V5 class. That's 437. And that stopped awkwardly on the exit of the Carousel by the look of it.
As I say, there's very little space on the outside of the circuit to pull off there because the cars run up towards the outside of the circuit. Right, race is being led by Vincent Kolb, but he owes us a pit stop sometime soon. He was in sequence with the other drivers in the lead group, the number 3 Porsche, the number 16 Aston Martin. Oh, the car's not even off the track. The BMW is on the... the Cayman is on the track. Drivers left as they exit the Carousel. No driver to be seen. A couple of people over the fence having a look. So drivers still on board, and Marshall talking over the fence to it. But very good yellow flag waving on the approach to the Carousel. So that was very clear for the drivers.
That's just stopped, hasn't it? I'm guessing
that's a different one, because you were talking about a Pro Sport Racing. Oh no, the Porsche Cayman. You're quite right. Sorry. Yeah. Again, I think Pro Sport Racing. I think Aston Martin, but
they run other makes are available. Vincent Kolb in the Audi number 5 we're talking about in terms of laps, Bruce. He's completed 6 laps currently.
Okay. Whereas the others are probably only 2 laps into their stint.
Yeah.
So out of kilter, of course, it will all unravel towards the end of the race. But this has been created by Frank Stippler only doing a 5-lap stint versus 7 or 8-lap stint. So our race leader 16 seconds to the good, but last time I glanced it was 22 seconds. So that tells you he's being caught. Last lap he lost 6.5 seconds to, well, almost slightly more than that actually, to Alessio Picariello, who in turn is being caught bit by bit by about 2 or 3 seconds a lap by Kuba Gimasiak. Really, surely at this point in the race, with an hour and 15 remaining, it's between the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche and the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. That's giving chase, and the Team Phoenix Audi number 16 has set the fastest lap of the race, and the time differential, Gimasiak in his Phoenix Audi running third was 10 seconds a lap faster than the car that we're looking at now, which is Vincent Kolb leading. That's the number 5 Audi, but we knew in terms of raw pace Kuba Gimasiak would have the edge, but today he's been absolutely fantastic. But don't fear too much for number 5. They have got a certain F Stippler to get on board, very wieldy tool to be used for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it's not something, not too bad to have him in your armoury to come back into the car before the end of the race, isn't it? We've got just over an hour, so hour and 16 we're at now, I think, hour and 15 thereabouts, Bruce. So, yeah, 264 Ks for the number 5 lead Phoenix Audi on the Dottinger Hoa. I would say that's a bit slow, mate. 271 just on the dot for the Dottinger Hoa.
So how is this one going to unravel today? Well, let's see. An hour and 15 and less to the end of the race. Anybody who's got any hope in this race has to be lapping quite often beneath 8 minutes. The gap between the fastest car, which is running in third place for now, Kuba Gamaziak, and the car in front, just waiting for the line to be crossed to find out how much of an advantage has Alessio Picariello got. Still waiting for Kuba Gamaziak to cross the line. Picariello's 10, nearly 11 seconds down on Vincent Kolb, who's leading in the number 5 Audi from Phoenix, but that will be pitting long before Picariello has to do it. So really the battle for the lead is between Picariello, who's now 19.9 seconds behind, ahead of Kuba Gamaziak. The pole is closing in all the time, and on that last lap gained almost precisely 3 seconds. That is handy. Hour and 13 and a half minutes remain, and Alessio Picariello are reeling off the laps. All of the lap times at the moment that little bit slower. We've had some slow zones around the back of the circuit.
A couple of ticker updates for you. The 437, the Porsche we mentioned, that stopped at the exit of the carousel, has indeed lost propulsion. But more interestingly, black flag penalty for car 55, which is
that's the Landgraf Motorsport.
Indeed, for falling below minimum pit time.
Whoa, and that was the car we were just talking about. Young Lucy Treff's really getting a move on in, and his next target was to set off after Kome Ledegaard, but that'd be a hard target because Kome's upping the pace in the number 4 Falco Motorsport car. Black flag.
Well, yes, I'm guessing that's going to be at least a drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, as in you've got to come and save it now.
Yeah, we'll.
It's okay. Well, the Aston one plays higher. Have Sarah Rigby heard that?
You're scoring points.
No, just Aston fans can't help it. Sorry.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Every day I look on the drive and I still can't see a DB4.
I wish I could still. I don't think we can afford one between us, mate.
No.
Do a Corgi model. There used to be a little known thing that the Corgi models of an UK make of cars, yes, I think they were worldwide, but they did a DB4, or DB5, which actually was a DB4 with a different nose on it, for the gentleman James Bond came out, and they produced the first ones in a goldy colour.
I have one.
Because that's what they thought they were going to be, because it was Goldfinger, that's what they were told to produce the front. Then the cars came out silver. And by the way, little known bit thing, the DB5 Astons, James Bonds, were never silver birch. It's not the actual colour. But anyway, that's another story.
No, that's very good, because...
nor was the original car actually a DB5 either. It was DB4 Series 5 Vantage in Goldfinger. That's another story.
You have to live and learn. I have a lot of living to do.
But the Aston Martin Owners Club used to have a trophy presented by Corgi, which was a solid gold DB4 Corgi model, which was for the fastest time of the day or fastest lap of a race meeting, and it got presented, and it came back every year.
Wow.
It's kept in the Heritage Trust now, so obviously it's there, but yeah, a solid gold. How times have changed. Back in the 60s, I'll just make one in gold and they'd have it at club events. Remember that club events in those days, AMOC were running things like international trophies, Martini and stuff, so it was slightly different days, but how fabulous is that? You know, now you'd get a little sort of plaque, maybe if it's glass you'd be lucky.
Shall I tell you a very brief but sad little story? My younger brother...
You've been reading my CV again, have you?
Yes. My younger brother took the gold James Bond car and painted to match the later one we had, so the gold one was painted silver.
Ah, yes.
Wonderful. Then I don't know where it is actually anymore, but very treasured childhood elements, and woe betide the moment you came back into school holidays and found your mother had thrown out your old stuff. Deary me.
Oh. Pleasures of boarding school. When you're at home, you can keep tabs on things.
Yeah. They let other smaller children play with your stuff when you're away. They break them. Anyhow, I just about have got over all of that. So
that's another boarding school memory. But anyway, moving along, the Audi progression, and looking regal in the sunshine there. Vincent Kolb, race leader.
but he's losing 5-6 seconds a lap to the chasing cars. In fact, actually it was almost 10 seconds a lap to his own teammate Kuba Gimasiak. So Vincent Kolb does have a secret weapon, though. He has got Frank Stippler to hand over to take it through to the end of the race. But Kuba Gimasiak, I would reckon, will probably be in the sister car through to the end of the race. We had a fair bit of Kim
Kolb
Lewis
has
SRAM
completed
on the car.
7 laps, Bruce. So this,
okay,
this
so be in
must
at the end of this one.
Yeah, must be on this one. You say that though, so you're talking about the ace to play, but Vincent Kolb's best lap in this car was an 8:04.7. His average being 8:11s. Stippler 8:03.7. So it's only a second quicker, but 2 seconds quicker on average.
I was going to say
over his
it's
sim.
the average.
That's the point, and that's why the average is quite interesting. Yeah. As you said so many times, consistency.
It is, and I mean, today easier to find the consistency than yesterday, where the weather was changing, the track condition was never the same from lap to lap. Only near the end of the race did you get anything close to parity on that, and that is where you suddenly saw the merit, the calibre of the very best drivers. All the drivers right now, their lap speed will be dropping down. There's still Porsche Cayman parked on the circuit at the exit. Drivers left as they come down the slope out of the carousel. And then that big frustration.
Well, a long run, but just getting the great Rover helicopter shot there. But that Porsche that's parked on the exit, you say, a carousel there, if the gearbox has failed and it's locked to the transmission, there's nothing you can do about it. The driver will naturally try and get the car out of the way. Logic, because you don't want the car damaged.
No, exactly.
Something else running into it. Just pretty self-preservation, to be honest. But if it's stuck there, it's not that easy. It needs lifting. You've got pick-up points and all that in the roof or whatever it may be. But it's just a longer extraction to get that car out of the way. How interesting it was, and went past it there, it's that great aerial shot, just how long it was until the next marshal's post for a green flag. And he was sitting there, you saw the Porsche sitting there thinking, waiting. You know where the post is, but you've almost got to sit out there and wait for it and just go for it.
Yeah, and the car we were being shown was, the number 3 Porsche had to wait. But it's also when you get the high-up shots, you can just see how much, or more to the point, at various points of the circuit, how little access there is for the rescue crews. And you can certainly, you can imagine if you're a regular with the rescue crews around here, you're going, the car went off where? Oh my gosh, we're going to be working in really constricted location. Other ones should go, that's great, we'll tow it 50 yards and then we can just push it back through the gap in the barriers. But knowledge is an important thing. And another element, Peter, is that when you're racing on a circuit like this, you do need, as a driver, to pay attention to where the marshal post. If anything is untoward and you know, if I can just get it to the next post, there's a gap in the barrier and I can get the car off into retirement in a safe zone. You've got to be all eyes and ears for all of that, haven't you?
Absolutely so. You can never let your guard down. You can never relax. Especially not around this place.
Entirely so, but...
and they've got it easy today because it's bright, light, sunny, dry. I mean, come on.
The very strangest thing, if you do a championship like the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series year in, year out, you will have some years where you have 8 races, 5 of which were held in absolutely foul weather. And the next year they'll be all dry, or most of them dry. So you really do just have to see what conditions you get. But the person who's got the driest conditions, he's waved his magic wand today, Kuba Gimasiak. He continues to take chunks of time out of effective race leader Alessio Picariello. And if yesterday was the story in mixed weather conditions of the number 3 Falco Motorsport crew just having things their way in those changing conditions, today it's the story of the Phoenix team. And talking of the Phoenix team, and particularly Kuba Gimasiak, his teammate has come in from the lead of the race. That's Vincent Kolb. So Frank Stippler will be ready and waiting with an hour and probably 3 minutes to do when he comes out after this pit stop. So through into the lead of the race, back into the lead of the race goes Alessio Picariello. His advantage was, I think, 19 point something seconds over Kuba Gimasiak. In the background of the shot on the start finish straight comes the pole. Kuba Gimasiak should be far less than that, under 15 seconds now. The slowest lap for both of them because of the slow zone. However, the simple fact is, best part of 5 seconds gained in that chase. Whoa, that's super impressive again from Gimasiak. Slow zone still at the carousel, waiting for that to be cleared, but it affects everyone equally, so there should be no complaints. But of course, it's to keep the race officials safe as they try and remove that car. Kamasiak continues to really hang the tail out. I suppose you can do that on the Grand Prix, or the part of the Grand Prix loop that's used, because you've got a bit of space beyond the black stuff. The black stuff is at least twice as wide. The track is so narrow on the Nordschleife.
Grand Prix circuit, safety net. The rest of the circuit, no.
Good to see the flank. I want to see this earlier. The left-hand flank of the number 5 Audi. The driver is now on board, who was there at the time of the side-on clash with the BMW, and that's Frank Stipler on board. But it's no more than a rubber kiss to the door, just behind the driver's door on the left-hand side of the car. You can see where the contact was made with the BMW. Big tyre burn there.
Isn't it funny how we adjust, isn't it? Because if that was your road car, you'd be mortified. That mark on it, a little bit of panel work. It's nothing. It's not a problem. Get on with it. Race it.
You see my car, I wouldn't be mortified. Yes. When they said
I wasn't going to go there, but
don't clean your car during the water shortage.
Well, you can't. You're just keeping it together.
Yes, the dust of grace.
What's
Earlier
your car?
days.
Dissolved. Be on the drive.
Nonsense.
Which is quite worrying because
Plastic
made
car.
of plastic anyway. So it's even more worrying.
Planned ahead. New chassis on board, all fine. Now, haven't talked too much about the Octane 126 Ferrari for a while. Luca Ludwig pressing on, can't match the pace of the people up front. He's a minute or so behind Kuba Gimasiak, but he's got a tidy advantage over Marek Bachmann, who's now up into 5th place in the number 11 Mercedes from Schnitzelarm Racing. I don't know, it seems later in the race, the pit stops always seem to take that little bit longer, but maybe it's just because you're now in the countdown to the finish with just over an hour remaining. Fresh set of Michelin rubber on the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. It's still listed at the top of our timing screen because it crossed the timing beam as it came into the pit lanes, but now it gets underway and gets going all over again. Don't forget, it was the sister car, the number 16 car, that lost 45 seconds or so on its pit stop when Kim Lewis Schramm had to be A, pushed in down to the pit garage, and then B, took a while to get the car fired up. But here it is, it's only 15 seconds now down on the race leader on Alessio Picariello. So a lot of that time was gobbled up. But still, if you weren't with us at the restart today, 1 minute, it was 59.9 seconds was the advantage when the checkered flag was shown last night that the number 3 Porsche had over the Octane 126 Ferrari. However, after the restart, after the cars were put out at the correct intervals, their time deficits when the checkered flag fell last night, we expected there still to be 50-something or maybe over a minute advantage for the number 3 Porsche, but suddenly it was down to 24 seconds. So was there a problem for Alessio Picariello? Did he not get the heat in the tyres? But Peter and I watched him weaving and snaking, not just before Code 60 was released, he could go at full speed, but down the start-finish straight. So one has to feel. Dottinger-Hohe, then the start-finish straight. So he was released with about a quarter of a lap to go. And suddenly 30 seconds plus, 35 seconds went out of the window. He fought back, but it was absolutely extraordinary. A lesson to be learnt, one would feel. Because since then, the number 3 Porsche has been going perfectly well.
It's hard to imagine, Bruce, that such as the joyous occasion being, that we're nearly into the final hour already.
I know. It really... Yesterday absolutely flew. When we got to the end of the first hour, I couldn't believe it, but we hadn't had the same track conditions more than once, had we? Every lap was different. Right, what's happening in the world of Audi? People looking at the screens. Vincent Kolb just out of the number 5, getting the rundown, the lowdown, crossing over to the team. Frank Stipler now on board. You're an expert at body language, Snowy. What's he saying? That's the ultimate pass, isn't it?
I was going to say, thanks, mate.
Right,
it was interesting when who's our interview in the pit lane?
What's that?
Who's our interviewer in the pit lane?
Patrick Simon.
Patrick Simon, I thought it was. Patrick Simon, when he went into the pits there, the crew were all huddled up and discussing things, obviously quite detailed. And as soon as he appeared, they sat bolt upright, and it was like it's like the school martyr coming back into the schoolroom. All right, stop flicking it. Jones, sit down. It's always Jones. You were picked on because you were the tallest, not because you were the smartest, by the way, just because you're the tallest.
None of that's true.
Pass it back.
Very good. Well, out of this this interview, the good thing is that Vincent Kolb is really smiling, looking very happy indeed, and he's not going to be in the car again into the final hour of this race. We'll have the final batch of highlights within the race coming up just out of this. But yeah, happy camp. The car is in front, but I guess the question is running out of sequence. They've got to run this through to the end of the race. But Frank Stippler is going to be doing the heavy carrying now. And can he challenge? Can he stay in front of Kuba Gamaziak, his teammate, who has been delayed, or the number 16 car was delayed in that pit stop? Or more importantly, can he also stay in front of the Falcon Motorsport number 3 Porsche? So Vincent Kolb happy, the car on the track. Patrick Seaman, he's happy as well. Still an hour of racing to go. The number 16 Audi, the sister car to Vincent Kolb's car, which is the number 5 from the Team Phoenix camp, pushing on, pushing hard, catching bit by bit Kuba Gamaziak, closing in on Alessio Picariello, the number 3 Porsche. For now, it could be a very long final hour for the number 3 crew, because definitely the direction of travel and traffic is that the 16 car is a-coming. If it hadn't had that very slow pit stop, it would be in front by half a minute. There's a thought to be put in. So today in the drier conditions, it very much has been about Team Phoenix. A valiant effort from the crews, the 2 crews, the number 3 and number 4 crew from Falcon Motorsport. But it is a case of a chase, and the chase is being handled by the driver who was brilliant in really troubled qualifying yesterday. But in the race, Kuba Gamaziak has pushed on very, very hard indeed. The 32-year-old Pole working hard. His best lap is the best lap of race, 7 minutes 56.4 seconds. And he's not leaving a millimetre on the circuit that he's not trying to use to maximise his speed. Turning into Galgenkopf now, and he's going to hope to have sight, may not quite do it, from Alessio Picariello around the outside of a Porsche Cayman. Oh, that was quite brave on the entry to the Dottinger Höhe. He's already under the bridge, 240 kilometres an hour on the board. That's 150 miles an hour, and continuing to accelerate, chasing off after the effective race leader, which would be Alessio Picariello, who will be the race leader when his car, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, goes over the start-finish line, because of course the number 5 Audi is listed ahead, but that was serving its pit stop and will be behind them almost well, by quite some considerable margin. 15 seconds, is that enough to just about be in sight down the Dottinger Höhe by the time the cars get to the Tiergarten? However, there's no chance that Kuba Gamaziak can see the driver who's leading him in this race, Alessio Picariello. The gap, bear in mind, came down and down, waiting for it to flash by. It was 15.7 seconds. It's down to 6.6. So in that casual way of his, another 8.5 seconds gained. This is a masterclass from a driver who loves this circuit, loves this car, has the right tyres. The team have clearly got the preparation very, very well balanced this weekend. That's Team Phoenix. They'll have a smile on their face. Are they heading to 1st and 3rd, or will the Ferrari spoil their fun? And will it be 1st and 4th? Let us see. The clock continues to count down, but maybe the time in the lead for the number 3 Audi counts, Porsche counts down as well. Alessio Picariello lapping as fast as everyone, with the exception of the car that's chasing him. That's Kuba Gamaziak. And really, I think, Peter, at this point, we have to say, in the changeable conditions, the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport yesterday evening was the car to have, and particularly with a really strong driver lineup. And then today, in the full dry, it's been the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi that's on the nail.
Certainly appears to be the case, and I think their trump card there is, you say, Kuba Gamaziak. Just running down the order a little bit further down there, the number 55 car, which is in 7th place, that's the Landgraf Mercedes with Sandra Treffs at the wheel. I mentioned about being a black flag for that. The ticker's still there. The ticker, I've got the report of the penalty, but not the penalty, if that makes sense. So it says it's going to be given a penalty for what it did, under pit lane, under time.
Under time.
But it hasn't said what the penalty is going to be yet.
Keep them waiting.
Exactly. So I'm glad that makes sense to you, because I was just running under my head. Does that make sense? And when Bruce Jones is perplexed, I know I've got it wrong.
Situation normal. Right, so
called you Bruno then? I'm not quite sure where that came
we
from.
combine my first and second name, but we're about to go to highlights, and let's take a look back at what has happened today. Yesterday was grey and drizzly, the track very difficult indeed. Today, Sunday morning, the second 6 hours that will form the first Nürburgring, 12 hours, and the cars had to start from pit lane, but importantly the track was dry and the weather was getting better all the time. A few of the fallers last night had to have late repairs in the pit lane under discretionary advice, but then the car that was the best part of a minute clear, 59.9 seconds clear, was flagged away first, and that was Alessio Picariello in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. And then when the final car of the 102 starters was released, all the cars that went out before running at code 60 were shown the green flag and they could take off. But suddenly that minute's advantage came down to 24 seconds over the Octane 126 Ferrari. Was Picariello dawdling? Did he not get heat in his tyres? He was still working them side to side by the time he passed the pits at full racing speed. But the fullest of racing speed, of course, was shown by the 16 Team Phoenix Audi. Kuba Gimasiak hunted down Bjorn Grossman's Ferrari, very quick in its own right, but not as quick as the number 16 Audi, and passed it with ease down the Duttinger Her. Plenty of battling through the classes, particularly the Cup 3 class with the Porsche Caymans having fun. Slightly tattered and battered looking 927 KTM Crossbow leaking fluid as it left the pit lane. Jackson Evans had the lead, having taken over from Alessio Picariello, but he was hunted down and passed when he guessed wrongly in traffic, got himself behind 2 cars instead of going past them. Gimasiak said, "Thank you very much indeed." And it was only a matter of time anyhow that the lead was going to change. And he pulled away. The sister car with Frank Stippler then got into contact with the BMW that then bounced into a Porsche Cayman. And Frank's car got away with just a slightly revised paint livery down the left-hand flank. Turn 1, an attractive corner. The gravel trap, even more attractive to some runners. One of the little Renault Clios there, car 285, stuck in the gravel. And then a problem for Gimasiak's car. In the hands of Kim Lewis-Schramm, it didn't come at full speed under the pit limit into the pit lane. It had to be pushed down to the garage. Then they struggled to restart it, and about 45 seconds were lost. So then it was catch-up time, and Gimasiak soon picked off the Ferrari again. Then we had a spinner, several spinners through the course of the race. So Klostertal was the point on the circuit, proving difficult, but still great battling. We had 3 cars fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th position, covered by about half a second, which made for enthralling viewing. One of the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, car number 11, in that battle. But for so many of the drivers, it was bring it back to the pits. If you're staying on for another stint, sit still, wait for your car to be refueled, and then you never can predict what is going to be out there on the circuit. And recently we've had a Porsche Cayman from Pro Sport Racing stopped on the track just on the exit of the carousel, and things like this interrupt the flow of the drivers. But the very best since then, Picariello and Gimasiak, first and second in this race, have been having a fabulous scrap since then, setting the current fastest laps. All of those laps at the moment down on time simply because they have these slow zones around the circuit. Now Marek Bachmann is holding on to 5th place at the moment, but for how much longer? Not much longer, because Komi Ledegar has got onto his tail and should have passed. And for the race leading car, Alessio Picariello, the number 3 Porsche, cannot afford to hang back, looking for any high shot to see. It was 6 seconds between him and the chasing. Oh, it looks so it's about that as he goes through carousel. The traffic hasn't been kind. Luckily, the Porsche Cayman on the exit has been cleared. And that means our race leader, Alessio Picariello, who's got one of the Schnitzelam cars on his tail, he's got past it though, he's put a lap on it. That's important to him. That would be the Carrie Schreiner car that's now been handed. It's still in Carrie Schreiner's hands, but need a slightly higher shot to see if that 6.6 second dwindling advantage that Picariello had over Gimasiak has come down. I sense a second or so has been locked away by the pole, but the Belgian driver is still snowy at the front of the field. But look, 50 minutes remain.
Yes, but as you say, the key phrase there is at the front of the field. That's where you need to be. It's part of the racing driver's job.
No, well,
just the overall aim, all said and done.
traffic often confronts the lead driver when they least want it. Sometimes they can work it better than the chaser, but you just feel that Gimasiak has attacked everything around the circuit so far. Yeah, in one of the sectors he took 3.5 seconds. Yeah, 3.5 seconds out of the race leader. By that dint of that gain, he should be on his tail by the end of the lap. Still not quite in shot. I think the traffic's actually affected him just as much as the race leader, so just when it looked so he was closing in, the traffic that just rather blocked the place that our race leader wanted to be, Picariello wanted to be, then in turn they shared it out, they evened things out, and they seem to have obstructed, not intentionally, just coincidentally. As the cars go, the first two go, one goes into Schwalbenschwanz, off the concrete, runs down the inside of the corner, and now turning into Galgenkopf. Still looks like it's about 4 or 5 second advantage that Picariello has, so that's less than it was the time before. Looking for any little bit of slipstreaming tow he can get. The BMW he's passing is from a production class, so that doesn't give A, much tow, and B, is travelling that much slower, so not much use. So Picariello, the clock is now 49 minutes left of today's 6 hours, therefore 49 minutes overall of the 12 hours left in this race. In the background, though, picking his way through the traffic, having got past that Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, the chase is on. It's still on from Kuba Gimasiak. He will not finish until the checkered flag has fallen.
And rightly so. They said that's his job, quite rightly. And it's not over until the Rubenesque lady is singing.
Indeed, probably starting her gargling routine as we speak, because the clock continues to count down. But lap times at the moment will be slower than we've been accustomed to. Now, in the background, Kuba Gimasiak shoots into the pit lane. So we've got, he was on the same pit sequence as, of course, the number 3 Porsche that's leading the race. Now, has that taken the pressure off? How soon? Could you just double check? I keep asking you to look at your box of tricks. How far into this stint was Gimasiak, and how much into this stint is our race leader, number 3 car?
7 laps, depending on depending on whether he's triggered the pit lane, the timer. He might.
I think he has. So I think that probably means an 8-lap stint is coming up now for. Well, it better be 8 lap. He started the 8th lap for our race leader, Alessio Picariello. But it does mean also when he serves his pit stop. Well, let's take a look. The Audi's being swung around. That's normal in this pit lane. You put the car up on the dolly jacks and swing it around. A fresh set of slick tyres going on. Those weren't used too much yesterday, slick tyres, because
no
of course.
rush, is there? Talk about calm and collected.
Well, again, this minimum pit stop time just makes sure things are sensible. The last thing you want as you're just turning onto the Nordschleife is to be overtaken by one of your wheels that hasn't been attached properly, worked its way loose around the Grand Prix loop. Now, would this car fire up properly? Was it firing up problems with Kim Lewis-Schramm simply because it had run out of fuel? I'm fairly sure that will be the case.
Engineer leaning in, just doing something regarding some instructions to Kuba Gimasiak there, indicating what sort of, they don't have different things with strategies and stuff and whatever, but it's a little bit of damage at the front there. The front splitter really quite badly damaged. Now, that's on the right-hand side, isn't it? Just above the anti-dive planes there, we can see quite a lot of the carbon missing, a bit of a gap there. Not quite the panel fit it had when it left the factory, as these cars shouldn't have after a few bits of racing like this.
Yes, you wonder. I mean, there are many points where you go into a compression and the track kicks up, or it could have just been a high curb going to the outside, easily angled enough to do that sort of damage, but it certainly won't help the handling. But it must be said, that car not too long ago set the fastest lap of the race, 7 minutes 56.45 seconds. Quick by anybody's standards. Right now, one would suggest a little bit harder, a little bit less stable.
Straight into gear there, so no issue for that. So Kuba Gimasiak straight out of the pits again. Routine is out, joining out behind one of the multicoloured BMWs. He can drive round that if it's within the blend line, which he's done. That's fine, perfectly done. BMW saw him coming, just kept to the right hand side. Gimasiak out, using all the exit there of turn 1, and off he goes. Got to dial those fresh slicks in now. You can see they're shiny, and that's a release agent, the way it's made in the mould. To get the tyres which physically come out of the mould when it's made. That's what it is, and it's you've got to get that off when you drive it around. That's why they go dull again.
great inside information there from Snowy. Now, my less sort of insightful insight, if you would, is the fact that, of course, that in the run to the finish, it means that when next time around Alessio Picariello comes in, he'll have 1 lap less on his new rubber, so he can afford to push it all the harder to take it through to the end of the 6 hours today, and thus to the end of the Nürburgring 12 hours. And on these small things, he may find an advantage, but it must be said, on almost any sort of tyre, particularly early in the stint, Kuba Gimasiak had the legs. And don't forget,
Of everybody.
just pointed out again, that number 16 car, the Kuba Gimasiak car, lost about 45 seconds in its a recent pit stop when the car had to be pushed in towards the garage. It seemed to run out of fuel on the approach. Then it didn't want to fire up after the pit stop, and the mechanics had to lean in and, as Peter pointed out, flick all the pumps that you could just pump some fuel in, because when your tank has run dry, often surprisingly doesn't have any fuel to fire up the engine. So, but that withstanding, it's still in the battle.
Well, that's the problem, because systems aren't meant to run dry. You don't want to do that, and so it takes it into a whole different sort of phase. If it runs dry, and it can have all sorts of consequences. You can't pick up, it can't scavenge, you can't find the fuel. Yeah, it's annoying things like that, because it's outside of its working parameters. These race cars actually have a very, very fine window of operating.
Well, that's the very reason they're racing cars.
Exactly.
To maximise when things are going right. But
precisely so. So when you take it outside of that, and it's so that it's out of fuel, you're like, yeah, okay, an engine running dry of oil, that's not ideal. But fuel, simple as it should, in theory, just pump up again, but it may not. Hot race engines aren't often keen on restarting, or often they're not keen on restarting. And if you suddenly have to crank it to load more, because you've got to crank it on that battery that's on the car, that drains the battery, and it's got all those other systems to run, and then you find it suddenly can't do it. It starts cranking slowly, and it's like, oh, here we go. Love it. Be a racing driver that said it. Be glamorous.
Yes.
Live your best life.
What could possibly go wrong? So Michele Di Martino's car, the 883, is leading the BMW M2 CS class. He's putting a good run in that car. At one point, we had his name down on the flanks of that 39 Racing 1 Ferrari that had 5 drivers. It arrived here with only one name down, Christian Kohlhaas. And I would suggest when that didn't get going anyway, maybe he moved across to that 883. No, he was down on that one as well. The TKS Motorsport BMW M2 CS that's leading the class for TKS Motorsport. That's the car you thought looks like it came from Ukraine in the yellow and blue race livery yesterday. But going very nicely indeed, leading that class.
So whilst it's quite an Americanism, we are on full course green with 42 minutes to go.
Who would have thought?
So are we, just for the last 40 minutes, are we following your script, my script, or an amalgamation of the two?
I've already recorded the highlights package, so we'll go with mine. Yeah.
Right, okay. I need to have a quick listen to that to make sure I get the right bits in there. Or are we just making it up as usual?
Get excited at the right moments.
Let's follow what actually happens on the screen.
Well, I like a new approach.
We'll never catch on.
A few clouds coming over, but it's going to be dry from start to finish this race.
Stop it, Jones, stop it.
He reacts every single time I suddenly suggest what could possibly go wrong. What could possibly go wrong? Must be said, bearing in mind that the conditions yesterday, there were nothing through the first 4 of the 6 hours last night other than difficult. Thereafter, they were only marginally difficult. I am just so impressed. I'm going to scroll down the screen because I'm just feeling a bit crazy like that to see how many cars are still running. We started, in fact, we've got 104 cars as listed to start today. That shows how 2 or 3 of them are a little late out. And of those, I would suggest we've lost probably 8 of those. Might be 10, but that's pretty good running. And last night we therefore lost 11 in the first 6 hours, and it was easy to make a mistake. Track conditions were very, very greasy and difficult. So again, I'll just say what I said before. I think a really good job was done. Right, now, Alessio Picariello leading this race, but this time around gets to the end of Dottinghoa, should be coming in to make his final pit stop. With that will be with probably about 39, 38 minutes remaining in this race.
Now, penalty pending, just in case, but the 55 Landgraf Mercedes has just rejoined with no less than Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel of that car. It is still classified as 6th, and that's what it's going out of the pits. So keep an eye on that, cause we're not sure what that car does owe us. It's
race leader into the pits. Yeah, we don't know if the penalty's been added or not, but if it's 30 seconds, it should be.
because if it's given a stop-go penalty, you can't serve it in your pit stop.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
got to come and do this pit stop, which means you're slowing down and speeding up time is then there again, pit in, pit out.
Right, driver change in the race leading number 3 Porsche, getting out Alessio Picariello. I think they've worked through their cycle. Will it be Jackson Evans to the end, or will they put Sven Muller back on board, who's been very good in that indeed? But whoever's got to take over that car will go out with about 38 minutes to defend this race lead on a fresh set of rubber that's going on, and it's a fresh set of rubber that will have to do 1 lap less than the fresh rubber that's just been placed on Kuba
see that because Alessio is out of the car, so I'm trying to see who has gone in, trying to get Muller.
It's Sven Muller. I
Muller
thought
back
it would. I just said that they seem to be the 2 drivers most at home in that car, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. And last night, Picariello got out and Sven Muller got in. Bodywork looking a little bit grubby at the back, a bit of fuel leakage. And other all out. And Sven Muller just stretching himself in the cockpit as much as the freedom allows when fully strapped in, but he will be looking down at that display that has been such a feature of the car. And unfortunately, a BMW coming in full of smoke. It's halfway down the Dottinger Herb. Bodywork front left. And
now, could that be the car we saw earlier that had that issue?
It could well be. Car 506, I think that was. Right. That one. Okay, an interesting one that's made Peter and I both go, what? Because we've been talking about the countdown clock. And to my eye, we saw that previously go down to 0 and off you went. But it was in the yellow or green livery. So it should be in the yellow, but it said 1 minute 42 or something.
1.23 seconds to go. It was still an amber. The point being to me, we joked about it earlier, you took the mickey out of me quite rightly, being a driver, because we're very simplistic, we're very linear, should have been a barrister, as my father said. But back to this, it's red, then it goes to yellow with 10 seconds to go, then it goes to green. When it goes to green, the colour code is very, very simple, 4 drivers. When it goes to green, that's the time to go. You can try and predict that a bit, it's always that old thing of before they changed the starts of the races when you had red lights and green lights. And it was always that thing of trying to get that advantage.
Yeah.
Do you go on the green light? No, you go when the red light goes out. And it's kind of a metaphor, that little bit, try a bit of advantage. But 1 second to go. Now, it can make a difference depending on how quickly you go down the pit lane. If you don't go too quickly too soon, because the pit stop
you can
time
haul
will
it
be
back.
from pit in to pit out. So you can, if you're very clever, but you've got to know what you're doing. If you've gone a second earlier, as I think there was 1.23 on the screen, we're all looking in through the window of the car on the camera on the pit lane, by the way. But so it's a bit of an angle, not exactly sure. That's what I read. I'm not sitting in the car looking at the line of stern behind. But what you probably do then is you just go down the pit lane. You probably go at 55 k's.
Yeah,
exactly. Just lift a bit to make sure you brought it back and just get on with it. So,
but you know what? That's showing.
What's the advantage of doing that?
Well, what it's showing is the fact there isn't a nanosecond to be lost, because we know the chase is on with the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi. So here we are with almost 11 and a half hours of racing completed, and the top 2 are going to be super close. The last time we saw the timing split between them, it was 6 seconds, 6.6 seconds, and I sense it's coming down from there. Kuba Gimasiak winding himself up. He came in a lap earlier. Alessio Picariello is out of the car now, being interviewed again, looking as though he hasn't even been in the car. But one senses that was quite a push, because the Phoenix Audis are looking really, really strong at the moment, able to lap at very, very impressive pace. And of the rest, the Octane 126 Ferrari, will that be able to get through and finish in 3rd place overall to give us Porsche or Audi ahead of Porsche or Audi ahead of Ferrari? It'd be great if we could have 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 positions. But it is Luca Ludwig, the quicker driver in the that particular Ferrari, at the wheel and presumably through to the end of the race. I would suggest that Bjorn Grossman did enough driving not to have to get back in, but really it is totally down to the battle between 3 and 26, the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and the 3 and 16, the 26 is still between them on the timing screen, but that's because the pit stop sequencing. And just looking at sector times, immediately Gimasiak's looking good. He's, as I said, Snow, he's got to have a lap longer on his tyres to the end of the race. And that could be a factor, but he seems to attack everything. And also another thing with the Michelins, they seem to come good very quickly. Falken Motorsport tyres seem to take that little bit longer, but maybe that's just the way they've been choosing to use them through this race.
Exactly, they'll know their own tyres and stuff, each team intimately. And just because it takes a bit slower to come in, if that's the case, it wouldn't necessarily be advantage if it stays there a bit more consistent. Now, I'm understanding that from the ticker that the 55 Landgraf Mercedes is required to do a stop-go with a 1 minute hold.
Okay.
Whether it's served that or not, no, I'm not quite sure.
I don't think it has, because it's in 6th place, and I think that will put it down definitely behind the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche, which may be about to happen anyway. No, the Falken car is 39 seconds. It definitely hasn't served its penalty, so that would take it down towards about 8th or 9th position. It'll probably elevate possibly the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin may go up a position as well.
That's allowed.
Okay, good. Permission granted. So, yesterday, wet, gloomy. We weren't gloomy, nor were the drivers. It just was tricky conditions out there. 6 hours completed. The number 3 Porsche for Falken Motorsport came through with, let's call it a minute, 59.9 seconds advantage over the Octane 126 Ferrari.
Right, important correction on the 55 car. 1 second hold, not 1 minute.
That does make a difference.
Second, yeah.
Okay.
Just what makes 59 seconds a difference.
So it does. Through to the end of the race. So this is often the point where the landscape changes simply because penalties have been accrued, have to be served before the end of the race in many championships. And the damage was done earlier, but the real damage is done when the penalties are served. But I think the real damage for the number 3 Porsche crew from Falken Motorsport is going to be the pace that Kuba Gimasiak can get up to. As they're going around these laps, though, looking to see who's got the better pace since their pit stops. You'd expect it to be Gimasiak. He came out a lap earlier than the number 3 Porsche from Falken Motorsport, so should be advantage to the Team Phoenix Audi crew. However, that does mean he's going to have 1 lap more on his tyres, 1 lap less when the tyres are at their sweetest. So we will see how this works. It's going to be right down to the flag, this one, I think. And in terms of raw, pure pace, it still seems to be the ball is in the camp of Team Phoenix and the number 16.
Yeah, I think the car that was slow on the Dottinger Her that we saw with the tyre was the 651. I think that is that's Adrenaline Motorsport.
Yes, I think that is the one. We saw it in the garage, white with the red writing on the flanks.
Yeah, M240i from, funny enough, the M240i Racing Cup category.
Oh yeah, right you are. So again, we in this little period, we have to wait and watch to see how they settle down after these final pit stops, get to see not just their interval times, but their lap times, their full flying lap times. But the good news, it's green flag conditions, and that means at the moment, as I said, that yellow flag shown, it says, moments ago on the screen, trying to work out where that may be, who has taken a tumble. No, it's gone to green flag, so it's clear. That was Schraubenschwanz, that was the Kleiner Carousel. So Sven Muller, what can he do through to the end of the race? Luca Ludwig, what can he do in the Octane 126 Ferrari? Kuba Gimasiak? Well, we don't need to ask. We know full well what he can do. He's been the fastest driver this weekend. He took pole in the very tricky qualifying session yesterday morning, but he's been very quick, both in the damp, in the night. Yesterday, of course, we went from the evening into the night, and then today in the full dry. And as I say that, Luca Ludwig comes in for his late final pit stop. He was always coming in a lap after the number 3 Porsche, but this time around, of course, we had Gimasiak breaking with the trend and doing a 7-lap stint before his final pit stop. That's the numbers they crunched. That was the number 16 car coming in from Team Phoenix. And who's got it right, who's got it wrong? Well, we'll know very soon indeed. Just over half an hour remains. Here it's all smiles in the pit lane, but for some of the teams, they'll be biting their fingernails down to the quick. Because certainly we're getting to the business end of this race. We're nearly at 3:30 in the afternoon at the Nürburgring, and it's quite something to think that a lot of the people are smiling and happy and looking relatively fresh at this point of a 12-hour race. Well, that's the advantage of getting some shut-eye in a proper bed, because of course we had 2 6 hours to make our 12, and looking good. I mean, look, smile, happiness. We talked about what this is all about.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Reifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle.
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
And at this late stage in the race, there is still work going on in the various garages, including the Toyota Gazoo Racing Lexus that at one point, and it seems a long time ago, we saw that running as high as 3rd place overall. Yes, I'm not making it up, 3rd place, and closing on the first two. And that was the moment, Peter, when we suddenly had a flash of colour. The gold, the Ferrari, matching the arms on your spectacles, may I say, came flying up in the full wet, and Luca Ludwig took the lead. But it was a valiant effort from Hiroaki Ishiura. And it looks like this car will finish the race, whatever they were doing to make sure it could do so. That long Lexus, it started leaving the garage 20 minutes ago, and the tail has now just followed. So long is that Lexus, but it's
Let's not
back in the
forget,
race.
Bruce, as well, that the Phoenix Audi, none of these drivers on board, actually won the 24-hour as well earlier this year, which isn't part of the NLS, but it's around here, with Robin Freens, Kelvin van der Linde, Dries van Toor and Frederik Vervies aboard. So there's a lot to be said there. What's the common denominator? Phoenix. Yeah, they do it right, don't they?
Yeah, well, seems like Phoenix have been around a very long time, but also it's very, very useful for any team if it largely sticks with one manufacturer. You get to know the form, the foibles, and the Audi R8 LMS has been a constant and a constantly good car for them as well. So for Team Phoenix, using all of that experience. But will it be enough to win today, or will Falcon Motorsport have their day in the sunshine? But I sort of fancy that Ernst Moser, until probably about the last 10 minutes, he's the boss, the team principal of Phoenix, will be feeling quite confident. But the last few moments have suddenly looked a whole lot better for the Falcon Motorsport crew. And Sven Muller pushing on very hard in that number 3 Porsche. Another lap about to go on the board. That will be 76 laps completed. And the important thing, that the big question is, what is the margin? Who is gaining? Who is losing?
7:56. 4:75, just set by Muller.
So he's 25 slower than the best lap from Kuba Gamaziak. Kuba has now just banged in the fastest 4th sector that anybody has managed all race. So he's down, but he's not beaten. The clock is counting down. 22 minutes remain. Over the start-finish line he comes. What's the interval behind Sven Muller, waiting? And he's done a 7 minutes 56.0. It's 24.7 seconds. He's got 22 minutes to claw that back. We are talking 3 laps remain in this event. The chase is on, but he only gained 0.4 of a second. So surely that is not enough at the moment. But press on he will. And just to point out again that that number 16 Audi lost about 45 seconds in the pits. If it had not done so with the lack of fuel as the car came in, you can, of course, in a 12-hour race, add all these things. He'd be in front by 20 seconds rather than behind by nearly 25.
Yeah.
However, it is what it is, and he's pressing on.
He's got to pull. Kuba Gamaziak's got to pull out 8 seconds a lap consistently for 3 laps to do that.
Yeah, and he can't. I simply think he can't. He's also got 1 lap less tyre life in terms he's got to do a stint that's 1 lap longer than the others. The Octane 126 Ferrari comes through in 4th place, so the second of the Team Phoenix Audis has had a better stint recently, a better pit stop, and it's moved ahead of the Ferrari. And I really feel for Luca Ludwig, who, when the weather was at its very worst, pressed on like nobody else, moved to the lead of the race. His teammate Bjorn Grossman pushed hard and was certainly far more comfortable in the drier conditions today. But where we wanted 3 manufacturers in the top 3, that looks too much of an ask, because there is a 21 second gap. The Ferrari now behind the second of those 2 Phoenix Audis. And do you know what? Sven Muller was looking very handy in every time he's got himself into that number 3 Falcon Motorsport car that's leading the race, and he just put the fastest first sector of anybody at any point in the race. So they've got the fresher rubber, albeit only by 1 lap, and he's using it now. He's going to rag that car through to the end of 12 hours. Into the final 20 minutes we sail.
Well, at no point has he disgraced himself, and quite the opposite. He's actually covered himself in glory every time he sat in that car. As I have to say, all the drivers have in that car.
Hey, look,
it's why they are exactly where they are now. It sounds really easy to say. It's not meant as a platitude, but that's why they're at the front after 11 hours and 40 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Falcon also are very clever, Falcon Motorsports, and they rotate their drivers when they're running 2 driver lineups in the earlier NNS rounds. So they've all race ready, Nürburgring ready to come to an event like this. And people aren't in works cars and semi-works cars and leading team cars just by circumstance. They're there for a very good reason.
No.
Right, Peter, your Aston Martin, your Pro Sport racing car is running, well, it's 1 1/3 laps down, is 8 laps down, but we do have a potential penalty, a definite penalty to be served by the 55 Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. That's the car ahead of it on the chart, so maybe it will get up to 7th place overall, but of course that will be revealed very shortly.
I think it'll be taken for that. I mean, it's a good time as well, an 8:06 for the Aston there with Christoph Brewer at the wheel of that now. But I think it's fair to say that Pro Sport car, if it continues where it is now, it's a strong top 10 finish, and that's good.
No, exactly so. But
7th or 8th is 7th is preferable to 8th. Of course it is, because it's a place higher. Oh, says
you're good, aren't you?
I know, especially subject to school stating the obvious. But it's a strong top 10, and that's just really nice to see that the Aston's got to there. And I think the other one of the sister cars of this, as it were, as in TF Sport, just won their class out at Fuji, haven't they?
I'm saving that for later, but
so.
They've been on super strong form, the TF Sport crew in the World Endurance Championship, and the irrepressible Ben Keating just goes from strength to strength.
It was all run by Tom Ferrier, who was a rubbish driver, and speak as a teammate of his. No, seriously, he was a very good driver, but he's turned team manager and owner. It's just that team TF Sport.
He's made it look easy, and that's a mark of the work that he's been doing there.
Perfectly put. Yeah.
And very approachable, always good for a quote, and a level-headed quote. You can sense some team principals, they're almost too engaged, but he's got that ability to stand back and see the broader picture as well, which I think, again, measure of the team and of the man.
You mentioned earlier that I study or think about body language, but Tom Ferrier's got one of those things I call it. It's always preferable in people in life anyway, but certainly in team managers there, in the middle of a race, all this pressure going on, what I call the slow eye blink. You'll go and ask a question, and they can be at the heat of the moment, and even if they don't want to talk right now, they don't snap their it's just not now, whatever. But it's that slow eye blink, as in calm, controlled, measured. Listen to the top engineers in any level of our sport, whether it be NASCAR, F1, Le Mans, whatever, when they're talking to their drivers on the radio. It's calm, clear, concise instructions as to what's going on. Take the emotion out of it. It's business.
Well, of course, in all forms of racing, we've been treated to more and more in-car radio footage. It often doesn't cover people in glory, because some are busy in their office, but one of the most horrible jobs I've had to do in recent years was be the person that tried to choose what happened for one race in Formula E. You have 24 drivers, 24 lights in front of you, 12 can be blinking. You think, well, I might as well try car number 11. And you just get them either swearing, you've got a 5-second delay so you can pull it back, or saying nothing, or making car sounds.
Radio roulette.
Oh,
go for it.
Hideous. So I really admire anyone that does that job, because I just thought, well, you're on a hiding to nothing. So, just before we get to the end of the 12 hours, let's have a little look at, we've been talking about the lead, 3 from 16 from 5, so 3 from Phoenix Audi, the Falcon Motorsport Porsche from the 2 Phoenix Audis. SP9 Pro-Am being led by the Pro Sport Aston Martin, car number 17, being taken to the finish by Christoph Breuer. And that has got a 22-second advantage over the 23 Lion Speed Audi. Now, Leon Kohler, who's driving that, was one of the stars in the early part of the race, and got up to lead the race, running second and third. Had a big moment at Hatzenbach, where he fortunately found a grass verge that is hardly there anywhere else on the circuit, so he recovered. Cup 2 being led in 11th place overall. Kay Kramer Racing just coming out of the pit, so that might shuffle the order as well. So loads of Cup 2 cars running from 11th place down to 16th. And then the leading car in Cup 3 is 17th overall. This is the car class not for Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, but the 718 Cayman GT4 cars. And it's Mauro Calamia for Schmickler Motorsport Performance, but it's very... I think that might shuffle around. No, I think they've got enough in the bag, and that's a crew that are very well placed in the championship overall coming into this event. Second overall in the championship, the overall championship, that is.
Sven Muller about to complete this lap, and he and Kuba Gamaziak have been trading sector times on this lap. Let's just see what the number 3 Porsche records as it crosses the line. 7:56 was its last lap. It's 7:59 this time. It got a second up on Gamaziak on sector 1, but brought it back again on sector 4. So, and Gamaziak will be with us shortly. This is what that's. Where's Gamaziak?
Well, he should be coming through, what was 25 seconds behind, and since there have been trading times, it might come down to, I was going to say 22, it's 23.1. So that isn't enough of a gain. We looked at the sector timings, the intervals, and before the pit stops, this was a driver and a car that were able to take 5-6 seconds out of the race leader. Not that time around. He managed to take 1.5, and my maths is simple enough. There are 2 more laps in the race. If he only gains at that pace, he'll only draw in 3 seconds or so, and unfortunately that will put him 20 seconds out of the finish. It's a valiant chase. He will press on.
It's a healthy gain, but it's insufficient.
Yeah, Frank Stippler, his teammate, coming through in 3rd place. And in case you just nipped out to make a coffee, lay your head on a cushion, have a little snooze a while ago, just want to point out that the factor that will be rather irksome to Kuba Gamaziak, the fact that the car limped into the pits with no engine fired up, that ran out of fuel when his teammate Kim Lewis Schramm was bringing it in earlier today, and the combined gymnastics and engine starting as well as the pushing cost them about 45 seconds. So here they are, 23 seconds down. Do the maths on that. They could be equivalent margin in the lead of the race. Cruel, but in 12 hours things will happen, and if that's the worst that's happened to them in this race, it's not all bad, it must be said.
23 seconds at the end of nearly 12 hours of racing. Yes, I know it's 2 6-hour races, but it's still, it delivers every single time, Bruce, doesn't it, this circuit? And it's probably not done yet. You never know what might happen.
Well, no.
The 23 seconds, you've only got to have, heaven forbid, but should something like Sven Muller just run a little bit wide, or just held up behind a bit of traffic or something, or there's a code 60 or a yellow flag at the wrong part of the circuit, it might fall to Kuba Gamaziak instead. Put him further back. It could go either way, but it's not over yet. There's still 12 minutes to go. Another lap and a half.
And look, as you were saying that, I was just having a quick rundown what's happening in Cup 2. But we've got a couple of cars separated by under a second, and Gabriele Piana in the 104 is behind Tim Shearbart in the 120. That's the cars respectively from Black Falcon and WS Motorsport. And with the pace, the perpetual, the phenomenal pace of Gabriele Piana, that could be another place change. But for a lot of the cars in Cup 2, they've only just served their final pit stop, so it might also be the screen needing to readjust after these late times. So let's look back over this race as the final chase is on. We're nearly into the final 10 minutes, and it's been a story of a wet, damp and occasionally dry 6 hours running into the darkness last night. Then party time, a concert at the circuit. Teams had a chance to get a bit of shut-eye, but today, once we kicked off at 10 o'clock local time, it was in improving sunshine, dry weather conditions, and all the guessing and will that storm hit the circuit or would it go past? Should I go from inters to wets or wets to inters to dry? That gambling hasn't been in the story today. It's been dry the whole way, and that has been a big help for a lot of the teams, because you guess on the weather, just as easy to guess wrong as right, even if you're the Frank Stipplers of this world who've seen every cloud pattern over the circuit over the past 20 so years. But we've got a 23-second advantage for the Falcon Motorsport crew, the number 3 crew of Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Sven Muller, who's bringing it home, and Alessio Picariello. At the current rate of gain, that should be enough for them to take victory. However, the riding clause comes back in, but around the first part of this lap, again, it's a bit of ebb and flow. 1/3 of a second gained by the chasing Gamaziak in sector 1. That same amount of time going back. And at the end of the race, the tuck box has been raided. Was that Patrick Seymour I just spotted putting a chocolate biscuit with a couple of Haribo bears pressed into the chocolate top into his mouth? Well, he's worked hard up and down the pit lane. And
Definition of a sugar fix.
why not? To think that he's effectively having his last pit stop very, very late in the race. Just 10 minutes to go, and clearly his strategy needed adaptation and augmentation. Right, the sister car, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Today it seemed closer to the pace of the one that leads the race, the number 3 car, being driven towards the end by KWsuspensions, but that looks as though it's not going to move up to catch the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes for 5th place, because they're just over a minute in arrears. So all KWsuspensions can do, and he was the one who had the massive twitch last night. If you ever look at a highlights package from this program, you will spot that you had sudden flurries of rain. He got it as he was exiting Galgenkopf. It was like some pesky japester was spraying his windscreen with a water pistol. Suddenly, just as he was trying to get the balance right and put the power down for the blast up the Dottinger Höhe, and then suddenly, oh my word, it snapped to the left, it snapped to the right, and it took a driver of Kome's immense talent to keep it on the straight stuff, on the black stuff. But many a driver would have had a moment like that. But we did have these sudden flurries.
That's in his heart rate trace when that happened.
Yes, you need a sunroof for the figure to go through and come back down. But I thought for a horrible moment we saw a white, green and red car coming through the trees rather slowly. I thought, oh my God, Kuba Gimaziek has just suddenly slowed. But it was a car of a different shape, a different pace, it must be said. So the chase continues to go on. In fact, now getting a chance to ride on board with Kuba. He's pressing on. He's not wanting to find any traffic whatsoever, but 23 seconds in arrears at the start of the lap. And he is matching the lap times, the sector times, the race leader. He needs to be cutting great chunks out of them, because this is the penultimate lap. And I would say, if anything, the time is going away from him. So maybe 23 seconds is as close as he would get, but still will be ruining the 45 seconds or so that were lost. With a problem with the car running out of fuel when his teammate brought it into the pit lane. Oh, so tricky. It's probably by the smallest of margins there, just not having enough fuel. But had they had even a few egg cups less petrol in that tank, the car wouldn't have even got up the hill to Tiergarten.
Well, precisely, and that's what we said. You can't roll it uphill, can we? But our race leader, the number 3 Falcon Motorsport, Sven Muller, at the wheel of that, now just coming through Schrovenschwanz for the penultimate time. Going to come to Galgenkopf, the fast right-hander onto the Dottinger Höhe straight. That'll be with us very shortly. It is. We've got 7 odd minutes left on the clock, so this, as you say, absolutely the penultimate lap. It will be starting its last lap, but you never know what might happen. We've seen, say that the car that could possibly should have won this, the Phoenix Audi, it ran out of fuel. You say it must have been so marginal to have coasted into the pit lane, because we didn't see it get travelling slowly anywhere, coasting, and
its lap time was still good.
Exactly.
So it clearly only suddenly cut.
Yeah,
probably coming through the right-left flick onto the start-finish straight, and there, heart-in-mouth moment, or maybe even as it's accelerating away from there towards pit in. So waiting to see if the gap is coming down. It is a little bit, because again, when you get to sector 4, that's normally the point at which great gobbets of time, great chunks, were taken out by Kuba Gimaziak, whoever of the number 3 Porsche drivers he was chasing. This course, just a 2-driver lineup, him and Kim Lewis Schramm, whereas the car he's chasing from Falcon Motorsports, Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello, a luxury 4-driver lineup there. But again, he might chip away, but you can be sure that the Falcon Motorsport crew absolutely keeping their driver Sven Muller in the picture. He's onto his final lap now, going around the Grand Prix loop, cutting out of the Mercedes arena, just waiting for the Porsche Cayman 418 to just not do anything untoward in front of him, down over the change of tarmac onto the darker tarmac as he approaches the cut through on the Grand Prix loop, halfway around the Mercedes arena. That is the gap, 22.1 seconds. So it literally didn't shift. There was a difference of 1 second in that lap. On the final lap we go. So unfortunately, if another second is gained, it will still be 21 seconds between them at the end. What a race it's been between these two. They've been the cream that has risen to the top.
They certainly have, and I think it's only fair to mention there also the Octane 126 Ferrari that's been in there. It's almost no disrespect to Frank Stippler in the other Phoenix Audi, because it's going to be second and third on the podium, rounding it off. But the Ferrari probably should be there, really, on that podium.
Yeah, it should. I mean, certainly when the track was at its very wettest and most of the drivers were going, oh, I just can't manage this, I've got to come and change my rubber. They changed onto the rubber, they were on the right rubber, and thereafter, Luca Ludwig was absolutely amazing. His golden Ferrari scything through, but you need a strong driver lineup. And when conditions are really tricky and changeable, that's where really you have to be 100% on top of your game. And Björn Grossman has been good in the dry, but not as good in the wet. I mean, still, we're talking about his supreme level at the top of the NLS, but certainly Luca Ludwig, who's got so much experience in Ferraris, been racing them for a very long time, just roared clear. And it was a joy to watch, a joy to behold, and also just how few the incidents were. Now our race leader slightly obstructed there, having to guess one way and another. You don't want to fall on the final lap of the race, so he wasn't taking risks. The team would have said, you're 20-something seconds up, hang on in there. He's actually being caught because he lost a bit of momentum. A Porsche Cup class car closing in. They're both going past the Porsche.
Came out of that, didn't he?
He certainly did. I want to be in the winner's photo.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, definitely caution. This earlier in the race would have been fuming inside the cockpit for Sven Muller, because there was a BMW, looked as though it was going to the outside of the track, then it pulled across the inside, and of course at that point Sven Muller checked up to go to the inside, but it doesn't matter. He's only got half a lap or so to go in this race, and he started it with a 22-second advantage. Yes, there might be an inquest later. How did they lose 30-something seconds advantage of their minute advantage with which they started on the first flying lap? But I'm sure there'll be an answer to it, and if they come to compete in this race again next year, they're Falcon Motorsports, of course they will, then you could be sure any restart the following morning that they understand the procedure fully and get those tyres fully up to temperature, if indeed that was the problem. We're still slightly clutching at straws and guessing at this point. The very good thing about this final lap, it's not going to be long after 6 hours when they get to complete it, because sometimes you suddenly, I mean, not that I complain, a further lap, but in the case of the drivers getting towards the end of the lap for the final time, they'll be close to the 6 hours, not 6 hours and 8 minutes or whatever. So they will have they had a sleep last night, but coming down the Dottingerhoe, picking off another one of the class cars, is our race leader Sven Muller. Started the lap 22 seconds to the good, or is in fact that this number 4 Porsche? I'm just waiting for the timing. I think that's the number 4. So just looking at some others. Yes, a few more sectors to go for the sister car that's leading the race.
It's coming up to Bergwerk as race leader.
I just suddenly looked across, there weren't enough lights on my screen, meaning they haven't got far enough around the lap. So it must be said, the benefits of racing frequently on the Nürburgring Nordschleife is the teams are accustomed to what they can find and how to set up a car for this circuit. So yes, it was indeed the number 4 Porsche coming through. Kamil Ledergaard, decent lap pace, but he's in fact he's lost a bit of lap pace to the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes he was chasing, so I think he's sort of backed off. It looks as though 6 is going to be the best that the number 4 Porsche can get, which will lead to a little bit of head scratching. You'd have thought, looking at the driver lineups, that is just as strong as the driver lineup on the race leading sister car, because when you're dealing with Klaus Bachler, Ayhancan Guven, Kamil Ledergaard and Martin Ragginger, they know these cars, and I'm quite surprised. Yesterday it didn't quite hook up. There were moments today, particularly with Klaus Bachler on board, and you thought, okay, now they're starting to make the comeback. But then I suppose the story, in some ways, was the fact the number 3 Porsche didn't seem in its sorts until the 3rd hour today, the first 2 hours.
Slow zone at Whipperman just before our race leader gets there. Don't know what that's for, but we said it can always throw up things.
Could it be a quick slow zone? Could it be therefore cleared, having affected our race leader and cost him his 22-second advantage, or will it be facing the 2 of them? These elements can make such an enormous difference. Oh my golly.
Well, as soon as it appeared, it's disappeared, but it's definitely there on my ticker on the screen. Motorsport 158, Whipperman, which is exactly where the leader's just gone through now. Just going to see on the camera, is it slowing down? No?
No, whenever we catch sight of the race-leading car, he's being cautious, and quite rightly so. Any other lap in the race, when he was being chased down, he wouldn't have been being so careful. But there is something of a luxury of having a 20-second advantage, 22 seconds to be absolutely clear at the start of the final lap. So he's not backed it off. He's quick in the quick places, but when it comes up to finding a car from one of the slower production-based classes, a little caution has been exerted as never before. And you know what? Around the course of that, yes, you get to Sector 3 again, and yes, suddenly 3 seconds are taken away from him by the chasing Kuba Gimaziak. But Kuba knows it is all up for him unless there is another slow zone that catches the race leader and is cleared before he gets there. But he's now running out of corners in which that may happen. Suddenly flicking to a bit of onboard footage, and certainly the person who's not taking any is taking risks, still going past the slower cars, is the driver in second place, Kuba Gimaziak. Bit of a heart-in-mouth moment going past the Porsche Cup class car. But for now, our race leader, Sven Muller, going through past another back marker, getting it safe, getting it balanced, and frankly, bringing it home. Onto the Dottinger Her he goes. So it is the home run. And what a luxury down that long straight of the Dottinger Her, just to be able to go, okay, he's not on my tail, he's not getting a slipstream, he's not 4, 3, 2 car lengths behind me, and I can concentrate on the radio to the crew. I'm absolutely sure the Falcon Motorsport garage looking very happy with life indeed. After all the threat and the pressure from Team Phoenix that definitely had the ball in their camp today, that problem with the lack of fuel in the number 16 car cost it what more than likely would have been victory. And right now into Tiergarten for the final time, arriving at 265 kph, getting on the anchors, right left through the final corner, blasting it down the start-finish straight goes the driver who's about to win, Sven Muller. What will the margin be? Doesn't matter if it falls below 20 seconds. In fact, he's backed it off, pulls over to cross, take the checkered flag under the race official. In the background, in time will come Kuba Gimaziak. Here he comes. Looks like he's taken a good handful of seconds out around that final lap. It matters not. It was a valiant chase. And the gap at the end, 15 seconds. So 7 seconds gained on that lap. But Falcon Motorsport, they have got the job done. Arms around each other's shoulders, leaping up and down in the pit lane. So chalk that one up to them. So that's 2 wins for them in the championship this year. Joel Eriksson and Sven Muller, the driver who brought it home. They had a win earlier this year, but this was a far bigger event. This was a 12 hours, the first Nürburgring 12-hour for the NLS. Job well done. The car that should be coming home in third place will be the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis. And here it comes into shot. That will be, well, I don't know, about 40 seconds back from the sister car, 37 seconds back from the sister car. And then in third place will be the gold Ferrari, should be the next interview for Luca Ludwig.
Just watching Sven Muller there, just running the car a little bit wide on the arena there. It's all in the details, ready for the post-race checks. You obviously know why.
Have you got dirty tyres?
Well, just to make sure, just ride height.
Yes, of course.
Just run it off. Just pick up a little bit of debris. Just make sure the car's. You get that close, it's on the minimum. Just pick up a bit of debris and just make sure the car has a slightly higher ride height. Never does any harm.
Certainly does not. Right, well, good to see Frank Stippler waving to the marshals, appreciating their work. They'd have been very soggy through yesterday's race and very much enjoyed today's in the dry. So he comes home in third place. So a 2-3 result for Phoenix Audi. They'll be happy with that, but slightly ruining that problem with the lack of fuel in the sister car that came home just 15 seconds down, having shed 45 seconds or so in that element of coming in without power into the pit lane. Waiting for Marek Buchmann to give a smile to the Schnitzelarm racing team. He should be the next car in the top class to the finish line.
Well, at one point I thought Falcon would be 1 and 4. Didn't think they'd get both on the podium, but 1, 4, maybe 5. First and 6th is not a bad result for a weekend's work. Shearer, Team Sport Audi, potentially with a second and a third, as you said, can't be bad. I've got to feel a little bit, as I said before, for the Octane 126 Ferrari, that I thought it would be on the podium. I really did. And that's no disrespect, not taking any away from the Audi team's front, and the Porsche, of course, but they were never going to win it. But great effort there, and the just look at that mixture at the front there: Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Aston, Audi, and Mercedes being a top 10.
Yeah, it's good. It's exactly how GT racing should be. And still the cars will stream in. And just thinking back to what you were saying about the Octane 126 Ferrari, of course, when the track was very wet, it was, in the hands of Luca Ludwig, the best car out there. Today, 4th place, you know what, they'll take that as well, because every driver out there knows they were probably one moment away from a slip that could have cost them a position. Right, we now have the driver who's come around in 5th place overall, Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, 2 and a bit minutes down on the car in front of him, which was the number 26 Ferrari, of which we have spoken. But while they're crossing the finish line, the first 2 cars at the finish, and of course into the area under the podium, and our Swiss driver Sven Muller hopping out. He's got 3 teammates to welcome him: Alessio Picariello, Jackson Evans, and Joel Eriksson as well. They've got smiles on their faces, and you can see from the body language, so is the driver who took that victory at the end. Sven Muller getting that lovely thump on the helmet you get when you're feeling a little tired, hot, sweaty, have your head knocked around a bit. But hey, that's mechanics for you, isn't it?
I was just going to say, it's one of the few pleasures mechanics get in the work. They do.
So the car's looking in remarkably good shape after 6 and 6 makes 12, and of course the Nürburgring 12 hours, and I think it's been a very good experiment. And I think a lot more crews that didn't do it this year will be looking and going, you know, that was an event we really must do. You know, we're used to the shorter events. A lot of us have competed in the 24 hours, but 6 and 6 with a chance to lie in a bed overnight, that seems a very, very attractive prospect. So I think hats off for the NLS. Good concept, very well delivered.
We're talking about the 126 Ferrari, the Octane that finished. I said possibly thought should be on the podium, finished 4th, but they'll take that result compared to the Racing 1 entry further down, the 488 GT3 in there. Finished 101st with 34 laps in total in the race. The winning car yesterday had 38 laps at the end of 6 hours. They managed 34 in 12 hours. That tells you their story, doesn't it? Of just issue after issue.
100%.
Just, I mean, it's through no fault of it's fastest lap of the race. You know, a creditable 8:10. You know, okay, that's not quite on the pace, but it's there or thereabouts. It's not a mile off. But what a shame for that car. They've had a nightmare weekend. The number 39 Racing 1 entry.
You know, and any team that succeeds here, of course, you try your hardest to minimise any elements that might creep in and trip you up. But any team that gets it right over 12 hours around here, they all know they're probably a blink of an eye away from some tiny little element tripping them up. But that's where the experience and the expertise comes through. Well, you eliminate the number of possible things that can go wrong.
Exactly. And that there's a reason that it's Falcon, Phoenix, Octane, Schnitzelarm, Landgraf, Pro Sport, Lionspeed. It's the reason it's those teams always fill in the top 10. Quite who it is, that's our job. We get the bit of the exciting part of which one it's going to be, how it ebbs and flows, how we tell the story. But it's usually going to be one of those. But it's for a reason. It isn't by luck. It isn't, you know, by chance.
No, time and again. But I think even more so at a circuit like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you know, the chance for your drivers to make a mistake is just so huge. And and I was so impressed in the first 6 hours as we went from a dry grid to a damp formation lap to full rain to less rain, dry in one part, then suddenly wet in that part and dry in the other, and it kept on chopping around. But for Falcon Motorsport, well, they've got cars home in 1st and 4th positions. A crew in the car, 6th position, that's number 4. They'll be feeling a little less happy with life because you don't want to lose if the car on the other side of the pit garage is the one that has taken the glory. But today and last night, the simple fact is the car that was leading when the flag fell after 6 hours last night is the car whose mechanics are spraying the champagne down below the podium. And that's the number 3 car. And just to run you through the crew one more time: Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. So a fully international crew there, but the excellence of Falcon Motorsport here to be seen. And what a gentlemanly crew. Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler, 3rd place for them, and Frank smiling as ever. Another good result for them, and certainly in their championship challenge, you know, more points in the pot for them. They've had a very, very good season, this pair. In fact, one of the few constant pairings in the championship.
Yes, Agreed. And again, we said, you know, very few teams run just 2 drivers. This is one of them. Yeah, and they're second, and arguably without that issue with the fuel, they would have won it on just 2 drivers.
It's
the point of that is you've got to have that pairing. It's got to be good. It's got to be matched. It's got to be you've got to run it cleverly, but you've got to run it consistently to do it all the way through. And that's extraordinary. Extraordinary levels of concentration there. Vincent Kolb now chatting to Patrick Simon.
Patrick Simon down there. But I was just looking, the last 3 events, for the first 2 races didn't give good results for the Stippler and Kolb combination, but third, second, third. When you think of the standard of the cars, you know, if you can keep getting top 6 finishes, you're laughing. If you can get top 3 finishes, that really helps with your point challenge.
3 races, third, second, third. That's a championship in the making, isn't it? You don't need to win every time.
Exactly. So we've got 3 more rounds to come, but that was a big test. And Kim Lewis-Schramm,
looking slightly rueful, I would say there.
The shruggage of the shoulder, as we call it.
Yeah.
And certainly for him, he was the one who had the awful realisation that the engine wasn't firing anymore. Luckily, the mechanics were fleet of foot, put their donuts down, and they ran up to pit exit and pit entrance and brought him in. And then, of course, more agonising than the slow approach was the fact the car then wouldn't fire up. And then in the driver's mind, Kim Lewis-Schramm was still strapped on board. He must have been thinking, please, please, is there anything else? Will this engine fire? Luckily, the mechanics kept a cool head. And between them, they got the pumps going. But it does seem second place, still a brilliant result. But Kuba Gimaziak, star of the race, deserved nothing less than victory. So it'll be rueful for him. He did take a win earlier this year in the 3rd round of the championship back in the end of June. But today it wasn't to be. And in that race he was showing with René Rast. What a driver lineup that was. But the smiles there, because you know what? Anyone looking at any footage of that race will fully understand that he was flying whenever he had the opportunity to do so. And he gave chase. And in the end, yes, on the final lap, he gained 5 seconds.
But it wasn't so much when the opportunity arose. It's when he needed to. Every time he delivered. That's the point. When
Absolutely.
required, he delivered.
So, talking away, but another strong result from Kuba. That's not a second win, but a win and a second in this championship through the course of this season for him. Plus a 7th and a 6th, and unfortunately for him, a retirement last time out. That would have cost him some points. But again, keep putting the points in there. Keep getting a top 6 finish, and you may yet be rewarded. Now, one thing I just need to check on, of course, I need to look down to see whether the team that's got the perfect score in the championship so far, the championship leaders, no less, have done it again. Of course, we talked of them earlier. VT2R. I'm going to scroll down. It's car number 500 I need to find. Have they stayed top of their class again today? They were leading it. And at the end, Oscar Sandberg, we saw him smiling in the pits earlier. Another perfect score for the crew that's won its class 5 times out of 5. You look at the history of the VLN and more recently the NLS that it begat. And those are the crews that win the championships. Rink, Brink and Lyson many times. They've not been in the fastest car, but been in the fastest car in their class.
I can't imagine anybody else winning it.
No.
It's they've kind of made it their own, haven't they?
Yeah, but times they are a-changing, so they need to have the name Setsas Blickel in the number 500, and of course their own teammate Daniel Zils. So again, every single car you seem to look at has a multinational crew. This is not just a German championship. This is a championship on Germany's greatest circuit, and its international appeal continues to grow and grow, as shown by the Lexus coming over from Japan, to Gazoo Racing, that provided something different and something, when it was wet early on with the driver on the right tyres for the right weather conditions, it absolutely flew. Had its problems later, lost 6 laps overnight or before nightfall, but again, was out there running today and got to the finish. Porsche, Audi, and a commendation in 4th place, just another 24 seconds back. Luca Ludwig, a Ferrari in 4th. So plenty of manufacturer variety, but that incredible record of German manufactured cars winning on the NLS continues. But there was that flash of Italian brilliance. It wasn't to be in the end, but that's how we like it. Chop and change and possibility. That's what it's all about.
It's just constant variables, isn't it? I mean, we commented on it yesterday that we just thought the weather over the weekend. It's quite late in the year. We've got 3 more rounds of this to come, so we're going to get not our wish, but our prediction. It's not a wish, because they say it can go to postponement and snow and fog. That's the last thing we want.
Absolutely
but
so.
I would not have said to you 48 hours ago or 24 hours ago. Let's go 36 hours. Make it the start of yesterday. I would not have said after yesterday's running of the Saturday 6, as we called it, that today we'd see bright sunshine all the way through. Constant weather all the way through. I would not have said it. Not this time of year in the Eifel Mountains. Wouldn't have believed it.
No, and now the bright sunshine we saw through most of the races fallen behind sort of a light cloud, but it was dry from start to finish. So I feel as though we've had 2 races, and I delight in that because, of course, it's all part of one because they started immediately as they'd finished. The timing differences were exactly the same as when the checkered flag fell last night on Sven Muller when he completed the 6 hours ahead of all the others. That margin came down, but I really think this has been a very, very good combination. And great to see how much had been laid on for the fans this weekend at the Nürburgring. Certainly plenty happening across the road from the pit building. There was a concert last night. And I think a big push has been here. And this is a race that, not just for the drivers and the teams, but I think for the fans. So go, you know what, we didn't go this year, but 2023, there's a lot to be going on. So a lot of people will be watching this around Europe thinking, hey, there's another new sort of fun event to go to. And why not?
But as you said, it's a bit festival-like, isn't it? It's for the family, not just the racing. The racing gets us all there. But that's the glamorous part. But car shows, concert, drifting, all sorts going on. Never mind all the barbecues, the camping, all the stuff you can do, and make it a family thing. And that's what's so wonderful about it here. It's all encompassing. Yes, we come to watch the cars, but you can also, because it's such a long race as well, you can go away and come back a little bit during a 6-hour race. But even those that are camping and spectating and families, they can go and do something at night and not feel they're missing out on the racing, like a 24-hour that goes right through the night, which is great, and I don't want that to stop. There is something unique and wonderful about a 24-hour race. Bizarrely, weirdly, no comment, Jones, it was always my favourite type of race to do, because it could just go either way. It could be absolutely elation or utter desperation, and that could change in a corner. But if you're here as a family show, what a way to do it. Split it over 2. Go away and have a bit of a rest and a break. Everybody enjoys it. And so there's a talking point tomorrow. What's going to happen?
No, 100%. But I think that element where you can actually step away, certainly the crews will have benefited. They don't look quite as haggard and drawn as they would normally after, a 12-hour or 24-hour race through the night.
All those around the platform in the pit lane now. There's various bottles of brown glass bottles being held. That's all I'm saying.
What, the leftovers from last night? Yeah.
Warm now. Got to get it to temperature.
Cars look lightly grubby, but of course they didn't have a chance to be cleaned overnight. The cars were racing in the rain yesterday, so all the filth is what's come off the track, and they look nicely grubby, but all of the cars bearing slight scars of battle. And don't forget, in that final stint, the final pit stop, we noticed that Kuba Gimasiak's car was missing quite a lot of its front splitter. Front right-hand corner had clearly clattered something very hard indeed. And that certainly won't have helped. Not that it slowed down his charge. He was giving it his all because he knew that still something might have happened on that final lap that allowed him to take some of that 20-second plus advantage. But he took about 6 or 7 seconds out of it, ended up just 15 seconds in arrears. But he chased very, very hard indeed. Of course, now one of the hardest jobs of the weekend is for the race officials to lasso the drivers and wrestle them up the stairs to the podium. For the crews to shout up from below their appreciation, and for each crew there, they will then start to feel that little bit of weariness, because being on your feet for a 6-hour race one day, a 6-hour race the next day, that's probably at least 10 hours on the hoof. So they will look at themselves in the mirror and go, oh yes, okay, I am quite tired now. But it's been a very entertaining weekend of racing. And the podium ceremony would be about to start, and certainly for the crews involved, that's also quite a nice early time in the afternoon to finish. We're looking at it's just coming up to 3:20 in the afternoon, and the drivers from the other classes are being brought up to the podium as well, because there are podiums not just for the...
4.
Did I say 3?
3 back in England, it's 4 here in Germany.
Did I look at 16:19 and go 3? Gosh, you are here to pick me up when you've knocked me over.
Why was he down in the first place? Did he fall or was he pushed?
But don't forget, it's so easy to focus on the top 3 finishers, but there have been people winning the classes going through. I'll just run down the SP9 Pro-Am class won by the Aston Martin crew. That's some Pro Sport Racing. Car number 17, that's Christophe Breuer, Jean Glorieux and Maxime Dumaret. The AM class by Walkenhorst Motorsport, car number 36, that's SP9 AM. That's Henry Walkenhorst, Friedrich van Bolen, Anders Buchhardt and Jorn Schmidt-Stade. The Cup 2 class, won eventually by 20-something seconds by car number 112. It was always there or thereabout. K. Kramer Racing, Carsten Kramer, Christopher Brook, Alexei Veremenko and Florian Naumann. And the car that was second in class was 107 from Team Matol Racing. They sort of rather rose up the order, with Hendrik still leading the charge for them. Cup 3, that's for the Porsche Caymans. The 718 Caymans, a 12-car class, and at the end it was the 959 crew that took the victory. The crew in 959 was Fidel Leib, Philip Mimoir, Martin Rump, the Estonian racer, and Moritz Wiskirchen, and they won that from the 976 crew that led for a lot of the race for the FK Performance crew. But in the end, Christian Connerth, Jens Fint and Moritz Oberheim and Torsten Volter had to take second place in the Cup 3 class. SP10, that went the way at the end of car number 170 by just, again, that sort of regular margin, about 25 seconds. That's pretty close after 12 hours of racing. And the 170 entry were Toyo tyres with Ring Racing. It was that very attractive 3-shade of blue Toyota Supra, and the car that chased it home in SP10 was car 177. It was the Mercedes, the bright blue Mercedes. What?
It's really a BMW. It might be it might say Toyota on the front.
Oh, really?
I had this debate with a friend of mine who's ordered one and just received it. Yes, and I said, "You've ordered the BMW," and he gets very defensive about it being a Toyota. Well, it's a Z4 floor pan.
Mr. Picky, here he goes.
It's got a 2-litre and a 3-litre option as an engine, both BMWs. It's built in the factory at BMW alongside BMWs. It's a Japanese BMW. That's all I'm saying.
Mix and match. Right, Patrick Simon is about to do the podium ceremonies to stop Peter going into his own rabbit hole. And let's see. He should be calling them up in the order 3, 2, 1. That's the way I like to see it. National anthem, trophy presentation. And then we should have some fizz, a firing. It's been a really intoxicating couple of days here. 2 races couldn't have felt more different. Out in third place, Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Job very well done from them. Team Phoenix Racing taking the third place with their Audi. They also take second place with the car about which there are whats and ifs. Kuba Gimasiak and his teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm hadn't had that problem with the lack of fuel that cost them coming into a pit stop. Cost them far more time than the margin by which they lost at the end. But the car, the crew that led last night at the end of the first 6 hours, were leading again at the end of the dry 6 hours today on the Sunday to complete the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. It's the number 3 crew from Falcon Motorsport, the Porsche crew. Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello coming out onto the podium, and their mechanics like that very much indeed. Well, that fist bumping, elbow bashing up on the podium, but Falcon Motorsport victory in the first Nürburgring 12 hours. It could so easily have been so very different indeed. the circuit, not just through the day but through the night as well, with the concert last night and plenty of motor show action and other displays, drift racing and lots of sim racing going on on the rigs in the building opposite the start-finish straight. So the smiles and the traditional big golden wreaths put around the necks of the winning quartet from Falcon Motorsport, but of course what follows the wreath, champagne will come, but just waiting for the winners from the other classes to come out onto the podium. And certainly smiles all round, and so many classes competing here. That's the Walkenhorse 36 crew that won the SP9 AM class, coming out to take their trophies in the presentation. And smiles all around, but I think eventually not as tiring as it would be if you did 12 hours straight, but for a lot of them it was a case of getting it to the finish, but working their cars through the day and the night. Fidel Lieb, one of the drivers coming out, of course he took victory in, was that the 959 in the Cup 3 class, I think it probably was. Keep flicking through the sheets, yes, with Philippe Memoir and Martin Rump and Moritz Witzkirchen. So they won the Porsche Cayman Cup class. Job very well done by them. And waving to friends and families down below, but still the class winners come out onto the podium. And again, I didn't count all the number of classes because my fingers only go so far, but so many races within the overall race, and there isn't an unhappy face on the podium, with the possible exception of Kuba Gamaziak, who flitched from thinking I should have a smile on my face because that's what's required, but I'm a deeply competitive man and I just happened to notice that we had a slight glitch and it cost us race victory. However, if you've only had one slight glitch during the course of a race, that's probably not too bad after 12 hours around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We had wet, we had dry, we had light, we had dark. Most importantly, we had fun, and so did the teams and the drivers, and I think that really is an accolade. And still the drivers come out onto the podium, including the crew that's now from V2TR or VT2R. They have 5 races on the board, and that's 5 victories, and it's just worth pointing out in class. They are surely heading towards the overall title. It's the crew of the Adrenaline Motorsport team, Alpsen Automotive, BMW 330i. 5 races this year for them, for Daniel Sills, Oscar Sandberg and Sindri Setchus, and they've won each and every single one of them. So they've clearly got the right recipe, the right driver lineup, the right car in that 330i class. Well, it's a class that has 330i's in it. You can have some 328i's as well. But BMW is very, very popular in the production classes. And to my eye, the thing that's missing on the podium is the champagne, and as if by magic the bottles are being brought on. So soon there'll be a massive champagne shower, and most of it will be sprayed by the 4 drivers from Falcon Motorsport up on the top step of the podium. Let's give them the final name check after the 2022 12 Hours of the Nürburgring. The winners today, through day and night, Joel Eriksson, Jackson Evans, Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. That brings to an end the coverage of the 12 Hours of the Nürburgring. We'll be back for more in the final 3 rounds of the NLS for 2022. We'll be back for definitely much more as the spray comes down from the podium above for next year's 2023 12 Hours of the Nürburgring. That's all from me, from Bruce Jones, and from my friend, colleague and corrector of some of my mistakes, Peter Snowden.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie wurde Ihnen präsentiert von Falkenreifen.